Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Convoy in the Park for 2026 here at the wonderful Donington Park circuit. My name is Paul Walsh, and joining us today with the presenting duties will be none other than Ian Walthouse and Pointy. But I do believe they're in a very important meeting, so if you follow me, see it's on the board here. I wonder what's going on in there. Let's take a look. Let's see what they're up to.
We've got to finish this. So that's a knee north.
Yeah, but Ika.
Yeah.
Oh, tractor. Three letters.
Whoa! This is a very important.
Yeah, look, graphic, Lorem, Ipsum, Do.
Business thing.
Is this Spanish?
The takeaways from this week. Can you leave us alone, please? We're in a very important meeting. Get out!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as though they're at the business end of what they need to do, so let's get down to business here and get underway with the racing at Donington Park. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Convoy in the Park. It's here at Donington Park National Circuit. I shall be your commentator for this week. Amongst other stars joining me in the commentary booth, including none the wonderful Andy McEwen, because we have an absolute right at the heart of indeed, Silverstone, just down the road from Donington Park, being considered the home of British motorsport, the home of the British Drivers Racing Club. But then you just make your way slightly west, and you do make your way to Central England, and it is none other than the heart of British racing. A circuit which is widely regarded as one of the toughest to conquer when it comes to the fast-flowing corners, where it be the all the way down from Redgate in towards the old hairpin, or indeed the lap after lap through Coppice in towards the S's. An absolutely wonderful circuit, and we have got an incredible schedule of 23 races here over the course of this weekend. Of course, our big superstars and what Convoy in the Park is all about is a celebration of none other than what is the trucking industry, and also keeping everybody. And well, we're going to be moving straight into the racing very soon, because this is our Saturday schedule, of which we do have our first 6 races, beginning with none other than the 5-ton behemoths, the 1,200 horsepower machines. It is, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship for the first of their 5 races, due to get underway at 1:25, and then we'll be to the Britcar Endurance Championship after our lunch break for a 1.5-hour race for them as they move into the second half of their season. And then we'll be coming to the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, the biggest championship in the northwest of the United Kingdom. Indeed, they're going to have perhaps the biggest grid here this weekend, with over 40 cars signing up. Only 40 can make it to the grid, but it is going to be an absolutely packed grid in total. And then we do see, of course, the return of the British Truck Racing Championship for their second of their 5 races at 20:5. It'll be the Coupe Cup Series and the Civic Cup that complete our racing here. Even more racing to come over the course of the Sunday. So a bumper schedule, and whether you're a big fan of truck racing, alternative front engine, front wheel drive machine, we have got you covered. But let's jump straight into the build up to the British Truck Racing Championship, because we're going to catch up with our drivers. Pointy did so earlier on, and so it's over to Pointy to get us set for the first of the 5 British Truck races this weekend.
So here we are with Dave Jenkins, the number 69. Now, you had a pretty phenomenal weekend at Snetterton, didn't you?
Yeah, it was an all right weekend at Snetterton. I think we got 3 podiums, didn't we? But we had a speeding offence which dropped us a few championship points, but I think that's just about to get reviewed. So we are here at Donington, my favourite place in the world, leading the championship. You know, we're super happy. Qualifying was difficult then, trying to respect the track limits. We lost a little pace from...
I think a lot of track limits this weekend from all the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't fall foul to it, but we were being probably too respectful of it. So we just need to... We lost 3 or 4 tenths from what we achieved on Thursday afternoon.
Right.
So we need to just open the tap a little bit more maybe for the race.
And that's what we're going to do as we see you next going out on circuit. So where will you be starting the next race?
P3 for both races.
Excellent.
So, not ideal, but on the inside, at least we'll be able to see the lights and close enough to go forwards.
Absolutely, and we all know what the first corner can be like, so perhaps not being on the front row might be a saving grace.
It might be, yeah, it might be. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what goes on with Stuart and Steve in front, and then we'll just sit there and wait for the race to settle down and see what we can do. I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, experience I'm sure will shine through, and yeah, congratulations on the position in the championship so far. Certainly a brilliant year overall for you, really, isn't it?
It's been a great year for us. We restructured the team in the winter. We've invited some new commercial partners on board, and I'm super proud of everything that everybody's done for us, and I'm super proud of my own performance as well. And I was just explaining to somebody, it was 42 years since I first came truck racing at Donington as an 8-year-old boy.
That's
and
insane.
It's 29 years ago since I first raced here at Donington in a truck. So yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, so I think it's either experience or old age, one or the other, yeah, whichever way you look at it.
Which is complete stupidity. You know, once you're in, you just don't see the trees for the woods or something.
No, definitely not. But it just seems so surreal that, like, yeah, I remember being here 29 years ago, and I remember being here in 2000, the first time we took a double victory here, and it's just like, it seems like yesterday, and it's just gone in the blink of an eye.
The blink of an eye, just like this season.
Yeah, I know, that's another thing, isn't it? As if we're at you're way past the halfway point of the year now as well.
Yeah,
so, no, but it's great to be here. The championship's looking strong still, and my team's amazing. We're in a strong position. Let's bring it on. Let's get some racing done.
Let's get some racing done. Dave, good luck, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So here we are with John Bowler. Now, before we get going on the pre-race for the first race here at Donington Convoy in the Park, I believe congratulations is in order now that we obviously missed you at Snetterton. Where were you?
I was away on holiday.
You were away on holiday. Why were you away on holiday, John?
I got married to my beautiful bride Becky in Greece.
Greece?
So, yeah. Unfortunately, we'd done it on last year, the year before's race calendar, and unfortunately Stuart decided to change things around.
Oh, it's always Stuart. It's always Stuart. Yeah, it's always nothing out. None of the circuits or nobody. Always. Oh, I tell you what, my
There's
goodness.
got to be a villain, hasn't there?
There's got to be a villain. Yeah, super villain Stu. My goodness. Well, congratulations. Was it nice? Was it a lovely day?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Great wedding. Close friends and family came out, and yeah, it was a nice. Just a shame it landed on the race weekend, but it is what it is.
But here we are at Convoy, Donington Park. One of your more favourite ones, or where does Donington sit for you?
Yes, I mean it's home, as close to home track as we'll have in the British truck racing calendar. Yeah. Really good track, done really well. Truck's absolutely flying. We've just got P1. But unfortunately, we had a time penalty, which is a bit of a kick in the nuts. But
what are you going to do? Yeah. So where are you in P2 now? Does that matter, or is it? Were you quite far back?
No, the pullback's P4.
Oh so, no! Oh my goodness. Okay.
But we got the lap time in, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, that means you'll be on the outside line going into Redgate. Then that can be pretty hairy, no?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Wide shoulders. So season so far, very quickly for you then. Improvement, steady. What are your personal thoughts on that?
Every single circuit we've raced at this year is the fastest lap times we've done in the past 10 years. So
wow.
Absolutely over the moon with it. Lads are doing a superb job getting it all set up. Clearly we've made a lot of changes over the winter, which made a massive difference, and it's proving through the lap times. And we've gone from being sort of mid paddock lap times being average. We've had some fastest laps of the year, fastest track times in some of the races. We've had podiums. Yeah, we're really happy with it and enjoying it.
Well, in that case, let's see some racing from you then, John Boy. The new Mr. John Bowler, married. Sorry, girls, it's all over now. So here we are with NYR's recovery. Neil Yates, the driver, the man himself. just really catching up with how your season's going. You know, how do you think you've been doing so far this year?
No, general progression is and racecraft is improving drastically. So the truck is improving. We've been working hard to perfect performance, increase a few little niggles that have occurred along the way, a few little setbacks, but onwards and upwards, we're doing well.
Speaking of doing well, then, looking back over the last few weekends, what's one kind of moment that's been more memorable for you over the last few months?
Right.
That's not a loaded question, by the way. That's just what's the first thing that pops into your head?
let's think Pembury.
Okay.
Pembury is indelibly printed on my mind. So
yes.
And unfortunately, was leading the race for the majority, I think 8 laps, and then unfortunately that came to an abrupt end and all hopes were dashed. There was a fighting chance we could have got back out to finish the race, but the damage sustained was sufficient to end up with a DNF. So and then unfortunately the race after that, equally through impact damage, the electrical connection on the cab was lost and we had another DNF.
Oh, but let's try and flip this round, shall we? Psychologically, at least, right? So the race you were talking about, the first one, the DNF, the damage. Yes, all terrible negative things. However, the ability, the opportunity, the positioning was all there before that. So is that not telling you something? We're in the right place. We're thinking the right things.
Without a doubt, we're moving on. I feel a little more positive and comfortable with my personal progression. I put it down to there are obviously a lot of negative thoughts that go through your mind every time I get very close to the podium. Very close.
But you're ever the optimist. That's what I like about you, Mr. Yates, is you're always the optimist. Speaking of optimism, are we looking forward to Le Mans?
Le Mans, loved it last year, and with what I know now and how things have developed over this season so far, I'm looking forward to that without a shadow of a doubt.
See you up there on that massive inflatable podium on the gantry over the circuit.
It's the be all and end all, isn't it?
100,000 spectators live, plus everybody watching online from around France and England as well.
It's something else. The whole environment, anybody who hasn't been there needs to go because it is amazing.
It really is. It's a lot of running around for me, though. I tell you what, crikey, at least you get to drive to most of the places.
Look at you. It
I know.
works.
Sports mode. Neil, good luck for the weekend. Plenty of racing ahead, and of course, only 2 weekends left after this.
I know. Where's it gone?
Where's it gone? Another year gone. It's terrifying, really, how fast it goes. Do you ever, look back on the year and think, oh my goodness, where did we just lose 12 months?
Exactly. I honestly, each time you finish a race, you think you've got plenty of time, but as you blink and suddenly you think you've still got things to do. But no, yeah, we'll see you at Brands next week.
See you at Brands next. Oh no, yeah, feels like that, doesn't it? No, let's do Le Mans first. Okay. Neil, thanks for talking to us, buddy. Neil Yates, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had Pointy catching up with several of our drivers, and he now joins me in the commentary booth. Pointy, an absolutely exciting race, and well, we start off with our grid for race 1 of this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship, and Stuart Oliver on pole, but Stephen Powell joining on the front row.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very tight red gate corner for these two drivers. Of course, John Bowler dropping into 4th position with his little track limits penalty from qualifying earlier on. But of course,
Oh, thank you, Pointy, for walking us through the grid there. And, well, almost all set and ready to go. And fantastic grid. And, well, all of our truckers making their way on through. And, well, I do believe there, ladies and gents, we might not have quite caught the dulcet tones of Pointy due to a slight technical issue, but that's been worked out. In the meantime, here they all come then to get the racing underway. And, well, as our safety truck or our pace truck makes its way past, the lights are going to go out, and it's time for the first of our 5 races. And here we go. Lights out. It's away we go. And as they roar the way away, we're charging all the way down towards turn number 1 here. And it's a good start from our number 7 of Stuart Oliver. But looking a bit further back, there we do see the number 11 trying to pull out for a potential move. Nathan Smith there, not quite making it work. And now coming through Redgate corner here. Everyone's safely on through thus far. But as they come through and now down towards the crane of curves, well, it could be one of these challenges where we might see a battle or two further back. It looks like the 14 there trying to make a bit of move. John Bowler there, but he's just going to squeeze ahead of number 3 of Stephen Powell. Powell taking a bit liberal use of track limits. And now coming down in towards the old hairpin. Very, very bold start from a number of our truckers there. But everyone's safe on through the first few corners. And, well, want to see if we've got Pointy back. Have we got you back, good sir? Well, we still have no Pointy, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, but we will get that resolved eventually. What I might do in the meantime is hand my microphone back and forth to Pointy, so that way he's not excluded here. But let's keep an eye on the racing as it unfolds. And we do see our number 69 there. That's none other than David Jenkins, who's made some great progress starting from that second row, going on the attack as he now charges way down towards the S's for the first time and going all the way at the inside there. But is he going to be close enough to look for a move on our pole sitter? The man leads the way, Stuart Oliver, and the answer is going to be no, not quite there. David Jenkins has to slot back in and wait for another opportunity as they charge the way on to lap number 2. Well, we'll see what's going to happen now, and let's see if we've got Pointy back this time.
Huge amount of dust blowing up on the pitch right there as they all make their way around to complete lap 1. As we look down there, Stuart Oliver just pulling that 0.27 ahead of Dave Jenkins.
And still no Pointy, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. It has been worked on at the moment, but what we'll do is I'm going to pass my microphone back and forth with Pointy for the time being. So, Pointy, let's get you on the microphone to make sure people haven't forgotten that you do exist.
Well, we can just hand it between the two of us, can't we? So, yes, fantastic start to the race there as we see Stuart Oliver cementing his position, but under plenty of pressure from Dave Jenkins there in second place. Down into Division 2 now, though, we've got John Powell. Fantastic to see him pulling a nice little lead ahead of Callum Easton there, though. But Jake Evans is going to be the impressive performance, having another engine issue in the paddock during the break then just before first race. We didn't even think we'd see him out. So it's phenomenal to see the work that's gone in to get him out on track again. But up then again in Division 1 now, and I do believe we've got Craig Reed putting John Bowler under pressure for the 4th position. But that means, of course, John Bowler did a pretty good start at getting to where he is from 4th place. Plenty of dust. It's very dry out there, Paul.
Oh, indeed. I mean, it's so hot out on that circuit right now. I think you could definitely cook your barbecue on that tarmac as they roar the way up through and come towards the end of the second tour of the circuit. Stuart Oliver holding on for now, but getting a bit close there between 2 of our runners. As we do see number 68 there. That's going to be Reed, looking one way, then the other. Not quite able to make a move there as Bowler just defending to that inside. A bit further back there, we still see the number 11 of Smith trying to make some progress there. Looking up the inside of the 33 Yates. Can he get the move done? Lovely move there. Just got to wait and see if he stops it. But what's going on in Division 2? Well, right now, Powell under a bit of pressure there, but Callum Easton, the man who made it 5 from 5, being passed there. Lovely move being made by Jake Evans, and Evans, of course, was found last time on the banks of Snetterton ordering a Chinese takeaway, some would say, but right now he's definitely hot-footing it out there as they roar the way down in towards the old hairpin, but brilliant battling between them in Division 2, just as much in Division 1, Pointy.
It's absolutely all to play for. Look at this train in battle for 4th and 5th and 6th. It's insanely close driving. Slipstreaming in vehicles this heavy and this big is pretty crazy skill. But look at the pressure they're putting each other under. It's good to see Terry Gibbon and Tom O'Rourke at the back there, also still with the main pack. But Stuart Oliver there now pulling a 0.3 second lead away from the 69 Dave Jenkins, and just behind them Bowler with a 0.94, all still within a second of that top position. But here we see Steve Powell in the number 3 coming out slightly wide, looking for a space pass. Reed, he tucks back behind him as they come through to the hairpin. Roberts, I believe this is called. And Michael Oliver, oh no, we've seen a bit of action there. Steve Powell catches the tyre wall, I believe, going through the hairpin there, looking for a space pass. Reedy.
Oh, indeed. A bit of a moment for him, but we'll have to wait and see whether that bodywork stays on the truck or whether it decides to depart, as it's now getting a little bit intense there. Michael Oliver trying to look around the outside. Can he make it work there versus Stephen Powell? The answer is no. Switching back the other way, and well, coming down in towards Hollywood. This is definitely going to be a bit of a blockbuster as our leaders continue to push on. And you can see there right now, Stuart Oliver and Dave Jenkins really in a bit of department of their own. Of course, leading the way when it comes to the Division 1 Championship. David Jenkins, your championship leader, coming into this round by 7 points, and his game plan now is he's got to try and get ahead of Stuart Oliver if he can, but it's so close between them. That has been the story so far, but also remember we have had 12 different winners in 20 rounds of racing so far, and this round number 21, could we see our 13th different winner? Well, perhaps not in this one based on the way our leaders are going, but still we'll have to wait and see later on what is to be as they now make the way in towards Coppice. But we can see that gap to Bowler, 1.2 seconds on the start of this lap. Could it be potentially coming down or getting a little bit greater? Well, it does look like gaps continue to grow, Pointy. Our top two just bolting away.
I mean, I'll carry on trying to talk. Can you hear anything now? Can you hear me on the comms or not? We'll just start talking over the race and hopefully somebody gets a whiff of it. All starting to...
Unfortunately, still no Pointy there, ladies and gents. We're doing everything we can with regards to making technical tweaks, but in the meantime, we'll have to just keep sharing the microphone back and forth when we can. But there we do see our number 68, Craig Reed, pulling out there, but a little bit too far back, backs off. Number 3 of Stephen Powell there, making sure to go a bit defensive for 5th, and we'll battle side by side there. As that is going to be Michael Oliver finally finding the way to Claire Smith there, moving up into 6th place, and all they're coming around. Meanwhile, in Division 2, off camera, we do still have Evans ahead of Harvey now, with Easton falling back to 3rd, Handy, Powell, and then it'll be the number 97 there, Warren Harvey, completing at their top 6, but our leaders getting their way through the old hairpin, and it's looking closer for Jenkins. Might be preparing for a move very soon. We're almost at the halfway point of this race right now, and there we can see Jenkins just falling back a little bit as they make their way up the rise towards McLean's. It's all back and forth between them. Both truckers right now absolutely running on the limit.
Shall we have another try and see if that does anything? I bet it doesn't. No, still nothing. Oh, it does work. Fantastic. How are we? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the race. Finally figured it out for myself. Just got to unplug things and plug things back in again, haven't we?
Did you try and turn it off and on?
I did try turning it off and on, and here we are. As we turn it off and we turn it back on again. So here we go then, with just 8 minutes left of the race. Stuart Oliver losing 0.06 of a second to Jenkins now as he's looking for that first place. Dave Jenkins doing very well the last weekend. Obviously we had a chat to him earlier on. And down in Div 2 we've got Jake Evans under serious pressure from one of the Harvey pair as they come down into the chicane now. And Jake is doing absolutely phenomenally, speeding through. Lots of sideways action there from 96 Harvey. Incredible, holding that together. Bradley is on fire at the minute, taking that second place. But where's John Powell gone? Dropped down into 4th place. That is terribly unfortunate. Lots of support for the driver John Powell this weekend from the Greenhouse Group sponsored truck. Of course, one of the first drivers in the championship to bring sustainable fuel into truck racing, believe it or not. Yeah, it was a couple of years ago now. Him and Adam Bint, if you remember that driver, were actually running on the biodiesel well before it was a championship decision. And of course now we've got BW Group and Sylvie Fleet providing all of that sustainable fuel to our race trucks, and of course some of the trailers as well.
Oh, that's absolutely phenomenal. It shows how the British Truck Racing Championship has advanced and really staying relevant in this modern day and era where we've got to be environmentally friendly and do our best for the planet, and at the same time as well they're doing the best for our spectators here. Still plenty more to come.
Absolutely.
And, well, as they charge their way down to us, of course, now to the second half of the race, and I do believe, Pointy, I was hearing this from a couple of the teams earlier on. Is there a bit of a sort of success ballast on our leading truck? Something about air filters being only a certain width or something like that? Or is that a bit too technical?
No, so we can get into the techniques of that. So effectively then in Division 1, the decision was made between Bart Motorsport UK earlier on in the championship that there would be airflow restrictors in the turbos. So the highest scoring top 3 drivers from the last weekend would then be decided who has a varying in size, with the largest, smallest, and then size in airflow restrictor, which effectively only really inhibits the acceleration per se. And I do believe, as you'll probably have seen, I think it's 15 or so different race wins from the different drivers. My goodness me, Nathan Smith there, serious sideways action onto the gravel, keeping the momentum though. Can he carry on? We've had more off We've got, is that Neil Yates in the 33, I believe? I don't think we had any contact there.
No.
We're certainly losing some traction. We might be having some fluid on the track possibly, because there didn't seem to be any contact there. Yeah, Steve back with the race anyway. Steve Powell without a restrictor this weekend, I believe, doing very well. But yes, the whole point was to try and make the whole race a little bit more exciting for the spectators, thus giving a little bit of an advantage to some of the drivers that didn't do as well in that weekend. And then, of course, just making it a little bit fairer across there so they don't just run away with it. And again, as I said before, having all those different race winners over the year has been fantastic. Bad news for Tom O'Rourke, Paul.
Indeed, that's Tom O'Rourke there parked up, and that looks to be at the old hairpin, where it's just not gone anywhere. And well, towards the back end of Division 1, and sadly for O'Rourke, his race has come to an abrupt halt. Now it is, goodness me, well, we would think we're in the Sahara Desert with the amount of dust that's been kicked up there, but I think somebody's gone off at what would be Coppice Bend, although a number 96 there could be. That's a big problem on the brakes there, and that's going to be none other than Bradley Harvey having a difficult day in the office. Yeah,
that is not looking good for Bradley Harvey. I wonder what's happened there, 'cause he was doing so well shortly ago. Of course, with the heat, we've got Nathan Smith off, so that was who created the Saharan dust storm for you there, Paul. I wonder what's happened there. Nathan, of course, joining us for his first full year this year, and last year racing here, debuting in the International Truck Prix that we had here at Donington's Convoy in the Park last year. There does appear to be quite a bit of issue with traction though, so I wonder if there is something down on the track and what could be causing that. Slightly slower Jake Evans there, taking his time around Redgate, but it looks like we're still under full power at the front of Division 1. John Bowler in the 14 though, still nowhere near the back of 69 Dave Jenkins, who's putting lots of pressure on to Stuart Oliver.
Oh, indeed, that pressure continues to build there, and not too long left. We have got this lap, plus most likely another 2 to go. But as they roar the way across that timeline this time, a 26.7 there for Oliver, a 26.53 for Jenkins, and then we do see a bit further back, Bowler 27.53, and the 86 has rejoined. So that's good news there for none other than Tom O'Rourke, who makes his way back onto the racing surface. And then we do see Callum Eason now, Division 2 leader, and well, doing a fantastic job, looking to try and make it 6 wins in a row, carrying on from his 5 that he did take, of course, none other than last time out at Snetterton. But will he be able to do so? We will see. But as he goes out of our view there, and down towards turn 1 right now. I mean, to be fair, Pointy, Callum's doing a phenomenal job.
He is absolutely flying away with it, Paul. Yes, I mean, he's obviously found a fantastic groove. Looks like is that steam or smoke, or what's spraying out the back of that truck there? It may well, of course, just be a water injector for the water-cooled brakes. So there is also a lot of issue there. People think some of these trucks are smoking sometimes, but in reality, it's just a lot of steam coming off those brakes, because if they don't cool them down, they will literally explode inside the wheel hubs, and we don't want that happening at 100 miles an hour.
Oh, 100% not. And one of the things to be aware, if you're new to the British Truck Racing Championship, all of these trucks are restricted to 100 miles per hour on the straights. They cannot go any quicker than that. If they do breach it, they do have a restrictor, but as we did see at Snetterton, there were a couple of our competitors who did go beyond that. They'll get a time penalty if they do it too often. They may actually be disqualified from the results because of the speed, but hopefully we don't see that today, as everyone does carry it on, and we are on to our penultimate lap now with 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Our top 2 points is still bolting away, but we've got quite a few time penalties as well.
We have, yeah. I was just looking through some of these now. Dave Jenkins, I believe, has been handed one recently. We've also got a red marker for John Bowler. So, of course, 2 penalties in the top 3 is going to have a serious impact on who actually finishes the line. Over on TSL, of course, time we've got that. I believe Terry Gibbon's been handed one. Callum Eason has got one as well, which means possibly if Bradley Harvey holds on to his current position away from the also red light on. Oh no, never mind. We've got Neil Yates with track limits as well. What's just happened there?
That's Michael Oliver going wide there at the old hairpin and making a bit of a mess of that. That's going to give Steve Powell a lot of space to work with. I'm not sure whether we did see Simon Reed catch up to him, although meanwhile, looking at the lead battle here, Pointy, and sorry to cut over you about all those track limits. Well, now they're right on the list. Oh, and there's even more of them off there.
Absolute chaos out on Donington Circuit today, ladies and gentlemen, as Neil Yates, who's just received a 5-second penalty, gets pushed out of the way there by Terry Gibbon. I honestly think something's going on with the track. I think we'll have to have a look at this over the lunch break. But look, we've got a battle now at the front. 69 Dave Jenkins Jenkins looking for that space. Will he be able to make it past as we get Terry Gibbon back on the road? No, is that Harvey that's gone off as well?
Harvey.
That was Harvey. My goodness. I tell you, we're going to end up with more trucks in the gravel at the end of this race than we are in the podium, I think.
Oh, indeed, but as it comes onto the final lap, Jenkins looking outside, looking inside, as meanwhile, we do have, of course, the off there, but our leaders make the way through Redgate right now, and as they push on through, Jenkins here absolutely riding the rear of Stuart Oliver. He wants that win. Yellow flags out there, plus a slippery service flag coming down towards the old hairpin, so this is only going to make things even more difficult for Jenkins, because he's only going to have a finite number of places he can make the pass. So he'll back off here, most likely, coming down through Craner, in towards the old hairpin, and Stuart Oliver doing what's best, just defends the inside, as Jenkins now still glued to the back of Stuart Oliver. Up the hill they rise.
I mean, Jenkins has to be careful here. I'm not sure whether he'll know about the time penalties that he's got, neither will John Bowler, so putting all this pressure onto first place can of course still save him some kind of podium. As he looks around the outside there, will he be able to get round Stuart Oliver? Stuart Oliver just getting the nose back ahead of him and closing that door, but of course during this battle we've got John Bowler all over the back of them. But of course, who will actually end up on this podium by the time we've finished looking at all these penalties, Paul?
Oh, indeed, it's a good question there. And well, we've only just recently finished the Football World Cup, where it could have come down to penalties for some, but right now it's almost coming down to penalties here in the race as they roar the way down and well into the final couple of quarters. The S's await. Stuart Oliver right now, I don't think he's aware of the fact that he is going to be winning this, regardless of where Jenkins finished ahead or behind because of the penalties. But here they come through the final couple of corners, and Stuart Oliver, to be fair, he's going to win this, and it will be on the road, where Stuart Oliver comes to the finish line, the checker flag waves, and it is Stuart Oliver who takes victory. But who is going to be second? Well, Jenkins is demoted from it, and it is going to be your 68 there of Craig Reed who picks up second place. Jenkins is demoted to third as a result of post-race time penalties or track limits. Stephen Powell takes fourth. Then it is going to be Bowler who's demoted back into fifth, and it's going to be none other than the 89 Simon Reed in sixth. And meanwhile, we wait for your Division 2 winners to come through. I think Pointy's getting ready to run out the commentary booth.
I'm just going to run out. I'm going to go and hand out. I'm going to go and see them down in the pit lane. So, Paul, you can throw to me shortly, okay? I'll see you there.
Will do, Pointy. And, well, as Pointy makes his way onwards, well, ladies and gentlemen, Callum Eason comes to line, and he will take his 6th win in a row, carrying on from Snetterton. Division 2 winner there. Well done to Callum for doing so. And then we're going to have a little bit further behind. It will most likely be Gibbon coming on through. Now, do keep in mind that Eason does have a 5-second post-race time penalty for track limits, but I think he's going to be safe there for taking that win, even when that's added up. And then comes across line, that's going to be Gibbon, Terry Gibbon, and then we are going to have the wounded machine of Jake Evans finishing a lap down there, so it will be then come through the 33 of Yates. Then we're going to have the number 6 of John Powell, who comes through as your Division 2 finisher. It'll be runner-up. Oh, bit of a spin there for one of our runners a bit further back. So who's going to take third place in Division 2? On the road, at least, it is going to be Bradley Harvey. And as he comes across that line, does he have any penalties to worry about? No, he does not. And then we will see the number 40 there of Archie Handy in his Aveco truck, who was hoping potentially to take that third place, but he would have had a 5-second post-race time penalty for track limits, so he will be demoted to 4th either way. And then we will see Warren Harvey complete the top 5 of Division 2 on that lead lap. But goodness me, what a dramatic race it was. Indeed, setting the tone here for all the racing at Donington Park this weekend. But here are your provisional results, subject to the review of the clerk of the course, and Stuart Oliver taking that victory overall and in Division 1. And then we do see Craig Reed taking third on the road, but promoted to second due to the post-race penalty. David Jenkins rounding off the Division 1 and overall podium ahead of Stephen Powell. Then we had Simon Reed complete that top 5, with Michael Oliver in 6th, John Bowler in 7th. Your Division 2 winner took 8th on the road. That was Callum Eason. Congratulations to him on another win. Terry Gibbon and Neil Yates completing your top 10 overall there. And the fastest lap being set by the number 69 runner of David Jenkins, a 1 minute 26.53. A very impressive lap that, albeit a bit gutted. Perhaps he couldn't quite mount the challenge to Stuart Oliver the way he wanted to. But with that race complete, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we will be making our way down to Parc Fermé to get interviews with our truckers, and indeed an incredible race, no doubt about it. Plenty of trucks on the road, plenty going off the road as well, just what you'd expect from the British Truck Racing Championship when they're literally just dipping their toes in for the start of all the racing at Donington Park. But I can just tell you one thing, with all the excitement in this race, we're going to have plenty more excitement in the next one. And whilst we do wait for those interviews, we say hello to a number of you in the YouTube chats. This broadcast, of course, live wherever you are in the world on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, the BARC TV. We also do have you tuning in by the British Truck Racing Championship channel. I believe that is Truck Sport, the YouTube channel. And hello to you guys and girls tuning in there. Alternatively, you could be tuning in via the TCR UK YouTube channel. And, well, you'll get your fill there later on with the Civic Cup. But we're going to go down to Pointy. He's in Parc Ferme. So it's over to Pointy, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you some interviews. And I think he's got some intriguing stories to tell as well. And apologies for the delay there, ladies and gentlemen. A slight technical hitch, but we are now going to go to Pointy for some post-race interviews and a bit of excitement down in Parc Ferme.
Well, quite an incredible race there, ladies and gentlemen, and not quite the Parc Ferme we were all expecting. We made our way over to the old loop to go and do some interviews, and they've all disappeared. So here we are anyway. We're going to turn around here and go and speak to race one. Hi Ian, hi. Hi Ian. We're going to speak to race one winner. Look, it's Sammy Bowler. Hi Linz, hi guys. We're going to just quickly whiz into this corner because I haven't got a clue what is actually going on. It's complete chaos as they're making their way back into the Parc Ferme. So this will be virtual Parc Ferme now, of course, where the trucks have to return to their tents. Where have they gone?
Parc Ferme and Maplesweet behind you.
Where is Parc Ferme?
Go left.
Yeah.
First left, just in behind all these.
Oh, for goodness sake, I tell you what, they're making up as they go along.
It changes every year.
I know, it changes every year. Right, let's go. Thank you sir, thank you sir. Right, let's go and have a look for Parc Ferme, shall we? We're doing most of our content today from the back of a quad bike. Right then, actually get to speak to the driver. I mean, honestly. Right, there we go. For goodness sake, I tell you what. So, hello, not quite the Parc Ferme we were expecting as we saw you cruise past us on the old loop there, but no, luckily because we've got transport, we managed to come and see you down here. So
did you not get the memo?
We didn't get the memo, no. I mean, why would I need to know where to do the interview?
Yeah, exactly, Pointy.
Yeah, everybody
why would you?
Fantastic start to the weekend for you then, Stuart. Great result for the first race. Jenkins slipping back into third overall with a time penalty, but he was putting you under some serious pressure.
He was, yeah, credit to him. So I got myself a gap mid-race, not a big gap, but it was comfortable, so I then could take the racing line into Redgate rather than a protection line. And I thought, I was going well, and then I caught up to Jake Evans, who was smoke coming out the back, and I thought, going down Craner curves 100 mile an hour, I turned in to go down towards the old hairpin, and it just went off sideways.
I think everybody was suffering from that. What was there? Something down, do you think?
Yeah, there was something coming out of the back of Jake. Unfortunately, he's got a mechanical problem, and but I was the first one to come across it because I caught him up, and I think Dave saw what happened, so he avoided that line. So he closed the gap right upon us, and from there to the end, he was big in me mirrors. Let's put it that way. But it was a good race. It was fair. It was safe. It was
good race.
It was a good result. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. It was brilliant to watch. I mean, I don't feel for the crowds. They will be very dusty by the end of today, I can assure you. But nonetheless, brilliant result. We're going to go and speak to Callum Easton in Division 2. Well done, Stuart. Watch your back there. Don't slip over that. Steve Powell then moving up. Oh, yeah. Here we go. We'll go to there you go. So, Steve Powell then over in Parc Ferme. Can you confirm, was there something down on the tarmac there? Because we had drivers going everywhere.
I think it was Jake maybe in the bottom of the Craner curves. No, it started halfway down, just went to the left hand and just went straight on.
then you could see the residue on the circuit, so I kept to the other side. And then Michael come off behind. Yeah, it was a bit scary, but I totally messed up. The lights, I've never seen lights go out so early. Like, I mean so early. We was literally just out of the chicane. Usually, your left foot brake, we wasn't in by the pit wall.
Wow.
And it caught me totally asleep. Totally and utterly asleep.
Well, it seemed like you managed to catch back up quite well through the race.
Front row, I should have had such a fair result, and I lost. Obviously, Dave went past, Boulder went past, and Craig, and then Craig unfortunately clipped the tyre barrel in the chicane, which junked in front of me. But I just can't believe the light. I've never seen the lights go out so quick.
I was going to say, so it was Craig that hit the tyre barrel, because of course we saw it hit you, but it was hitting into you, right? That makes more sense.
And now my steering wheel faces that way.
Oh my goodness. Well,
honestly, the light, I don't know if any other driver said it. It'd be interesting to find out whether they think the same.
I'm sure somebody will be asking about that. Until then though, thank you Steve. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat over here with, we've lost the front. Join us with Callum Eason and John Powell having a quick post-race debrief. Callum, first of all, great race. I mean, you know, we saw you a little bit further back to begin with, first couple of laps, but you've got to be in it to win it, and here we are taking the first podium.
Yeah. So like you just said, you've got to be in it to win it. We had a few issues in qualifying which put us down the back end of that. We didn't complete many laps at all this morning. So we just went out clear-minded. We know what we've got to do to catch up with Jake, and none of these boys are letting them have it easy. That was a proper old saloon car race, but in 5-ton vehicles.
Hardcore that was, yeah.
That was really, really good, and everybody was so fair with each other, and that's what it should be about.
See. And John, to say, a great start for you.
No, we had a little issue last meeting, and you don't carry on, and it's give us plenty of room, and you know, it's just nice. And then I think I made the mistake at the back, and I would just put my.
It takes a big man to admit that. So fair play, John.
We got back on and we come second. So you know that's reeled them in a little bit.
And still some great silverware to be taken home with you for the first race.
It's what you come racing.
Exactly, and still 4 more races.
Absolutely.
So watch this space, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Much to do in the lunch break for you?
Eat some food, I think. Maybe drink some water.
That makes a nice change, doesn't it?
Instead of working on it.
John, it's great to see you back on the track, man, and seeing that podium again is fantastic.
Lovely, thank you.
Brilliant, cheers, John. Good talking to you, buddy. Well done. Right, I tell you, well, that wasn't that exciting. There was so much going on there. We didn't know where we were going, what was happening. Now, as the rules state, trophies are going out half an hour after flag down. Now, we did start the race on time, just at the 25 past mark, which means 15 minutes quarter 2, so we should be seeing some trophies at around 10 past 1. Shall I check my bit of paper? Ian, come on in.
I was going to ask you actually, when are you doing your podium points?
10 past 2 according to this. 10 past 2, not 10 past. We've already missed 10 past 1.
Yeah, we probably won't be able to, because we'll be straight into the next race.
You will be, yeah. So 10 past 2 it will be during the lunch break, won't it? So 20 past 2, the Brick Car Endurance for an hour and a half.
Yes, that's
You're looking forward to that?
I am. I always do actually. I'll be in the pit lane, up and down. So much action will happen. What did you make of that race? You enjoy that? Race
yeah,
of the day?
It was good. It was good. It was very good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was pretty full on. Loads of dust, loads of action, but nonetheless, great to watch. And we eventually got the microphone working as well.
Yes, that was.
Once I figured out that it was plugged in, the back was plugged into B output, not C output.
Oh, stop boring. No, stop boring everyone. Well done, Pointy.
I'm just a plumber, man. I shouldn't know these things.
You figured it out yourself, actually. I'm very impressed. Just quickly, you've got some suntan lotion up there.
I have got Factor 50. Yeah, P20 it's called. Honestly, it's like, oh mate, it's like you might as well just put wood stain on there, man. It's like absolutely no suntan going on up here whatsoever.
I missed you, by the way. It's good to see you again.
Oh yeah, I tried to just put that out of my memory, to be honest. The way you let us down for good.
I did see the intro actually, a little bit insulted. But
a little bit insulted.
Look, I'll tell you what. You've got to get ready for this podium. We are going to go make our way up. I will see you later. There's another truck race coming up this afternoon, isn't there?
Yes.
So we'll very, very much look forward to that. You go off, go do your podium. If I catch up with you a little bit later.
Absolutely.
We do have the Brit Car Endurance race coming up next. Like Pointy said, an hour and a half. Pit stops mandatory as well. It's going to be carnage up there. It's going to be brilliant. We will be up there in the pit lane bringing you all of the action. We are going to make our way up there now so we can catch up with some of the drivers. But whilst we walk up, because it's not a great deal of fun watching the back of my head walk through, is it?
Yeah.
We've got, you spoke to a few drivers a little bit earlier as well. We've got our walkthrough as well. We had a little bit of fun on a quad bike earlier as well, didn't we?
This walkthrough, it's brilliant.
Well, it's best content in the world ever. Make sure you don't disappear for that one. Although if you really want a cup of coffee, now's probably a good time to go back. But do come back. I'll be up in the pit lane very shortly. Brit Car Endurance coming up very soon. Pointy, thank you as always.
Thank you. See you in the next race.
Well, here we are at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park 2026. And I've bumped into the old mate Pointy's here as well. And he's got himself a new set of wheels. First question, the obvious one. Who on earth has trusted you with this?
Well, it's John Green, Solidex and Rydam Universal, one of our partners in the British truck racing. And yeah, he said, you know, I do so much running around, I deserve some transport. So we've got such a huge venue this weekend at Donington.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots of running around to do. And here it is. Do you want to go for a little ride?
Well, I want to know a little bit more about it, first of all. I want to know how fast it goes.
I mean, I can nor confirm or deny that it might or might not go 45 miles an hour on a quiet road with nobody around.
On private property, by the way, as well, isn't it? Private.
I do have a full UK driver's licence and public liability insurance. So
and of course, he's never ever take this ever on the public roads at all. It is only ever private property, like here at Donington Park. We are going to take you, actually a little treat now, we're going to take you for a drive right through the Donington Park paddock if you've never seen it before behind the scenes. So Tom, you hop on, you hop on. I'm going to
just hop on the back somewhere.
Hop on the back. And we're going to go for a little drive here at Donington Park. Here we go. Be careful. Remember, where we go, nobody knows.
It's too slow, it's too slow.
Whoa. Okay.
All the way gently there.
Yeah, put it gently.
It's smoother like this.
It's a nice drive, this is it.
Yeah, if you put it in high range, it's lower revs, you see, so you go a bit smoother, a bit quicker. Just wave to the fans. Morning.
So Pointy, whilst we've got you for trucks, of course, another big weekend here at Convoy in the Park. This has got to be one of your favourite events, isn't it? How busy was it this morning? I had to queue to get in.
Yeah, it's absolutely enormous. Biggest one of the year, biggest spectator numbers, biggest amount of show trucks as well.
I've got to hold on, sorry. I think I just kicked your wheel. Yeah. Let's wait till we're on a straight bit. Hang on. There you go, you hold that.
There we go, I'll hold this. Just wait for... There we go, thank you. So yeah, people...
There you go, you hold that.
There we go, I'll hold this. Just wait for... There we go, thank you. So yeah, people moving out of the way is always important, but yeah, so biggest amount of show trucks. We've got manufacturers here with their stands. We've got great things from sponsors. Over here on the left, of course, we've got some Sky Electrics if you want to come along and have a play on that. All the trucks and all the teams really do pull out all the stops to show off what they've been doing all year. And of course, it's this event each year. Sponsors Milwaukee, MB Energy, Sylvie Fleet with the fuel, of course, putting the biodiesel in all of our trucks, race trucks as well as road trucks. Mercedes always have a massive stand here as well. There's really loads to see on and off the circuit, but it's not just trucks. As you'll see shortly when we get to the end of here, we've also got the Coupe Cup here this weekend. What else have we got?
We've got TCR, Civic Cups are here. We've got Brit Car Endurance, costing 1.5 hours. There's a 45-minute Coupe Cup race, which we're very much looking forward to as well. And we've got the Mini Challenge Club Sport so much. Hello, boys. You all right? You good? You all right?
Here we go. Tight bend now. I'll say this quad bike has got the turning circle of a ferry, so we've got to be very calm. Morning. Here we go. Let's turn our way back round here again. If we lose Ian along the way, it's perfectly fine.
I'm actually running alongside, by the way. I'm not actually on the quad bike. I'm running. Yeah.
Doing a very healthy jog. Terry Gibbons' own 37 truck there on display. And we've got some pickups over here on the right. They are not racing today, but they'll be going out for qualifying shortly. Civics on the left here as well. It's incredible when you get to see the whole paddock, how much we actually managed to fit in. And there's only 2 or 3 people really from Thursday evening that, get these guys in over here, 2 or 3 people from Thursday evening that managed to fit all of these different championships in the paddock, and then the team at the circuit take over to organise the weekend. There's so many things going on. We've got the Brit Car podium, TCR UK podium. We're still going, there's even more. Here we go. We've got the minis here as well, more Civics to the left. A full race package at Donington, so it's not just a big event for the weekend, it really is a completely filled race timetable, which is important because I've been to events before and it feels like it should be a massive event, but in reality there's huge gaps in between each race. But here we've got the direct opposite, there's barely any time for anything between each race. And if we just carry on down here for a moment, we'll take you down through Redgate and we'll try and get some drifting in for you as well. You take the microphone now because I have to be very careful.
I'm going to jump. Oh, well done, Pointy, yeah. CNC heads are here as well this weekend. Looking forward to seeing them. They've got a massive grid, 54 cars I believe.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah. Let's go have a look at this park up here. Some of the drifters going. There you go. We will get off a sec. There you go. And hang on, I'm tired from all the running I've just done. Yeah, he's a very good driver, Pointy, isn't he? I hope you enjoyed that. That was a look through the sort of behind the scenes really here at Donington Park. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it before anyway. But.
Well, if you've never been down here before, that's the kind of thing we're constantly running around. So sometimes if, you know, Ian looks a little bit out of breath or I'm a little bit late or out of breath, you see scenes in the past of me running across the old loop over to the assembly area. It's a big area to cover, but we've not even covered the infield, so hopefully we might get a chance to show you some of that later on today.
No, I need to go stretch off.
Okay, he's got to cool down, stretch the legs. We're hopefully going to have had a word with a few drivers by now. This is the morning and we've got lots of work to do, so thank you for joining us. Lots to see and do here at Donington. It's Convoy in the Park 2026. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Good run.
Good run. Well done. What's your PB?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for the afternoon, we are just waiting for Ian to get into position down in the pit lane. In fact, as quick as I say that, Ian is now ready in the pit lane. To continue the story, we do apologise for the technical issues, but we do believe those have been resolved. Do let us know in the YouTube chat. But it's over to Mr. Waterhouse for some fun down in the paddock.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. It is almost time for our 90-minute Brit Car Endurance. So before we get to that though, I've just bumped into Jenson O'Neill-Going here. Hello Jenson, how are you? Our TCR Championship leader of course, but you just said qualifying didn't go quite how you were hoping.
No, we had some really good pace. Bolted a new set of tyres on, ready to go do a push lap, and silly mistake from me. I bottomed out over in the old hairpin on the bricks and bent a bolt to make us select gears, so we had no gears for the whole of quali.
Oh no, look, this season has been special for you, and you're still so young. Just remind everybody how old you are.
I'm 16, but not for long. I'm nearly allowed to drive on the roads.
When's your birthday?
19 days.
No, not that you're counting, right?
Days.
16 years of age, it's unbelievable, wasn't it? And TCR Championship lead. But you got Max Hart behind. What's it like having a legend like him trying to chase you down?
Max is a really good driver. Obviously, he used to race my dad's team back in 2022 in TCRs. He was very fast around here. It's going to be a hard fight, especially with Max and also Adam joining us again this weekend. It should be a spicy race.
It's going to be great, Jenson. Very much looking forward to it. Tomorrow, your TCR races.
Ollie. 3 TCR races tomorrow, not today. I want to talk to this man. Let's get back into the brick car endurance action. Here is Ollie Allen. His son Charlie Allen was racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last week. You may remember Brands Hatch. Ollie, how you doing, my man?
You all right, mate?
Have you, has your boy been giving you some tips?
Yeah, he's been coaching me.
Has he?
Yeah, basically, come on, Dad, come on. Come on.
Listen, let's talk about this hour and a half race, all right? Yeah. How much prep work do you do with your sort of planning on tactics, or is it all, look, if the safety car comes out, we just come in?
I'll be honest with you, this was decided on Thursday night.
I'm impressed.
I've done 12 laps in it.
Yeah.
So I don't know the car. I don't know. I've just jumped in it, and yeah, I've done all right actually. I think I'm about half a second off the pace. So
that's all right.
So that's not a bad effort.
And you know, you've got a good 45 minutes here. So
yeah.
You'll get quicker. You got Henry. That's Henry. Let's get down here, Henry.
Henry,
come on, come on. He's coming over. Henry Swanson over here, teammate with Ollie Allen, of course. Henry, how's it going, by the way, buddy? Really good to see you. What's it like having him as a teammate? He's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's all right. No, I'm joking. Yeah, he used to be my old coach, so it's good to have him in the car, sharing the car with me for this weekend.
So who's faster than out of you two?
Unfortunately, him so far.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell the truth, but
it won't be long though. He'll soon be on the pace. It's a new car. There's a lot to learn. So we're all learning this car really. We didn't know what we've changed a bit of setup. We've had to sort the brakes out. But Henry's the same as me. He's done like 10 laps in it, and I've done 10 laps in it. So we're in at the deep end really.
It's going to be a bit of a learning curve, isn't it? Are there tactics then? Like, I know I just asked you, Ollie, about it, but now we've got you as well, Henry, because you know this is competitive. You want to win, don't you? So is this a case? Because I know some teams are like it's just about getting seat time for people. Is this a case of listen? We should have 45 minutes each roughly. If we do the basic maths, it's an hour and a half, so 45 minutes each. However, if a safety car comes out after 30 minutes, would you come in and do the driver swap just to gain the time and try and get the win?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it's you know, this is my first brick car race really. I've never done a brick car race before, even though I've been racing 25 years. I've always done sprint racing, so I'm a bit into the deep end with it as well.
You feeling like, you know, you've got to keep going after 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, I do. I made a boo-boo earlier in qualifying and the checkered flag come out, so I came in. I thought, oh no, I've got to stay out.
Henry, tell us about your career path in motorsport so far?
Well, I started in karting back at home in Guernsey, and then small track.
Well, I remember watching Guernsey Football Club actually. They got relegated, but anyway.
And then came over to the UK, did NKC and Super 1, and then tested out the DS3, and
nice.
Dave said I was quick enough, so started in that, and then late last year started racing the Peugeot 308 Cup car. Did pretty well in that, a few podiums, a couple wins, and then now I'm in this.
Wow, okay, so this is going to be nice, isn't it? Look, you've got the beats on. What does a race driver listen to just before they're about to go out and track?
Well,
embarrass yourself.
I've been listening to the most manly thing ever. I've been listening to a bit of Lana Del Rey before the race.
Wow, your credibility is just silence. Who's that by?
Who was it by?
Nobody.
I can't remember who it's by actually, but that's my tune.
Guys, I'll let you crack on because you've almost got to get to the grid. Henry, best of luck out there. Lovely to see you, Ollie. Always is. Is Charlie here, by the way?
He is. He's going down to the grandstand.
Okay, right. We'll maybe catch up a little bit later. Good luck out there. Let's keep going. Talk to some more of the teams and drivers. I did want to make my way a little bit further down here. Got the Army Sports Car Racing there in the Ginetta here. Will Ashmore, Jonathan Candler, and Joshua Gilding. I wonder if we can just jump down and have a quick chat. We've got the door open. I doubt I will. Hopefully that's so. Sorry guys, is that all right? I hope you don't mind. I'm allowed to touch it. Thank you. Cheers. Let's keep going down. We've got one of the drivers here just putting his helmet on. I wonder. Oh, we've got Jonathan Candler's here. Oh, we'll have a quick chat with Jonathan in a minute. We'll just let you get your helmet on, Jonathan, and then we'll have a quick chat. Look, this is a great. Tell us more about the Army Motorsport you've got here.
Yeah, so obviously with the brick car, or the GT side of our
of our format. We've actually got the Armed Forces Race Challenge racing this weekend at Brands Hatch.
I've done that with you guys before.
So obviously we are a bit thinner on the ground because a lot of the people that help us support the support crew for the GT stuff are driving in the other one. So luckily we've got a few guys extra that can come in and help us out, and it obviously gives up opportunities to lads that haven't done it before to fill those roles as well, which is really good.
Now, I don't want to discredit any other team out and anything, but because you guys are the Army, you're probably the fittest team here, right? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are the fittest team.
What's the fitness process to get into the Army? What's the requirement? What would I have to do? Because I'm going to run the circuit later. It's, what's the requirement for me to get into?
Yeah. So like, I've Leicestershire times they have changed quite a lot of the fitness stuff now. So you do your runs, your press ups, your sit ups, your pull ups, and you do.
So how many press ups do you have to do?
I can't remember off the top of my head. No, there you go. I just keep banging them out. Yeah, I do like 200, and I think no, that's probably enough.
Wow.
No. Some of the so like I say, the fitness is still there because everyone needs to come a minimum standard.
And that can only benefit you guys in an endurance race.
And like I say, we all have to be able to do this. We all still need to beat those minimum standards to be allowed to go and do military sport and represent the military. So.
Excellent. Well, look, I'm going to catch up with you guys a little bit later. Mind you, just talk about the car very quickly. A fine machine to drive.
Yeah, it's an absolute machine. Obviously, I've come from doing the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the single front-wheel drive stuff.
I'm sure, didn't you have a BMW 1 Series?
No, I've got a Peugeot 306. I have. Yeah. So I am transitioning into the rear-wheel drive slick aero. But yeah, it's going all right. So fingers crossed today we get the good result we're after.
And 3 drivers, that brings its own challenge as well. In fact, you're the only team with 3 drivers here today, so tactics play a part, I take it.
Yeah, 100%. And like I say, with the free driver element, like if you're by yourself, you can go out the car straight away after the pit stop, and you know how the car's handling. With us, with the 3 drivers, that driver has a couple of laps that they need to switch on and work out the car. So it's a little bit of a back step for us, but it works. And like I say, with the 3 drivers, it just gives another person an opportunity, and that's what we're all about, giving the opportunity to the service people.
Jonathan, I appreciate that. Great thing that you guys are doing. Thanks for talking to us. I'm sure we'll catch up throughout the course of the race as well. The cars are being pushed out into the pit lane. We'll just squeeze through and work our way a little bit further up, shall we? Let's keep going and see who we can find. See Claire Headley. In fact, I really want to speak to Claire because I believe she's doing a charity skydive coming up very soon. So let's see if we can grab a quick word with Claire and find out how that is going to go for her. Let's we've got Nick Hull and Richard Avery in the Porsche just over there as well. Let me grab Claire. Hopefully she's happy to talk about it as well. Can I borrow Claire for a second, or is she really busy? Claire, can I just borrow you for a second? It's a lovely grid of cars, sunshine, great crowds here. This is the stuff of dreams, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't ask for any more. Just lots of compassion within, or passion within the pit lane, and everyone wants to go for the win.
Now, I want to talk about you, if that's okay, because I've seen something. Yes. I've seen something on social media about a skydive. Are you mad? What's this all about?
It was a passing conversation with the Army guys, and I just happened to say I'd love to do one. They said, well, would you like to do it 19th of August? So I am doing it for Parkinson's.
Soon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I lost my father in March this year,
Yeah.
and we're raising money for Parkinson's, and it's a dream come true. So, yeah, it'd be lots of support would be great from all of the Bach and Marshals.
I don't know if we're supposed to do this, but how do we donate, Claire?
Well, I presume it's just www. Parkinson's.
There's not a direct
I don't
link,
have GoFundMe or anything like that. Just
Okay.
straight to Parkinson's. It's a great cause, and I cannot wait. And I'll tell you more next time I see you.
I'm sure you are. Don't say that. Goodness me. Yeah, there we go. Let's get Claire Headley there doing a skydive for Parkinson's there. Brilliant stuff indeed. Let's keep going up, shall we? We've got to Project 29.7. They are part of the BARC Beyond the Checkered Flag campaign that we're doing. We're following certain teams. I wonder if Paul, and in fact, I could tell you, Jonathan Moore, I really want to speak to Jonathan Moore if he is. There he is. He's right there. Jonathan, how are you? It's good to see you, my friend. And it's nice to see you out in one of these this weekend.
Yeah, all good. I mean, my job is pretty simple, really. I'm finishing the year for these guys now, final 4 rounds. So yeah, I mean, we're fighting for the championship. My job is really to help them win it.
You were out at, I wasn't at Snetterton, but you were out at Snetterton, weren't you? And it went well, all right?
Not in this car, no.
Oh, were you not?
So my good mate Finn did Donington and Alton for them.
Okay.
Then I did Spa where we won.
Yeah. That was it. Spa, and it began with S.
Yeah, and then Ryan Bensley did Snet, and then I'm back in for the last 4. So, been a good weekend so far. I mean, the car is quick.
Yeah.
Carl's pretty quick as well.
And you're seeing the season out in Porsches as well?
Yeah, doing both.
Brilliant.
To be fair, when I got a call from Paul asking if I can finish the year in this.
Can't say no, can you? Can't say no to that face over there. Look at him, doesn't he?
No, I know. To be fair, I thought, oh, because we've got 4 rounds left of Civic Cup as well, I thought there's no way that it's not going to clash. I had a look and none of them do, surprisingly.
Wow, brilliant.
So it worked out quite well. And it's a fun car to drive. It's a lot more natural to drive than the 911.
I was going to say, does it take much time to adapt from going from the Porsche into a Ginetta? Or I mean, look, you're a young man. You could adapt pretty quick, I take it.
To be fair, the Ginetta suits how I naturally drive a car quite well.
Yeah.
So I can get into it and, not get the most out of it, but get somewhere near quite quickly. Whereas the 911 this year, the issue we've had really is that it's been a big learning curve because it's so different to anything else. So I wouldn't really say no. I mean, like I said, the Ginetta is quite easy for me to just jump in and get a time out of. Whereas the 911, you've got to build into it a bit more. It's a lot more unforgiving. And it's obviously a balance.
And a different challenge as well. I know the Porsche races, they're 20 minutes, so they are relatively long. This is an hour and a half. I know there's 2 of you, but that brings its own challenges, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's things like driver changes and minimum pit stop times and stuff that you've got to take into account for, and stuff that I'd never done before. Spa, I mean, they all went well at Spa, but I'm still pretty new to all of it. I've done sprint racing for 4 years now. Yeah. So, to be fair, the good years are pretty good. They don't drop off too much. You treat it like a sprint race, really.
Yeah.
But it's a 45-minute sprint race, not a 30-minute one. So,
Jonathan, look, best side, thanks for talking to us. Lovely to see you as well, by the way. Give my regards to your family, won't you? I wonder if we can very quickly say hello to Paul. I know they're a bit busy. Paul, I know you're busy. I won't keep you long. Lovely to see you, by the way. How are you? Are your team looking good this weekend?
Yeah, really good. Really happy. Rich and Sam in the GTP8 done a great job.
They did well, didn't they?
Yeah, really good. Really pleased with them. Characters to work with. Good lads. And then we've got Carl and Johnny Moore, both superstars. And I just want to say, I think we've got 4 probably of the best drivers in the paddock in our cars, so I'm so proud of what the team have done, and that's no disrespect to anyone else, but we've got some proper pedallers, so I'm looking forward to a good race in both classes.
You're not going to expect me to say this, but I'll tell you something, Paul O'Neill really smells really good. Well, good luck out there, team. One of my favourite places to be down here because they have Mint Imperials. How good is that? So we might be coming back here, Jonathan, and rating those if that's all right. Let's go back. In fact, I think we might be able to make our way onto the circuit. I can see Oliver Cottam up there as well. Let's go get ourselves onto the track, shall we? See if we can make our way on. There is Oliver Cottam. I know, I think Dad, who's recovering at the minute. Edward, I think you're watching. I thought I saw a comment from you a little bit earlier. Hope you're well. Let's make our way on to the circuit. Can I just say as well, we've got new for this season as well. We've got the new Bark safety car as well. Look how nicely it's been wrapped up. It looks very good, doesn't it? Big thank you to Joyce Design for that. I'm just going to, can I just borrow you for, don't run away from me. Don't run away. It's good to see you. This safety car, are you liking this safety car this year?
Am I?
Are you liking the new safety car this year?
Yes. I did like the old one because you really had to drive it, but it's still a car that you have to drive. It's not electric.
So when you say you really had to drive what's the big difference then? Because you're the expert, not me.
And this one's got the power.
This one's got and that makes you happy, doesn't
it's
it?
It's a Porsche. It's got power. The poor Focus, it was a little bit.
Yeah.
It had lived a bit.
It had lived. Okay. How many laps then do you think you've actually led as a safety car driver during race conditions? Do you reckon you've led more laps than most people here?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
The first round here this season with the Brit cars.
So you technically won the race then, technically.
I can't remember if we took the checkered flag for that race, but we took it 3 times that weekend.
Wow, so you won 3 races that weekend. I mean this in the nicest possible way. I hope we don't see you Where was Oliver Cotton? He's down there. Let's go for a little walk and catch up with him. Of course, Oliver used to race in the JSCC. He's raced Porsches. He's raced here in Britcar as well. As I said, know his dad very well too, Edward. I believe he's recovering it in a minute. So, Oliver Cotton, I'll come in to talk to you. Don't disappear from me. Nah, you can't do that to me. How are you?
Yeah.
It's good to see you, my friend. You all right?
Yeah, happy.
How's family? How's dad? Is he okay?
Good, yeah. He's recovering now. He's obviously had surgery last week, so just recovering now. So obviously I'm out here racing.
I think he's watching actually, because I think there was a comment from him a little bit earlier. So if you are watching, Edward, hope you're well. When are we going to see you back racing?
Probably very soon. We're going to see what we can do. Maybe come out and do some kind of racing, maybe Britcar. We're not sure at the moment, so obviously. Family health obviously having issues, so we're just going to try and go back to like more grassroots stuff and enjoy ourselves a bit more.
So what does your role involve this weekend? And now that you're not, are you? I mean, you've probably got a really important role now, haven't you?
Yeah. So I'm the number 2 mechanic on Greg's car. So I run Greg's car with side of Ryan. So me and him is on that car ourselves. So obviously I'll do all the pit stops as well. Just getting the car ready for every session.
Wow.
Maybe helping there again about driver coaching, just helping.
That can only benefit you as a driver, kind of, to learn all of that extra bits and bobs, and you know.
Yeah, definitely. We learn all the extra bits, like learning how to do setup changes, stuff like that, and does help a lot. So
I suppose when a driver is given feedback, because you're used to being a driver and given feedback, if you've got a number 1 or number 2 who hasn't been a race driver, perhaps they don't quite get it, because you have been, it registers immediately, and you kind of can offer solutions straight away on the pit wall.
Yeah. So obviously, when the driver feeds back to me and Ryan, because I've been in the car before, so I know exactly what he's talking about. So I know what to do, change or help him or get him through a race if there's an issue with the car. I've probably been there, had the experience of this situation or issue. I can talk him through it and help him out through a race.
Excellent. Oliver, lovely to see you as well. Again, do give your regards to your my regards to your family. Still waiting for a few cars actually. Let's go back and have a look, see where they are. Let's move back down. I think they're just waiting to go up. This race due to get started literally in about less than 5 minutes, I believe. The 5th meeting of the season. I can tell you, SG Racing and Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham will be on pole position. But let's bring the camera around actually, Tom, if that's all right, so we can watch the cars as they do come out onto the track here. In fact, they've been asked to go out now, so let's watch some of the cars as they pull out. Let's just enjoy the sound and the sight, shall we, as the Britcar Endurance Championship cars make their way onto the iconic Donington Park circuit. There goes the Rob Ellick car, the number 7 there. So Finn Jones and Rob Ellick, they are going to line up in 13th place. They're in the trophy category, 2nd in the trophy category. There goes the number 32. That is your pole sitters as well, Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham in the SG Racing. Right in front of us we've got the number 36, that's Sam Smith and Richard Amos. That is of course the Project 297. We just heard from Paul O'Neill. Here goes the other one as well. So I think it's is it Cole Garnett in that? Yes, so Cole Garnett is going to be the starting driver for that one. Look at them as they're down the grid. Oh, how nice do they look and sound here. We've got 25 cars in total. Great to have you along today, by the way, everybody. Thank you for joining us this Saturday afternoon. Of course, we're live on the BARC YouTube channel. A little bit later, we're going to be live on the TCR page for the Civic Cup race too. So wherever you're watching from, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. So much motorsport action to bring you. All the action tomorrow as well. Goodness me, do we have a lot of races for you. We'll be live from just after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it is wall-to-wall racing action. It is going to be fantastic. So hit that subscribe button to make sure you don't miss any of it. Look at this coming past us now. That's Ashley Woodman there in the number 60 machine in the EDF Motorsport, the Legia. I think we spoke to Ash a couple of times, but what a great car that is. I know Dave Farrow is here as well. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. In fact, I can see him up there as well, helping look after Ash Woodman. And he was out last week, you may remember, at Brands Hatch. He's got that BMW with the classic touring cars. Did a race and track action as well. Let's make our way back onto the circuit, shall we? In fact, let's just wait here one moment because we just want them to go around the circuit. A little bit later as well, I've got to say, a couple of us here, we're going to run the circuit myself. Dan, Richard, Jack is going to run it with us. Zolly's going to run it as well. So if you are around Donington Park and fancy a laugh a little bit later, do stick around and you can watch that if you're at the circuit. So we're just waiting for a few more. I think the cars are all gone out now. They're the TCR cars up there. Let's get ourselves back onto the circuit, shall we? And let's have a look at these as they make their way on. It's getting really, really busy here. Let's go over and chat to a couple of marshals, shall we? Just whilst we're waiting here, we've got a couple of guys with the fire extinguishers. Hopefully, guys, I really hope, and I mean this in every possible way, it's going to be a quiet day for you. Let's hope so, hey?
We don't use the Q word, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, sorry, I've completely jinxed you there. You've got an awful lot of these labels on your overalls here.
It's called experience.
How long have you been a marshal?
7 years.
7 years.
I just started my 8th.
Wow, congratulations. Why do you keep coming back? Why do you love being a marshal?
So enjoyable.
Yeah.
You get to see things for free that you would have to pay for, like getting in hearings, for instance.
Absolutely.
And the crowd that we work with, just out of this world.
Do you know what? We're very fortunate, are we, to be able to come on here, aren't we? Right, this close. I've almost just look. There's a massive hole here. Look, almost just falling down that.
You have to watch out for things like that.
Yeah, you guys do. You got a few signatures. Who?
Yeah, one's Nicholas Hamilton. One's another driver from last year on the touring cars, Damon. Daniel Robo.
Oh, Robo. Yeah, great stuff.
So I got Robos last year.
How long have you been a marshal for?
About 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Why do you keep coming back? What's so great about it?
I just love the atmosphere.
Yeah,
love seeing everything, seeing all the spectators enjoying themselves, drivers enjoying themselves. So just love it.
Well, thank you guys for all the work that you do. As I said, my fingers crossed that it's a. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Be the first time. They've had a bit to do already, actually. Look, here we go. Look at this. The car's coming in now. How good does this look here? This is the McLaren 570S right in front of us, the number 23. That's Simon Clark behind the wheel of that one. Here comes our pole sitters as well of Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham as well. Do you want some help? Let's push him back. There we go. You see, Elliot's our producer today. Elliot, are you watching this? I hope you're watching this and actually seeing that I do some work. So there we go. Let's go have a quick chat. There we go with Mr. Cunningham in here. How was that? Look, I think we've lined you up perfectly here, haven't we? So,
this is all on you now.
So if you win, just remember I probably was if you win by less than a second, that's because of me.
I'll tell you what, I'll do a deal. If we win, I'll share the bubbly with you.
Deal. It's on. It's on. You all heard that. Look, pole position, you're in the best place you want to be. You must be pretty in tune with the car right now.
Yeah, we are. We're really going well this year. The car, we understand the car more this year, full stop dead end. So, and I think that's definitely helping our performance. So, all good. All good.
If you win, I'll be joining you on the podium. Best of luck. Well done. There we go. That's your pole sitters. Mark and Peter Cunningham. They've gone well indeed, haven't they? I don't think we're going to have too much time to speak to anybody else. We'll just give you a sight here because we literally have 30 seconds, then we have to get off. But listen to the roar. Listen to this, by the way. Can I just turn the volume up, everybody? There we go. Yes, that is the whistle. We are going to have to get off the track. Right, there we go. Time to go at racing. The lunch break is over. It's the 5th meeting of the season for the Brit Car Endurance Championship here at Donington Park. Let's hand over to commentator Paul Walsh. He will take you through the action. I'll see you in the pits.
Well, thank you, Ian. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are set and all ready to go for the remainder of the afternoon here at Donington Park for the first of the 2 days of Convoy in the Park in 2026. And well, we are all set for the Brit Car Endurance Championship's 5th round of, well, the 5th race meet, the 6th round of their season. And our drivers will line up as follows. On pole position, it is going to be your challenge pole sitters, Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham, with Mark Cunningham in the car. And they are going to try and make it their 3rd win of the season season if they can. Join on the front row is going to be the 991 Invitational, Sam Howarth, who making his debut for the purposes of this round and looking to potentially get ready for a full season 2027 as I understand it. Then we're going to see on row number 2, it is going to be your GT pole sitter of Form Evo Racing Simon Clark, who really has been the man and the team to beat so far this season. And then joining him on that row will be the Hall and Avery pairing, the number 20, and that's going to be Richard Avery at the helm of the Full Throttle Motorsport SGM Porsche 92 Cup car. Then we do have, starting in 5th, it's going to be the Ginetta G55 Super Cup machine there of Safeside and Hills Motorsports Michael Nibson, Aidan Hills. Yes, that Aidan Hills, the man who's very accomplished in Mazda MX-5s. And then we do have the wonderful combination behind them of Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Sciglio in the Darton Motorsport 47. 7th on the grid, it's going to be Smith and Amos there in the Ginetta GTP 8 Super Cup car, the number 36. And they're getting ready for none other than what will be a tough run up towards turn number 1 as they battle with the Ginetta rivals, and then we'll see the number 78 there of Colin White completing your first 4 rows. But there's plenty more rows to go, ladies and gentlemen, and then we go to row number 5. It is going to be the number 3 of Nick Casey in the company there of the 34 of Greg Saunders, who is going to be your trophy pole sitter. Then we'll have the Army Racing Sport Machine there of Ashmore, Chandler and Gilding. They'll be starting in 11th ahead of Molesdale, who starts 12th. Then it's going to be Jones and Ellick in the Seat Cooper, the number 7, they're starting 13th, just ahead of Archie Buttle in the Ginetta G56 GTA for Vortis Motorsport. Then it's going to be Murphy and Garnett and Moore, the 2 pairings there, completing your top 8 rows. But then just behind them, to complete our starting order, I do believe, we are going to have Warden Cummings in the Ginetta G55 ahead of Van den Neveen, and then we'll have Alan Swanson ahead of McBride and Keane. And then in 21st, it's going to be Ligia J2, the JS2R of Ash Woodman ahead of Martin Addison and a fellow family member there. And then we do have Lynch and Oengard Endol completing row number 12. And then we have one more starter, I do believe, and it will be starting in 25th place, the DH Racing Machine of Dylan Hotchin. And that's how they all start, ladies and gentlemen. So we're all absolutely ready to go. And well, for this 6th round of the Brit Car Endurance Championship of 2026, we do have a few alumni there in the YouTube chat, including, of course, Jimmy Broadbent. And well, we see all the cars there behind the pace car. And without further ado, it's time for 90 minutes of racing. And so the pace car peels away. And it's lights out, away we go for the 6th instalment of the Brit Car Endurance Championship, and they roar the way down towards turn number 1. But as they do, our pole sitter covering off those who would challenge them in towards the opening corner with Flat 6 Motorsports there. Sam Half trying to look for a move, but not quite able to make it work out. But Form Evo Racing Simon Clark, they're doing a brilliant job of holding on to that 3rd place GT pole sitter, and right now trying to change that overall podium if they can. But already our challenge leaders open up a gap. But look at the field as it flows its way down through Redgate, and well, as they do, all the way in towards the old hairpin, a bit of battling in the mid-pack there. That's going to be your number 22. And being piloted by Archie Buttle for Vortis Motorsport, holding off there the attack of our 32. And well, good battle between the 2 of them, but still more to come as they now make the way up into McLean's. But everyone's safely on through the opening few corners. But as we can see that our trophy leader getting into the midst of the Ginettas, well, it's definitely an absolute Ginetta jam-packed midfield, but our top 4 now starting to pull away a little bit, although not without seeing the Vortis Motorsport machine get a little bit closer. But our pole sitter running away, and Mark Cunningham right now trying to put as much space between him and the rest of the field in preparation for the pit stops later on. Remember, this is a 90-minute race, it really will be a test of endurance. We do see our 47 of Marco Anastasi, the Darton Motorsport Ginetta G55 Super Cup, getting ready to go on the attack. We'll be a little bit too far back at the moment as they go on to lap number 2. So after your first lap, it is going to be your challenge pole sitter, who's still your leader. Oh, big lunge up the inside there, going in towards Redgate. Trying to see who that was there, and I think that was number 78 of White there, going for an absolutely first class stamp send. Well, we do see that a little bit further back in the order, plenty of fighting, and we'll look back to the front, but we do plenty of fighting going on there as they come down in towards the old hairpin. But 2 wide here between 2 of us. That's going to be the number 22 squeezing on through. That's Archie Buttle moving up another place, so he now moves himself up there into what is going to be at 12th place, squeezing ahead of the Army Racing Sport car. I'd like to see whether we can go a bit further later on, as we do still have a very tight mid-pack there. It's absolutely cramped for Ginettas, doing plenty of scrapping. Your number 3 there, Casey. Nick Casey doing a good job for Darton Motorsport. Still chasing after Archie Buttle as they head down the back straight. Looking bit further back there, we do have your Civic Cup. That's the Jones and Lennox machine. Still trying to make sure they're not caught there by Saunders, battling for the trophy lead at the moment. As they come towards the end of their second tour of the circuit on the racing conditions. Well, both drivers there trying to chase down what could be a very valuable win with regards to championship points this month, as we have had a wide variety of trophy winners so far this season. But 2 by 2 as they come here in towards Redgate Corner. That's going to sweep around the outside. And I think that is going to be the move made there in 4th place in GT. And that's White getting ahead of Anastasi. That'll be for CWS, making up another place. Then we come back to the number 82 there of Nibs, and well, trying to make sure that Casey doesn't close up. But then we come to your trophy leaders, looking so close there between Jones and Saunders. Both in equal machinery essentially, so this is really going to come down to the driver and the setup they've opted to go with at Donington Park. Oh goodness me, and that is a race all over there, and I believe that is going to be the 189 of, I believe it's the Addison family, Bill Addison behind the helm of it. And well, I was hearing that they decided to have Bill start the car for the purposes of this race, and it's a bit of a change to their normal strategy, but it has not worked out, and that is going to be a safety car there. That car beached in the gravel, and that's going to be at Redgate. As then we look back to the front of the field, well, the whole field will stop racing essentially. Everyone will back off at this point and just simply run under a defined pace there, as we will need to extricate the Addison machine. There's a racing car from Redgate from the barrier, and just make sure Bill Addison is okay. So here's our lead at the moment with the safety car out here, but this will neutralise the pace. It will cause the field to bunch back up as well. And well, we're just going to see everyone here just turn it down the wick a little bit. Of course, this all being part of the Brit Car Endurance Championship, the safety car being a big element. We saw that at Snetterton only a month ago, back on the 11th of July. And that safety car really dictating strategy, and seeing some teams really try to maximise the safety car periods in order to be able to take their 2 pit stops. There are 2 mandatory pit stops, as it's a 90-minute race. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. See the Argenetta's closing up to each other, but no overtaking will be permissible here, and everyone right now will just gradually be turning things down. And if you do have any questions in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, as you tune into this race, feel free to throw those into the YouTube chat, and we will try to answer those questions where we can. There we can see our number 82 there, Nibs, and well, I think he'll be breathing a big sigh of relief that he's not going to have Nick Casey attacking him at the moment. They won't be permitted to, of course, under the safety car, but it was Nick Casey who was building up that pace quite quickly. And there we can see the safety car leaving the pit lane, unfortunately being caught out a little bit there by a leader, so there's going to need to be a little bit of negotiation. I suspect what this will mean is that first and second are 32 of Mark Cunningham, and also there the 991 are Sam Howarth. What they'll have to do is come back around and essentially make the way towards the front of the field, though we'll wait for confirmation as to what the game plan will be with respect to that. Definitely a huge shunt there for the Addison Racing Aston Martin AMR GT4. Well, hopefully Bill is all okay, and we'll give you updates when we can. But, of course, what this will immediately mean for our drivers and their teams is they'll start to think, okay, we're now going to have probably an extended period of safety car running. Oh, as we've had another one of our runners park up there. That is Axel van Nederveen, the Darton Motorsport Ginetta G56 GTA running trophy class, and his race has come to a bit of a stop. Well, we'll have to wait and see whether he can get going again or not. If not, and the marshals have to start attending to that car, that might be out of the race. But it doesn't look a happy Ginetta at the moment. Something tells me that may not be going anywhere other than to the pit lane. The field queuing up behind right now, and we'll be interested to see what happens with regards to our 2 overall leaders, who of course are not in the safety car group, at least not at the front of it, but they'll be catching up to the back of it shortly. We gradually see all the field making its way on through there, and well, all the gaps were gradually opening, but now they will compress back together. And we did hear earlier on, of course, as Ian was walking down the pit lane from none other than Ollie Allen. You'll see him out there in the 175, the race car experience Volkswagen Golf in the trophy class. And there we can see the safety car pulling aside. So what is now happening is the safety car is letting all the field through because they have caught the wrong car as the leader. They've caught the 20 car there of Nick Paul for Motorsport SGM and Richard Avery. And what they have to do now is let the field go. The field will go round at a defined pace under yellow flag. And then we will see our leader, that's of course Mark Cunningham, then pull up behind the safety car, and we will resume the safety car proceedings as they were. But all my drivers tyres will be used to such procedures. We do see the number 66 there of Alok Iyengar and Philip Engdahl. The car, of course, consisting of 2 drivers, not from the United Kingdom, with Alok Iyengar racing from India and coming over to the United Kingdom, and I do believe Philip Engdahl being a highly decorated Scandinavian driver from Sweden, having competed previously in the Scandinavian GT4 Championship and also, I believe, some other machinery out on the continent. But I do see our driver there, the 111 of Axel van Nederveen, making his way out to the car from Donington Motorsports. That car will need to be retrieved, or at least moved away from the circuit. And we do see there are leaders now on the back of the safety car, so they finally catch up to the safety car. It's found the right order, and well, now we will be just running, of course, at the safety car pace, at much as our pace, as we get ready to group everyone up. And as we do wait for the field to come together, just to fill you in a little bit on the pit stops, we are expecting there to be 2 pit stops in this race. They are mandatory, they must be served, and they'll be served when a pit window, which is 18 to 72 minutes into the race. Or in other words, when you see that clock in the top left corner of your screen, essentially pass what would be 72 minutes remain in the race, we will see the pit lane open, and then it will close in terms of those mandatory pit stops, and we have 18 minutes left to go. There's also driver pairings out there, or in the case of a couple of teams, we do have trios of drivers occupying the same car, and it is expected that for driver pairings that no driver can do more than 60% of the race. For driver trios, I think it does work a bit differently because of the ratio of the number of drivers to the amount of time. Does add a bit of intrigue there, because sometimes you'll have faster drivers, sometimes you'll have slower drivers in the car, and we do differentiate the faster drivers typically by referring to them as pro drivers. Now, if you sat there thinking, well, does that mean a team could essentially field the very best driver out there as a pro, and then field an AM driver or a pro-am driver who may not be on the pace and they'd be guaranteed to win? Well, that's where the rules and regulations prevent that from happening, because when drivers come into the pits, the pit stops that are required, there's a defined pit time at any circuit. Here at the Donington Park circuit, you have a minimum pit time of 129 seconds, but then Balance of Performance will say that if you have a pro driver in the team, there'll be time added onto your pit stop that you have to take. Meanwhile, if you're a team purely of what would be prime or AM drivers, you may not have to take that extra time. But there's also other success ballast pit stop times where time will be added on. And to give you a bit of an explanation with regards to that, whilst we do have a mandatory 129-second pit stop time in general for a lot of our teams, Ashley Woodman in the EDF Motorsport number 60 Ligier JS2R, you'll see that he's going to have a 144-second pit stop. That being the time end to end of the pit lane, I believe. Just double checking there. Indeed, it's all about the pit entry versus the pit exit line. And that is because of the class of car, and that is a big part of it as well. And you also see that for our Porsche Challenge cars at the front of the field. So I see a question being asked there in the Bark YouTube chat from Richard Moxley, saying to the guy in the comms booth, can you do 2 30-minute stints with 3 drivers here? That's a good question. I believe you could effectively have 30 minutes per driver. If you did have a pro driver as part of the team, I'm not sure if that would change the regulations. I think that would just simply lengthen the pit stop effectively for the team. So you would have what would be there, you could run an equal duration stint for each of your drivers. But as our safety car goes around, we might be seeing the safety car come in soon from what we're hearing circuit side and what we're hearing here. And we also say hello to Mark Tucker there in the YouTube chat, who asked the question, I wonder if the Ginetta and the Aston Martin are contact because the left front of the Ginetta is flat. Good question and good observation, Mark, and we'll see if we can find out a little bit more information with that. Oh, in fact, Richard Moxley there confirming that it is 2 30-minute stints, and Grace McLean, apologies there, misread what was, it was a statement for Richard Moxley rather than a question, and well, thank you, Grace, for confirming there. And well, even I can make small mistakes, but to be fair, that's all fun and part of the parcel of enjoying the Brick Car Endurance Championship. As our drivers come on down the hill there, that lovely long distance shot there, and showing them all making the way on through. Right now, everyone I think itching to go racing once again. We definitely are itching to see all the racing unfold. I'm sure you'll agree. As we do wait now for the racing to get back up to full pace. Anything else to consider with regards to the pit stops? Well, refueling and tyre changes are done as needed. So there is no mandatory requirement to have to refuel the car or change tyres. So you will see some differences there in the pit lane. We'll see some teams change their tyres, others will opt just to change 1 or 2. and some will opt to put fuel in the car and nothing else. We do see that in McLaren right in the middle of the field there, and that being our McLaren 570S of Hotchin, the GT Invitational car, making his way through, currently in 17th place. So looking to make his way forward, but as an invitational driver, won't be scoring any points for the purposes of today's race, just out there to have fun. Coming on down, the safety car lights still on at the moment, so I think we might be spending another lap behind the safety car. In fact, safety car pulling away a little bit there. But everyone making their way on through. The S is there. We'll have to wait and see whether we are resuming. In fact, I'm just having confirmation in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, that I think we are not going to see the safety car come in. So therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to the pit lane, to Ian, because he's got none other than Dave Farrow from our Leisure team there, and he's going to have a chat with him and a bit of news from them, I believe.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to the pit lane. As you can hear, the safety car still out on the track, so we're not missing any racing action, not too much to report yet. So I'll go down to see my old mate Dave Farrow's down here. Dave, you're looking after Ashley Woodman. Normally we'd talk about the race, but not a lot's happened yet.
It's quite boring at the minute, mate, to be fair. I mean, they've had some, Addison's have had some bad luck, bless them, and there's Janetta off as well. So yeah, I think we had two racing laps, if that, and then we're straight into safety car. So yeah, we just got to wait and see now. Strategy-wide, it kind of works a little bit for us.
Do you find it a bit easier? It's just a one driver as well with Ash. Is that a little bit easier to manage then?
Yeah, I think from my point of view, obviously with coaching him as well, it's just managing one personality, one car, and the characteristics of the car stay the same for the one person. So it makes life on that side a lot easier.
You're looking after the Leisure, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that quite a temperamental car?
The only thing we've had with it is floor. Other than that, I mean, I had it at Snetterton when I drove at Snetterton, but I think we've got around that now. Just a few little modifications to how the fixings were done. But they're not. They've never done an hour and a half race. They're normally done for 15 minutes, so we never know really how the car's going to hold up. But no, it's not temperamental. If you keep on top of it, like we said before, it's a great car to work on. You just got to keep on top of it, Bailey.
And actually, early safety car, I imagine it probably does everybody a bit of a favour, doesn't it? There's no pit windows. It's not open yet, so you don't have to worry about that. And you can just save the car, save yourself a little bit for a longer slog.
Literally, at this moment in time, all we're doing is driving around. We're not really burning fuel, and we're not using tyres or brakes. So if we carry on going, I might go have a brew.
Oh, this motorsport like is easy, isn't it?
It's so difficult, isn't it? But yeah, at the minute it's kind of like the best. It's the best form for everybody. At the minute, like I say, unlucky for the Addisons, they didn't deserve that. It's one of them where at the minute we're well into 20 minutes into the race and not a lot's happening.
Yeah. Look, Dave, I think I'm just hearing in my ear that safety car might be coming in very shortly. So I'll let you crack on. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck to Ash and yourself for the rest of the race. Really appreciate it. Right. Oh no, safety car staying out. I've been fed false information by my producer. Safety car is staying out, as you can see, as the cars come all the way through. I'm going to hand back to Paul Walsh in the comms box. Not a lot to report down here in a minute.
Well, thank you, Ian. And well, whilst we remain behind the safety car, that was Ian catching up with Dave Farrow, the man who substituted into the EDF Motorsport Leisure J2S, the JS2R car at the last moment at Snetterton, as Ash Woodman did have to withdraw due to exceptional circumstances. It's Ash Woodman back in the car, and I did catch up with Ash earlier today, and he was saying to me about the fact that Dave, having worked on the car and also having raced in car and very similar cars over recent years, Dave really is the man who gives the benchmark to Ash, and therefore whenever they go to a circuit such as here at Donington Park, well, it was Dave Farrow who set a lap time in the car during a practice session, a target time of around about 1:12, and I said to Ash, right, I want you to go chase that lap essentially. They did the same at Spa-Francorchamps earlier this season, back at the tail end of May, and that's one of the big parts there of their dynamic, where Ash Woodman always looking to improve, a man who has converted from front engine front wheel drive to now mid-engine rear wheel drive, so completely learning a different discipline. But as we do look there at the number 22 of Archie Buttle there, the Vortis Motorsport car, we thought that we might have seen two Vortis Motorsport cars on the grid for the purposes today. Vortis Motorsport were looking to enter a second car, but unfortunately couldn't quite make it happen. But good to have Archie out there, and definitely a future star. But as they all come through, one of the things as well, this does help with is managing tyre temperatures to a degree, because we do have a very hot track out there at the moment. I believe ambient temperature right now, pushing the best part around 27 to 28 degrees centigrade, and I can only imagine what that tarmac is going to be temperature-wise. But also interestingly, as I've just heard down in the pit lane, with the fact that very shortly we are going to be having the pit window open, because we are almost 18 minutes into this race. Depending on when the safety car comes in, we might see a lot of teams immediately dive into the pit lane here, and I believe Ian might be getting ready to see what he's going to see come through. But with only 10 seconds left at the moment on the clock before the pit window opens and the safety car staying out, I think we are going to see some cars come in. Now, it's going to be a bit of a gamble there. I think that is one of our Ginetta. I think that's the Vortis Motorsport car coming in. Did they cross the pit limiter line before or after 18 minutes had passed? Right on the limit, there's your number 20 as well, as we do see the car coming on in, and well, driver change in effect, and that is going to be Richard Avery.
Everybody, you can see a few changes going on here.
And well, the standard procedure there, of course, being the driver has to be extricated from the car, literally lifted out there, and then driver goes back in. One of the intriguing things, of course, when you do see a driver change, well, in fact, I'm going to go quiet and hand over to Ian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to get a word from Ian whilst he's down there in all the action. Over to Ian.
Yeah, here we are, everybody down in the pits. Thanks for joining us. Getting very busy, as you can see. Straight away, Nick Hull, Richard Avery into the pits to make their stop. I can see Ollie Allen and Henry Swanson making a change as well. They're just waiting to push this car back out. Goodness me, it looks good and it sounds good as well. The number 20, the Porsche 992.1 Cup car. They're just counting down. 7, 6, 5. Remember, there is a time limit. You have to be, you cannot exceed that time or you'll be handed a penalty. So they've got to be absolutely spot on with this. So first pit stop for Full Throttle Motorsport with SGM Motorsport, Nick Hull and Richard Avery, as we say, just alongside. We've got Ollie Allen, and Henry Swanson over there as well. I wonder if I can grab Richard Avery for a very quick chat, if that's okay. Let's jump in with Richard. I wonder if I can just have a quick chat. Oh, look, it's Ross Craig is here as well. I'm behind you, Tom, if that's right. We'll jump in. Richard, very quickly, we've got not too much racing for you now, unfortunately.
No, not a lot, to be fair. Just sat there following some orange flashing lights, to be honest.
Well, you got through the first lap, and that's the main thing, isn't it? Nice and clean. And look, you'll get back out again, I take it?
Oh, yeah, we're back out a bit. Nick's gone out to do his shift now, and then we're back out again. But yeah, first few laps, there's so much spent dust everywhere, to be fair. But yeah, it's all right. There's supposed to be a grip out there, so yeah.
Well, talk to me about Redgate Turn 1, because there was a little bit of oil down after the tracks a little bit earlier with sort of Marshall's doing a great job. Was it pretty grippy, no issues?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it looks worse than what it is. There's so much spent dust down there, but you just got to drive through it and just grip into it. Do you know what I mean? You ain't got to be worried about it. You just got to keep some grip in there. But yeah, no, that's right.
Well, I hope you get to have some fun.
Cheers, buddy.
I hope you have a bit of fun a little bit later. More cars coming in just behind you as well, Tom, if that's all right. If we turn around the number 82 machine as well, Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills in the safe side Hills Motorsport Ginetta G55. Great stuff coming in. A little bit further down, Archie Buttle in the number in the Vortis Motorsport car Ginetta as well. I wonder if we can grab a quick chat with somebody as well. Let's see if there's going to be. I don't think there's going to be a driver change here, actually, is there? They're staying in the car. We've got a couple of cars behind us. Let's come around behind us, actually, if that's okay, Tom. Let's give everybody a little bit more of a look at the cars as they come. We've got Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio, regular podium position drivers. Let's just jump in and have a quick chat over here. I believe we've got one of the drivers anyway. Let's just jump in. Hello, how are we doing, guys? Not too much racing done so far, is there?
I haven't missed much, no.
We haven't got too much to report, has it?
No.
I mean, look, Donington Park, where does it rank for you, Donington, as a circuit?
I like it. It's especially the national layout. Yeah. I like it. I like it better than GP. I like the flow.
And you're not swapping drivers now. You're just
not now. No. Too early.
Oh, you don't want to give your tactics away. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. But best of luck. Good to see you as well, by the way. Let's stay here a sec because these cars are about to be pushed out. Stay stay with us. It's great to see, isn't it? Oh, safety cars coming in. Tom, we popped the camera at the end of the pit lane. You'll be able to see. I'll hand back over to Paul Walsh. Plenty of action going on in the pits. More cars heading out as well. Safety car sounds like it's coming back in.
And thank you, Ian. And we are back racing, ladies and gentlemen. We are green, green, green. And as they roar their way down towards turn 1, a completely shuffled field with the pit stops in play. See half the field in the pit, half the field out on circuit. And right now, this is going to be a big question of strategy here as we go deeper in. But as we do see our leader making the way on through, that is going to be your GT and overall leader of white. Coming down the hill, being chased furiously by Saunders in the trophy set, Cupra. And coming down that hill, we do see the McLaren a bit further back. Not our invitational run there, our number 36 runner. In fact, that is Hodgkin in the invitational. Now I correct myself there. Already squeezing ahead and taking multiple places. Smith tucks in behind. So Hodgkin really getting a really good run at the start as they now come all the way back up through in towards McLean's. But already White trying to gap the field as quickly as possible here. This could really come down to how the field is all shuffled and spread across each other now, and who exactly can make a break and get themselves set for a pit stop. Remember, some of our teams have not come in, and therefore it may be the situation whereby by not pitting they've actually hurt themselves in the long term. But of course they might also be predicating on the fault. There could be another safety car later on. But staying in the here and now as we get ready to complete the first of the restarted laps here at full pace. You see there on number 36 of Smith just being followed a bit closely there by the Army Sports Car Machine. That's number 17 currently being run by John Candler, and well, coming down towards turn number 1 again. Well, battling back and forth here, but look at the inside by Army Sports Car Racing Janetta. No move being made. Further back there, could we see a change? BMW M2 on the inside, going for a move on the Leisure, and that's going to be done there. Your number 2, Peter Molesdale for Jeff Steele Racing, synonymous with Brick Car. Well, a lovely move there, and up another place. Another BMW here under a bit of pressure. That is going to be your 721. Of Chris Murphy, the Woodrow Racing Machine in the GT class, under a bit of pressure there. We do see that wonderful Leisure of Ash Woodman, the car that definitely, if it's not winning the race, it's definitely winning the hearts of so many with regards to its looks and also its exhaust note. It comes towards us now. Let's hear it. And as it makes way past us, we come back to the battle of the Janettas here. What a furious fight this is going to be between the Army Sports Car Racing Machine and none other than Project 29-7 Racing and the car of Richard Amos right now, feeling that pressure. And we do see a bit further back, a bit of a chop perhaps happening here. That's going to be the 67 powering its way on through. That's a move being made there by Julian McBride, who will be at some point giving the car away to Phil Keane later on today. Phil Keane taking the number 2 spot in that car. For Jeff Steele Racing, that BMW M3 E46. Let's see how he gets on a bit later on. Another lap complete there, and in terms of the running order at the moment, your overall leader is your GT leader as well of White. Then we do have a trophy leader of Saunders there, and then your GT Invitational. The reason why we do have that grey background on Hodgkin is because he's an Invitational driver, so scoring no points effectively, he's third. So who exactly is your challenge class leader? That would be your number 20 that makes his way past us now, which is being run by Nick Hall, handing the car over from Richard Avery, and the Full Throttle Motorsport SGM driver really bumping out the lap times at the moment, knowing he wants to make up some ground here. Now they are 1 pit stop ahead of the sequence. All coming in towards the coppice. You can see there the long queue of cars. That's a big look up the inside there. Lovely move from Hall. And he'll dispatch the Army Sports Car Racing at Janetta, albeit I think that was a little bit of a compliant move being made there. Remember, of course, there's an overall championship up for grabs, but you win the overall championship based on your points in your class. So the aim of the game is win your class, and you'll take the maximum possible points going into each and every round. At the end of the season, you could be champion. And that's been the success story so far of Form Evo Racing's machinery of Simon Clark, the 23 that you see out there, the McLaren. But right now, definitely a shuffled field, and we'll have to wait and see how it all comes back together later. In the meantime, Hall there continuing to push on as much as possible, remembering of course the fact that he had the change runners. The other change runners are a lot further down the order at the moment, so looking quite happy in position. And we'll roll away on through the corners right now. I don't think there's anything that's going to be slowing down Hall other than the traffic he finds in front of him. Another way to discern the classes, if you're curious, looking at the sunstrip boards there. If it's red, that means they're in the change class. If it's blue, it means they're in GT, and if it's green, it means they are trophy. An interesting array of machines here, of course, and that's what the Brit Car Endurance Championship tries to achieve. Bring a whole variety of cars out into the circuit, so it's not just a one class, one make championship, and therefore there's something for everyone to enjoy. And being the fastest car out there, well, it may sound fascinating, but of course it comes with its own challenges, one of which is trying to pick your way up past the other cars of other classes, because you'll have your power and your ability to outrun them at certain points. We do see Hall getting ready to make another move. White came through the picture first, and then Saunders. We do see Hodgkin as we have Hall make his way past Smith, and now up into 4th place overall. Flashing the headlights there in order to send a message to Hodgkin, which is, I'm coming through, don't fight me, we're not in the same class. That's standard driver Morse code, but a flash of the headlights can mean so many different things, of course, and that's what we have to try and interpret as they go through red gate. Another place being made there by Hall, now up into 3rd place in the Full Throttle Motorsport SGM Porsche 992.2 Cup car. And coming down the hill there, well, not dropping the McLaren too quickly. A good place for the number 50 McLaren of Dylan Hodgkin, that McLaren 570S GT4. A quick car through the corners, but under a lot of pressure there. And that is going to be pressure for a driver in effectively the same class in GT. We do see Rich Amos still hanging very close. In fact, it might be Sam Smith in the car now. Well, don't quote us on that. These drivers bobbing and weaving their way up the hill, and this really is a fast-flying circuit. And they've got to be very smart with the lines they do take. Plenty of battling going on out there, and particularly in this GT class at the moment. Although do keep in mind, as you can see in the time down left-hand side of your screen, whilst our trophy leader at the moment leads quite comfortably, that is minus a pit stop there for Saunders, whereas the rest of the trophy field has taken pit stops. As all the drivers through, I think we are going to be cutting down to the pit lane shortly for a word from Ian with some of the drivers down there, because I think he has caught the word on 1 or 2 of them. We'll just wait for him to get into position before we do catch up with him. In fact, we are going to go down to Ian in the pit lane with a little bit of a look there. Over to Ian.
Oh, hello everybody. Yes, welcome down to the pits. Here we are. As you can see, a little bit more action taking place. In fact, the car was about to be pushed out. It's been pushed back in again. I'm not too sure quite what the issue is. We have just had a driver change as well. We spoke to Jonathan Candler a little bit earlier. He's so I'm just going to jump through and have a quick chat. Jonathan, just to grab you again, how was the car?
Yeah, when we was going fine, I came out of Old Hairpin there, and it just on the way back up, it seems to like we lost power, but no one can really see any issue.
So you just pushed it back and just pushed it back in again.
I think that had a bit of time issue. I think we got excited to get it back out. But yeah, I came in because it's real down on power, so I don't know if we've got an issue, but no one can see anything. So I think we're just going to send it back out and see if it's redeemed itself or not. But we could be back in 5 minutes view.
Okay, well, fingers crossed for you. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, it has just gone back out, as you can see. That was Jonathan Candler there. The cars have gone back out. In fact, we've got nobody else in the pits at all right now. Look, a completely empty pit lane. I'm sure that will change very shortly. So let's hand back to Paul Walsh.
Well, thank you, Ian. And Ian catching up there with none other than the Army Sports Car Racing team, talking about perhaps a loss of power there towards the end of their stint. Hopefully that's not the sign of something to come. But as we do look to our number 20, weaving its way through the middle portion of the lap right now, all doing a phenomenal run, no doubt about it, is the Hall and Avery machine, our challenge leader. Now up into 2nd place. Next target, we to hunt down the GT leader and overall leader of White. That's coming through Coppice. Oh, that Porsche looking very aggressive, and the Porsche 92.1 Cup car really is one of the pinnacles of motorsport with its rear engine rear drive machine. As they come through, we also do see there a bit of a closure of our GT cars, as that's going to be number 50 of Dylan Hodgkin, still feeling some pressure there on the 36 of Project 29-7 Racing, and at the car of Sam Smith and Rich Amos trying to go on the attack. Real back and forth, and that Ginetta looking very quick on the more power-focused sections of the circuit, particularly that back end, whereas the McLaren looking quicker through the medium speed section in the midst. But then suddenly, they are split there by the 991, and coming on through, and that is Sam Howarth in the Flat 6 Motorsport Challenge Invitational car, just picking his way through, currently 2nd of your challenge cars for runners. Coming down the hill, and there we do see our challenge leader coming through. Then there's the trophy leader, and then we do have the 2 GT cars on McLaren and Ginetta now being split by the 991 of Howarth. Remembering, of course, the fact he's only made one pit stop, whereas meanwhile, many of the others around him have yet to do so. Ooh, that gets a little bit scary there. And I get the feeling Howard was thinking he could go round the outside before he got to McLean's. Didn't quite work out, but that's just made him want to take the place even more rapidly here. And that's the thing, of course, remembering that he's trying to make a lap back on the leaders at the moment with the pit stop strategy applying under that safety car. That's going to be the tough part here as he gets a better run off the Coppice Bend. And there goes our Porsche Challenge car. Moving on past the number 50. And another lap regained there by 911 of Howarth on our GT runners. The first half an hour of this race is complete. Still plenty more time to come. And of course, we'll be getting plenty more interviews with our drivers and teams down in the pit lane as this race continues to unfold. In the rear of the picture, got a bit of a battle there. That is going to be your 721 under a little bit of an attack here. And that is going to be Murphy versus Clark. And Clark going around the outside there to take position. That's going to move him up into 5th place in the GT class right now, as it's getting very busy there. Although, indicator on for the 32 Porsche. Now, I wonder if there's a problem potentially there for number 32 of Mike Cunningham, or whether that is just simply him with an indicator on to try and say to people I'm getting through. Or, alternatively, he's hit the indicator by accident in his enthusiasm for driving the car. To see, but 1 of 3. But there's an issue with the car. Alternatively, he's hit an indicator by accident. And looking at the lap times, well, Cunningham's last lap was a 1:15. Something tells me that, unfortunately, the SG Racing Porsche may be having an issue because it has fallen off the pace quite significantly. We'll get you an update on that when we can. Going back to some fighting further up the road. A bit of a look there for the number 3. That's going to be Nick Casey going all in, and he does so there. Puts all his chips on the table and makes the pass there on your number 36. Lovely move being made, and that's going to enable him now to move ahead of Richard Amos. As meanwhile, at the front, that is going to be your 991 passing our trophy leader. Oh, what's happened here? And that is a Coppice Bend. That's our BMW M2, I want to say. And that's going to be a sad end to the BMW, beached in the gravel there, and well, yellow flags locally, but that could potentially lead to a safety car given where it is. We'll have to wait and see. Coming through there, we do have one of our set Coopers make its way onwards. That's going to be the car of Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. Finn Jones behind the wheel of it originally, and well, they'll be changing the place as number 78 there of White powers them through, and doing a fantastic job at the moment there is Colin White in the CWS Ginetta, as then we do see the stricken BMW M2. The blue past the yellow flag zone there, change position, CWS machine moving forward, and it's got a bit of a gap now to the rest of its competitors. Here, of course, remembering there are some pit stops still to be served. No pit stop done by Wyatt as yet, so he's still got 2 on the board, but he can serve it any time between now and when we do have 18 minutes left on the clock. As into the pits in the rear of the picture, that is your trophy leader, the 34 there of Greg Saunders for Capture Motorsport, making his way down for what will be his maiden pit stop. And I think we've got another pit stop occurring, and I think this may be, not just because the fact we're almost at the halfway point of the race, but also potentially preempting the risk of a safety car for where we have had our BMW M2 go off earlier. BMW M2, I believe, was just still racing his Mustang and moving down to the pit lane there. The Captain Motorsport car was the first class there, now just waiting so it's around 3 pit stop time. That did quite an extended period of time. And in fact, we are going to quickly cut to Ian Woolthouse here for a word with Greg down in the pit lane.
Yeah, here we are, Dan. Just want to say hello to Greg. Greg, how are we getting on? All right?
Yeah, it's hot out there. Pretty good, pretty fun.
I'll tell you what, it feels hot in there.
It is, but yeah, fun. Keep pushing. And
is it a bit easier being a solo driver for this one?
I wouldn't mind sharing the load with you.
I'll put the overalls on. Greg, thanks for talking to us. I know you're under pressure. Yeah, really appreciate Greg's orders there. Short but sweet, but he is right in the car. He's about to head straight back out. He is a solo driver as well. Stay with us a little bit longer, guys. As you can see, just over the other side, we've got Dylan Hodgkin there as well in the McLaren 570S, the pink one over there. Look, literally, how good does that look? Dylan just got out the car there as well, so he's just climbing Hodgkin back in. So Dylan Hodgkin about to head back out onto the circuit in that McLaren. We have just heard from Greg Saunders, again short but sweet, but do appreciate him chatting to us. I can see the timer is ticking down here. He's got 34 seconds before he can go back out. Remember, you do have to stay in the pits for a certain amount of time. You cannot get out a little bit early. He's got 25 seconds left before he'll be heading back out, will Greg Saunders. And nobody else behind us in the pits at all. So right now it's just Greg Saunders and Dylan Hodgkin in pit row right now for this race, the 5th race of the season for the Brit Car Endurance Championship. And Greg there getting pushed back out. He's going to make his way back onto the circuit. Dylan Hodgkin will be following in very shortly. Listen to that. Let's go. Let's get a move over to this McLaren. Stay with us a little bit longer if that's all right, because here goes Dylan Hodgkin. I think they're just going to check some of the tyre pressures there, just making sure. In fact, looks like they're taking a little bit of air out of the tyres here for Dylan Hodgkin. As you can see, all of the work going on. Yeah, a little bit of pressure just been released from the front left tyre here. That will no doubt be the instruction from Dylan. They're about to push him out. This car looks good as well, doesn't it? Indeed. In fact, quite a tricky pit lane here, because they've got to push a little bit uphill, believe it or not. We're on a bit of a downslope here, so they've got to push that car a bit up, hence the reason why they need help with reverse. So here goes Dylan Hodgkin. I think, can he get it going? Yes, he can. So Hodgkin back out onto the circuit, and right now that is it. Pit lane once again is completely empty. Slans hand back to Paul Walsh. Nobody here, it's empty.
Thank you, Ian. And well, busy in the pit lane for a brief spurt, and then suddenly it goes quiet there, but it doesn't go quiet on circuit as Dylan Hodgkin makes way now. Oh, could it be? That is number 7 there at the old hairpin, or the exit of it, and that is going to be the TSR Performance Seat Cupra, one of our big competitors in the trophy class here today. And unfortunately, they're stuck in the gravel right next to the exit curbing. That's going to be a bit of a precarious position. Let's wait and see how that goes, whether they can get it going. They're trying to turn the front tyres, front engine front wheel drive, but unfortunately not going anywhere. As meanwhile, we have a safety car literally just as we do see a change over there of the overall lead on the start-finish straight, and that is going to be the Hall & Avery Porsche 92 Cup car, I believe just taking the lead literally at the point of safety car deployment. But that will be your challenge car now that is in the lead, and indeed the lead of the challenge class, as we do see the marshals there trying to push number 7 out. Go on, let's get it moving if we can. Can we get it going? Sadly not there. I think they are going to wait as well for the other cars to come through. But that could be the end of the story for TSR Performance. But I think what this is going to do as well, ladies and gentlemen, is perhaps trigger an influx of pit stops. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there, because we have still got 51 minutes to go. And, well, you would imagine, particularly some of the teams who perhaps not yet pitted, now they're considering coming in for that first pit stop. And could we even see a bit of a gamble for what would be a second pit stop for some of our teams out there? We did see the Leisure coming in there, that being the EDF Motorsport car of Ash Woodman, making his way in, a solo driver entry. Whereas the rest of the field still making its way around. And of course the field will need to be caught up behind the safety car, and then, much like we saw earlier on, then run to the agreed pace with the safety car to try and find your leader, who is the car that we see on the screen right now. Good running so far from Nick Hall behind the helm of the Full Throttle Motorsport with SGM Porsche car. But in bits in the rear of the picture there, we do have one of our other runners coming in, and I think that is the 78 of white coming in there. So that is your GT leader. I just had it confirmed in my ear. That is your GT leader in, as well as your challenge leader as well. So top 2 coming to the pit lane. And well, meanwhile, that is most likely going to help hand the lead of the GT class onwards. Wait and see what it will do here, but this is definitely the opportune moment to take that pit stop. And I think we are going to go to Ian for a brief moment to catch up with all what's happening with the 78 of Colin White for CWS in the pits.
Yeah, welcome back to the pit lane. Safety car out. That means it's getting very busy indeed down here. I think I've just walked into a wasp as well. We've got a driver change going on behind us. If we just pull the camera around, Tom, if that's all right, as we can see, driver change. Michael Nibbs is getting out of the car. We'll grab a word of him very shortly. Aidan Hills is now getting into the Ginetta here, and we'll catch up with him as well. We've got to Richard Avery and Nick Hull over the other side, the number 20 Porsche. They've just come in as well. I wonder if we can say hello to Michael very quickly. Michael, I'm very well. How are you? More importantly, how was it out there?
Yeah, brilliant. Hot,
Yeah, I can bet it was. Are you happy with how the race is going so far?
Yeah, it's great fun. I think we've got a bit of an issue with the car, but we're sort of managing it, so let's see what happens.
There was quite a few safety cars. Does that help or hinder things, do you think?
Well, it helped us when I dropped back and then caught up with everybody, so today it helped.
Hey, we'll take that. Good luck for the rest of the race, Mark. I appreciate you talking to us. Sorry, let's move out of the way, show you a little bit. We've got cars firing up. Actually, Woodman in Allegia has just gone back out onto the circuit as well. Tom, if you can make it through to me, that would be great. In fact, stay here. Let's stay with the car here. It's Aidan Hills behind the wheel of this now, the number 82 Ginetta. We've just heard from Michael Nibbs there. They're about to head back out onto the circuit. Goodness me, doesn't time fly when you're having fun as well? This race is absolutely flying by. A lot coming up after as well. We've still got CNC heads to come. We've got another British Truck Racing Championship race to go as well. Civic Cup still as well. There they go, steaming out back onto the circuit. Great stuff indeed. I'm just having a little look. There are the red lights come on at the end of the pit lane, which has frustrated quite a few people. We're not really sure why. So no, it's because the safety car's coming through. That unfortunately is going to cost a few people there. Ollie, let's have a quick chat with you. You said the safety car, your early stop worked well for you.
Yeah, we pulled in early. That's done us a favour. So currently we're doing good.
I know the red light goes on at the end of the pit lane and it's for safety measures, but it must be frustrating when you've made the stop and you get held there for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, you've just got to wait and be patient. Yeah. Take a deep breath.
You race drivers, you've got no patience. What are you talking about?
I'm chilled.
Ollie, thanks for talking to us.
Unless I'm watching my sons.
Yes. I still want to find Charlie. We'll have a chat with him a little bit later. As you can see, a lot of teams taking advantage here to take another pit stop. We've just seen the 34, Greg Saunders. We just heard from him literally 5 minutes or so ago, and now he's just going through it. There is Oliver Cottam doing a good job actually, trying to keep Greg cool because it is hot in there. Doing a great job there. Are you happy with how he's going so far?
Yeah. I think the race is getting a bit more exciting now. Got the safety car brakes and stuff, so we'll see what happens now. The safety car might be coming in now, so.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much for that. There you go, Oliver Cottam there saying the safety car might well be coming in now as well. We've got the Army Motorsport team back into the pits as well. We've heard from Jonathan Candler a couple of times during this race. Safety car still out at the minute, although Oliver Cottam seems to believe it's going to be coming in very shortly indeed. Let's turn the camera around a little bit, shall we, because we've got Paul O'Neill's Project 297 car in at the minute. We'll make our way up there a little bit, shall we? Stay with us if we can. Look, it's Matt Suckling. Hello Matt, how are you? All right, so there you go. Matt Suckling and Mark Ware on Circuit Comms today, doing a great job as always. Lovely to see them. In fact, I think we're going to have a car pulling in right in front of us, so if we stay here, Tom, I reckon we'll get a really nice view of the car coming in. We're in front of garage number 21 here. Nick Casey in the box 3 Motorsport, a Dayton Motorsport car. We're also in front of number 22, garage number 22, which also the other Dayton Motorsport car, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio. Here goes the 297, Project 297 car. Paul O'Neill, of course, Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore behind the wheel of that car. And here we go. So we're going to get a stop right in front of our camera position here. This is going to look great. In they come now. The orange BMW goes through and the number 3 Ginetta pulls in. There we go, straight away. The number 3 Ginetta behind the wheel of that car. Nick Casey behind the wheel, solo driver in this race. Looks like there's an issue though with the 297 car just up ahead. Let's see if we can go find out what the issue is. Tom, if you come with me, just watch the wire. I want to go and see what the issue is up here. Car not getting out. Let's go up and have a quick chat. Oh, this is a real blow, isn't it? Maybe they can get it going. Yes, they can. Oh, this is that sounds good. There you go, Tom, you bring it round. It looks like they're struggling to get this car going. So have a little, the indicator, that'll help. That'll get it going. So let's just see if we can find out what the problem is. I'm trying to see who's behind the wheel of that car. I think it's Jonathan Moore behind the wheel. A little shake of the head there. Getting underneath it. Now I think they might be able to get this going. Can they? Can they give it a shove? Can they get it going? A quick chat with a driver from the engineer to find out what the problem is. And I think Oh no, they're going to put it in a garage. No, no, no. What a shame this is. I don't believe it. Paul, do we know what the issue is?
I think it's a drive shaft, mate.
Oh,
yeah.
So sorry to hear that, mate. What a shame that is. Drive shaft there for the 297. No, that's a real blow. There we go. Right, so still a couple of cars in the pits as well. The number 3 Ginetta still in, just having a tyre change. The front right is being changed. It's up on the hydraulic pins right now, and the BMW further down also. And I think we're about to see another pit stop as well. I think we're going to see Marco Anastasi, Maurizio Siglio coming into the pits, but Nick Casey here is about to get back out onto the circuit as well. Plenty of action going on in the pits. This is what we like. Just waiting for the timer to tick down. Remember, you are on a time limit. You have to stay here for a certain period of time. If you go too early, you will get a penalty. So you have to be absolutely bang on it. I'm just waiting to stay with us a little bit longer if that's right. I think we are waiting to see if this car is going to come into the pits right in front of us. I promise you it's going to come in. I promise. They are waiting. They are waiting. Let's turn the camera around, shall we? I'll just move you to the side, Tom. I don't want you to get run over. Here it comes now. I can see it. It's the second one there. The other Project 297 car comes into the pits, the number 36. This is the one we're looking for though, the number 47 car of Marco Anastasi, Maurizio Siglio into the pits. We did speak to Maurizio Siglio a little bit earlier. Maybe we can grab a quick chat with Marco Anastasi soon. It's still behind the safety car, so you're not missing any action here at all, so don't you worry about that. Let's grab Marco for a very quick chat, shall we? He just gives a bit of a fist pump there to Maurizio Siglio, and we'll just let him maybe get a quick glass of water, and then I'll go and see if I can find Marco for a quick chat. I'm just going to move around if I can. Find out where he's just disappeared to the back actually, as we go through some tyre changes here. Maurizio Siglio now behind the wheel of the number 47 Ginetta. Time ticking on here in this race. Number 78 is also in the pits as well, a little bit further down. That is Colin White in the CWS Motorsport car, also a Ginetta G55. Right, Tom, let's just nip into this, get ourselves out of the way, shall we? Last thing we want to do, and I wonder if Marco is just down the back here for a very quick chat. He is. I wonder if I can just say, where's? Sorry, I've lost my camera. Tom, I'm right here. I promise. I'm really sorry. You probably came back here to get out of the way, didn't you? But how was your session?
I mean, besides the fact that we spent most of it behind the safety car, it was fine. The car was a darling until it wasn't. I just had some issues with the brakes, so probably temperature related. I just had brakes going super long at McLean's, and the old hairpin, which is quite distressing. So I lost positions because of that. I just couldn't retard the car.
Safety car aside, you guys have been involved in Britcar for a while now. What keeps you coming back?
I mean, it's a great mix of cars. It's generally good racing, except for, there are some exceptions. But
safety cars happen, don't they?
Yes, safety car happens pretty much everywhere. Like 2 in a row, like today, not ideal, but it is what it is. It's part of the game.
Let's hope for a cleaner second half. Thanks. Lovely to see you, by the way. Thank you for talking to us, Marco Anastasi there. I'm just going to run back down into the pits just to see if anything is happening at all. No. That's it. Nothing else to report. We have a completely clear and empty pit lane right now. So let's hand back to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Well, thank you, Ian. And well, catch up with a few of our drivers there, including most recently Marco Anastasi. And talking out there is enthusiasm for racing as part of the Britcar Endurance Championship. Indeed, the Donington Motorsport 47 of Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio has been on the grid for a good number of years now, and they're enjoying it because of the car variety and the close competition. But also mention about the fact going long in some of the braking zones due to hot brakes, and definitely very warm out there. Hot tyres, hot brakes, add it all up together, and this is not easy. Of course, you want clear conditions, but at the same time as well, once you start getting a very high track temperature and also a bit of ambient temperature coming up, it's almost as if you go past the golden point of temperature and suddenly you end up in a position whereby you end up with a circuit that actually is going to become quite unforgiving, particularly when you've got so many high-speed zones around here, including the run through Hollywood into the Craners, and then the old hairpin, which you've seen all our drivers make their way much more slowly through compared to nominal pace. So we do see the 175 there, the race car experience. That is the Volkswagen Golf, previously run by Ollie Allen, of course jumping in at the last minute, joining alongside Henry Swanson, but Swanson in the car. And well, so it tells me Swanson's going to be in it for quite some time. But as all the drivers make the way through, the sun shining down the cars here as it makes its way across the sky, and everyone waiting to go racing once again. Now the good news is we do have the TSR Points number 7 trophy car of Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. It has been extricated for the most part from the gravel trap of the old hairpin, and also I do believe the Jeff Steele Racing number 2 of Peter Molesdale has moved. But let's bring you back up to speed with the order of the field then, whilst we are behind the safety car. At the moment, we do believe that the Volkswagen Golf of Henry Swanson for race car experience is currently your leader. But as we get ready to resume the racing, let's see if the safety car has come in, and I think we are green, and immediately there goes the Volkswagen Golf, your leader. They come in for their final pit stop, and we are go. So it means we now have a new leader in the form of the number 20 challenge car. That is going to be Nick Hall and Richard Avery for Full Throttle Motorsport with SGM. They lead the way then, challenging overall, and they do have just behind them, well, it's going to be one of the main challengers in the form of one of our other Porsche Cup cars. You can see it there just a little bit further back. That is going to be the car Sam Howarth, although between him and his main rival is going to be a whole host of GT machines, as that's a daring move up the inside then to the old hairpin. The number 34 trying to go for it, not quite making it work. They're battling with the 721 BMW of Chris Murphy, the BMW E46, who right now in the GT class just trying to keep the trophy runner at bay. But here they all come, back up towards Coppice Bend, up the rise there, such a big gradient, you're practically blind as you break into that corner. And there we can see Howarth now trying to pick his way on past those in front of him. It's not proving to be easy as he tries to get those tyres back into their Goldilocks zone. But in amongst them all, a bit more GT battling there. We've got our McLaren looking up the inside, but 3 wide as they come down towards the S's. Suddenly becomes 2 wide here, then it'll be 1 by 1. They will do clear it there. Well done to all the drivers negotiating that. A battle of classes, plus also a battle within class as they come towards the end of the lap. So it's walking through who the leaders of the class is right now. Leader's just gone through the bottom of your picture. That's Horn Avery in the challenge car. Then we do have a little bit further behind them, running in 3rd place. It is going to be the 23 Simon Clark, the former Evo. Oh, goodness me, as one goes wide there, hold the phone on that. And that's going to be 82, goes to the gravel. Can he keep powering through? I don't think he can turn it enough, and unfortunately that is going to be the 82 of Michael Nibbs there for safe side with Hills Motorsport coming to a stop, although I believe it is Aidan Hills behind them with the car at the moment, and well, not going right there at all. So unfortunately, that now might be stuck there at Redgate. We'll have to wait and see what happens afterwards. But with all that, even more fight in the mid-pack there, I don't think we get a chance to really recap who is leading at the moment until we get some calm. But it's always, of course, a bit frantic after a safety car as everyone tries to adjust their running order. There we see the S721 pushing on. Chris Murphy trying to go on the attack here versus the 50 of Dylan Hodgin. And running the GT class, both of them here, getting a good run out the corner. And it is going to be the Bayerische Motorwerken car, trying to use German efficiency to make a move. And will he be able to do so? The answer is yes. Lovely move up the inside there. And that's going to gain him a little bit more time in the race. Just behind, we do see your number 23 looking very quick as well. Simon Clark, former Evo Racing, leader of the class, as we do see driver out there of the 82. And I believe that may be Aidan Hills out the car for safe side of Hills Motorsport. And unfortunately, the 3 times Miata Trophy champion, including last year, and father who is Darren Hills, very celebrated individual in the world of motorsport. Unfortunately, his race has come to an end with just over half an hour to go. There we do see our overall leader coming down through the old hairpin once again. And well, the absolute silver star right now, serving its way through. Going to try and make its way on past. There will be the Vortis and Motorsport Janetta short, needs to put a lap on it. Here they come in towards McLean's. Oh, and we got another car off there. That's the number 3 of Donington Motorsport Box 3's Nick Casey. And well, it's gone very wrong for him. That's going to send him quite some way down the order. He was at the time running in 5th in GT class, but he's going to go down further as there's about a trophy drivers there, as that's going to be the Capture Motorsport machine making its way on through. And passing the 66 there of Alok Younger and Flint Engdahl. I do believe Engdahl behind the helm of the car now in the Seat Cupra. So that's going to be a switch for them for the middling positions in the trophy class. Buttle currently the lead of trophy in the 22, a lot further up the road. There is still a difference of strategy to account for. But here is a bit of a replay at the moment. In fact, not quite a replay there. We will come to a replay in short order, should we have one available. Well, then we can see your 23 Formula Racing's Clark right now continue to push on. And here's the replay of what happened to Nick Casey in the box and Dart Motorsport machine. Lost the rear of the car coming out to the old hairpin, ran a bit wide onto the exit curb, and unfortunately you won't find as much grip there as you will on the tarmac. There is our lead right now in a bit of isolation, as then we do have 2 wide coming up the hill here, but goodness me, is this a pursuit from Howarth trying to chase down Hall as quickly as he can. It's going to be interesting now that he's got the traffic clear, whether he's going to prove to be the quicker of the 2 drivers. And based on the pace thus far, you would imagine the answer to that is going to be yes, because last lap, our race leader, a 1 minute 12.133, meanwhile for Howarth, a 1 minute 12.041, only a 10th, but remember Howarth has been carving his way through significantly more traffic. Then we come back to the absolute medley of GT and trophy class runners. Your 721 of Chris Murphy trying to run away at the moment. And then you've got the battle of the McLarens, followed by the battle of the Seat and the BMW. 34 there of Greg Saunders for Capture Motorsport. Pushing on here and perhaps looking at opportunities to mingle with the McLarens. Keep in mind, of course, front engine, front wheel drive, it'll be very quick through the corners compared to McLaren, but on the straights it will just lack that little bit of top end. But that's not going to stop them all from fighting here as they go almost 3 wide in towards Redgate Bend. And right now looking one way, there's our trophy runner trying to go all the way around the outside. He picks off the number 50. Doesn't quite pick off everybody else, however, as they come down the hill. But good racing between them all. As meanwhile, the BMW behind still watching eagerly for an opportunity. It's going to be a number 60 there of... Well, no, it's not your number 60 there. That's actually Woodman a bit further down the order. And it's right now all the field being shuffled around. Still looking for a potential move. Simon Clark having to be a bit wary now. Looking on the inside. That's not going to work. Door being shut firmly in the face there of a Zach Krupa runner. And now trying to go up the hill here. And Clark going to very defensive. And understandably does not want to see the 36 of Smith get any closer. So that's where the battle is. And that's the Project 29-7 Racing Ginetta that's trying to close that gap down. You can see them literally just at the very back of this running group. As at the front, here comes Simon Clark then looking for a move on Chris Murphy. Going to be a change of position, or at least on the road, but not in terms of lap. Towards the end of the lap they go, and right now Clark dispatching the Woodrow Motorsport BMW, putting a lap on it, and as he goes towards the next one. Coming up into Redgate Bend, a bit further in the rear of the picture, you see the battle of the 2 Ginettas there, and that's going to be the 47 and the 78. They're fighting for position. This will be for 5th place in the GT class, and that is going to be a lovely move being made there by Colin White and the CWS Ginetta, making the move there on Mauricio Scelio. Scelio, of course, having served, him and his team have served both of their pit stops now, but that is going to be 5th place taken there by Colin White. His next target will be to try and look to hunt down McBride, just that little bit further up the distance. As we look to the pit lane there, we've got our 991 being reversed out of its pit stall, and getting ready to go again. Good me, does seem as though they're waiting to go. Let's wait and see if they can get that car rolling. Or has it been stalled? Are they going to have to restart the Porsche? I think they have to. And Sam Howarth there is going to try and pick up the revs. Not going anywhere at the moment, and finally it gets going there as I hit a roar past my commentary booth window, and Sam Howarth now back on the journey. But meanwhile, back in on the road, even more fighting to go there. And he catching all the running through the S's there. To catch up in number 78, the CWS Ginetta still pushing onwards, and into the pits has also come there. I want to say that is the leader coming in. That's your number 20 coming in, so that was your challenge leader of Nick Horn, Richard Avery. We'll see if they swap drivers once again and whether we see what will be Avery getting back in the car. And so it now means the lead falls overall to Simon Clark for Formula Racing in the McLaren 570S. GT leader as well. But he has got some company behind him. The safety car has really served to regroup the field and actually keeping a lot of drivers together on the same lap. There's a lot of excitement here. There we can see more fighting going on with one of our older BMWs trying to get stuck into the thick of it. I do believe we also still have the 31 of William Lynch that's still racing out there, BMW M3. Keep our eyes out for that, as that's a change of position there. That's going to be a 36 coming on through. And well, I can tell you one thing, whilst the 297 for Project 29-7 Racing's out of this race, right now the 36 that had a very short run at Snetterton, only imagined 6 laps if I remember correctly before its retirement. It's going very well right now for Sam Smith and Richard Amos. Some solid ground in this race. Be a very happy result coming their way as they run second in GT at the moment. Oh, that's a bit of a tyre strike there. That was your number 3 of Nick Casey, I think, just brushing the tyre barrier. And what's happening in the pit lane right now? That's going to be a driver change for the 32. I think that is going to be giving way to Peter Cunningham and a bit of refueling as well. And so with that, and the fuel going in the front. Remembering, of course, for the Porsche 992, fuel tank in the front of the car rather than the rear. So it is a very unique car in the way its aero balance and weight distribution changes over race distance. Because what ends up being a situation whereby you have a much lighter front end to the car at low fuel, and then suddenly you can just be that bit more aggressive or attacking corners compared to when it's on high fuel. Work being done there, of course, to get him all strapped up into the safety harness inside the racing seat. And well, the Cunningham family there absolutely getting themselves set to go once again, and for SG Racing this will probably be the last pit stop we look to do, at least within the pit window, barring any exceptional circumstances. A good pit stop being executed there, and then we do come to the 721, the 34. And that's the 721 there of Murphy. Right now make his way past the 34, so that is to put a lap on the Catch Motorsport car. We got 71 there on I believe, the lead lap still. And just behind, we also do see the closing gap. And that's going to the McBride and King combination there in the 67 BMW. They're pushing on as well, fighting over third place in GT. But suddenly, look to the time down left-hand side screen, you see the GT class now in the top 7 places, and there's the Challenge class runners, Hall and also Cunningham, who are currently 8th and 9th. We expect them to be fighting with each other later on, as well as fighting their way through this GT field. And for a lot of our drivers, understandably, it's not just about winning your class. You'd like to try and get onto that overall podium if you can, if not take the overall win. There's always a bit of a special accolade, even if it's not worth any extra points. There we can see 23 right now, about to probably lose a lap there that it has over the top of your 991 Porsche, and that's going to change. So Howarth does pick his way through, blasting past there, eventually on the straight, although both machines very similar on pace there. Looking up the inside, your Challenger on the left-hand side will go all in. And he'll get that move done nice and smoothly. And to be fair, Simon Clark doesn't need to really worry about this. 2 different classes there. His focus will be on making sure he doesn't lose any time to the GT runners behind him. There we can see coming across that line. It's going to be side by side here between the two of them as they come on through. And who's going to get ahead? As there's a lot of smoke in the pit lane on the top right of your screen. And well, as they all make their way through, that is not looking healthy as our cameraman is drawn to it. And well, something definitely needs to be extinguished there. And I think we have got Ian running down there to find out what's going on. But in the meantime, the number 50 of Dylan Hodgkin, I'm hearing, has had a little bit of a fire breakout towards the rear of the car, where the extinguishers have come to it. And the car being looked at there by the technical scrutineers. But whilst it's all fiery in the pit lane, it's also fiery out on circuit. It's definitely heating up here with 27 minutes to go. Oh, car in the gravel there as well. And that's the old hairpin. It's not been the first time somebody's been claimed by turn number 4 in this circuit. And who is that going to be? That is going to be the number 47 there, and that is Maurizio Sciglio's, whose race has unfortunately hit the sand, and hopefully they'll be able to get that moving. But otherwise, that is going to see them drop even further down the order. And well, given they were running 7th in GT at the time, trying to chase down Casey, well, it's not going to work out. We do get ready to take a look down the pit lane, and there you can see the rear of the number 15 McLaren, and goodness me, that is a very hot engine. And well, I think we might be able to get a word from our driver there, Dylan Hodgkin, as we do cut to Ian down in the pit lane.
Dylan, we've just gone live. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Appreciate it. Obviously, this isn't what we wanted, is it? What happened?
No, we'll just come in the pit for a quick fuel stop and just back in, caught fire. Drama. We've had issues all week, but we come again.
Tell you what, it's aside from the fire, it's a very eye-catching car, isn't it? What's it like to drive?
It's nice to drive, lovely, yeah, real lovely. But we're just having teething problems at the minute.
Yeah.
At the minute.
One of those days, I'm afraid. I thought Dylan, lovely. I really appreciate you talking to us. Well, nice to see you as well, by the way. Yeah, as you can see, quite a lot of damage to this, unfortunately, and that is that. We're going to have to move out of the way, I think, as well, because we're going to, we might have another fire extinguisher about to be put in there just to make it safe. But yeah, what a shame that is for Dylan Hodgkin. He's such a nice lad as well. DH Racing, the number 50 McLaren 570S. As you can see, we've still got a lot of marshals around just to make sure it is fully safe. Nobody else in the pits either as we start to get towards the closing stages of this race. Let's hand back to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. And well, we come straight back to the battling of BMWs here. Your 721 versus your 67. This is the fight for second place overall and in the GT class. Right now, Murphy doing a brilliant job. There's Chris Murphy, the Woodrow Motorsport car ahead, as we do see our BMW E46 M3 battling with the 67 of McBride. And well, both racing the GT class, Julian McBride and Phil Keane behind the helm of the Jeff Steele Racing M3 E46 as well. So the battle of two of the older BMWs, and queuing up behind, looking to try and get involved as well, is going to be your Trophy Cupra, albeit do keep in mind the number 34 Greg Saunders for Capture Motorsport, and currently a lap down on both of those in front, so he might be eager to unlap himself. I don't think our two BMW runners are going to appreciate a Cupra becoming a bit intervening, if you will, in that battle. We'll have to see which way this goes as they make the way down towards the S's, and I think that gap will open up just about as they make the way into the braking zone, also known as the Robert Chicane there, for those of you who do love your corner names. I know there's a few of you out there, but it's a poor run, and our 721 runner in the end losing out on the exit of Roberts. Here they go too wide down towards Redgate, but who's going to be the bravest on the brakes here? On the right it's McBride, on the left it's going to be Murphy, onto the anchors they both go, and the answer is going to be, as we'll see that shortly, well, we don't know at the moment, we'll find out very soon. And well, as everyone carries on, well, definitely a bit of a battle there, as we do see more of our drivers coming through the field. Also a bit of wayward headlight there for one of our trophy Seat Cupras. But there we do see our Leisure coming through, and I'll get you an update on the battle of the BMWs for second when I can, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we're catching all the cars out there, making sure everyone gets a little bit of camera time, as we do see our number 20 rolling its way on through. That's the challenge leader of Hall and Richard Avery. Nick Hall, I think, still behind the helm of the Full Throttle Motorsport SGM car. Although, to be fair, we have had quite a few driver changes out there. But we come back to our BMWs, and there's your confirmation. We do have there your 67 ahead. So in the end, it has been a place made there by Julian McBride and Phil Keane for Just Still Racing, and ooh, that's a little bit of grass being taken up there. A lot of dust, of course, given the fact a lot of the green grass now is given way to a very yellow and dusty grass. And that's your 78 run there in the Ginetta, still trying to storm forward. That's going to be none other than Colin White in the CWS Ginetta, wanting to try and pick his way through. Gets a run here, and I think that's not looking a happy BMW because it's coming into the pit lane. So what he was trying to do there, the reason he backed off is he was trying to send a message to White, which was, I'm coming into the pit, but already Colin White had said, I'm going to make the move on the inside of the exit. So a bit of miscommunication between the two cars there, but well done for them to negotiate in that. But definitely there, I think, for what was our BMW coming to the pit lane, a bit of time lost as a result there of that excursion. But we then come back to the 67 of McBride and Keane, and doing very well. But I think we are going to be grabbing a quick word with a driver from Ian. So it's down to the pit lane we go, ladies and gentlemen, to catch up with one of our drivers in the pits.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of disappointment here. Ollie Allen getting out of the car. Ollie, what's the issue?
It's out of fuel.
It's out of fuel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. Well, you better get it refueled then. You have to switch the engine off, get it refueled.
Gutted.
It was going well, wasn't it, Ollie?
No.
Go on, mate. Ollie Allen absolutely devastated there, driving with Henry Swanson. Of course, it's out of fuel, no fuel pressure whatsoever, and he's had to come into the pits. Hopefully if it's simple as just getting it refueled, then get it back out, but it won't be able to whilst the engine is running. A few more cars in the pits, as we know. Dylan Hodgkin sadly out of the race due to that fire at the back. A little bit further down as well, the number 721 has come into the pits as well. That's Chris Murphy in the Woodrow Motorsport, the BMW M3 in the pits. Nothing else behind us at all either. So right now in the pits, the 175, as you can see, Ollie Allen and Henry Swanson. Dylan Hodgkin still in the pits, out of the race, of course, in the number 15 McLaren. And Chris Murphy in the BMW as well. I just wonder if I thought I saw him get out of the car. I really hope I didn't. And he's still in there. I can't quite see. No, he's still in the car, pleased to say. So it looks like Chris Murphy just coming into the pits for a standard pit stop. They're about to get back out onto the circuit, so it would just be the two cars in the pits. So let's head back to Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. And well, unfortunate there for the race car experience team of Henry Swanson, Ollie Allen. Car out of fuel, Ollie Allen out of the car there, and understandably frustrated when they were having a good run in the race. It's all come to an abrupt halt. But right now, still 20 minutes and the final lap to go here at the Donington Park National Circuit, and the dueling continues over the 1.96 miles of length from the 10 corners. But there we do see, coming through the camera shot, that is your number 36 of Smith. Continue to pursue the rivals in front of him, including the former Evo McLaren, but keep in mind that our 36 runner of Smith there is behind. This is your leader you see on the screen at the moment. It's the former Evo Racing 23 McLaren, and GT an overall leader, and quite a sizable gap to the rest of the field at this time. We're almost at the end of now the pit window as well. We've only got 2 minutes left on it, and remember, the pit window is dictated by when a car crosses the pit entry line. So as long as your car crosses that pit entry line before the clock goes below 18 minutes remaining, it is a valid pit stop. So if anybody needs to make a final pit stop, they've now got 1.5 minutes to get into the pits and start to serve it. But coming back to what's going on the screen, right now Simon Clark definitely bolting away, and if he can make this result stand, I'll tell you one thing, it is going to be a very happy result, given the fact that so far this season, the GT class, has had 3 out of 5 wins, and this will be his 4th, and it definitely will continue to pound towards the very front of the field as Right on Call comes into the pit lane there for his 2nd and final stop for Formula Racing. And well, we'll have to wait and see where it does, but of course the BMW M3 and McBride and Keane, and see whether they suddenly propel themselves into lead on strategy or whether it'll still be Clark ahead. Unfortunately, the number 50 there still stricken in the pit lane after having the engine have all the smoke go up. But 2 Ginettas battle their way down in towards turn number 1. Who's this side by side? It's going to be number 17 and your number 3. And right now, well, on 2 different laps, that is the Army Sports Car Racing Car unlapping itself from the number 3 of Nick Casey. Casey being part of the Darton Motorsport outfit. And with that change there, Casey just falling back in behind. But Army Sports Car Racing right now moving their way up the order and trying to get themselves back into what will be the lead lap as quickly as possible. But that's the thing as well, with the way the pit stops are played out, the safety cars have brought into the mix as well. We have seen a few teams end up falling down a lap. So now there are a few battles out there to unlap oneself. That's always a bit of intrigue out there, because unlapping oneself and then potentially seeing another safety car come along can completely change the complexion of the race. But as all drives coming through, good to see so many of you still enjoying and putting in thoughts there in the YouTube chats. And well, you can see a few of you also remarking there with regards to what happens on number 15 McLaren earlier on. There we do our number 22 of Archie Buttle, running 4th place here in the trophy class at the moment, still trying to chase down the number 60 of Ash Woodman. A bit of a way to go. But speaking of trophy cars, it is your class lead at the moment, and that is going to be the machinery, the 31 of William Lynch, which are still racing, currently running 7th overall and looking to be in control. There is our challenge leader, and that will be the Full Throttle Motorsport SGM car, Porsche 92.1 of Nick Hall and Richard Avery. I think we still do have Nick Hall in the car there. And well, we're just trying to see where our GT leader is at the moment, as all the field hop and skip their way between the corners. But there is our leader, getting ready to leave the pit lane, taking his mandatory 2nd pit stop. And that was a 139-second stop there, compared to the mandated 129-second stop, because of the success time ballast that has been applied with him leading in the GT Championship and overall. But coming down pit road, rejoining, well, he's going to come right into the thick of the action, but not quite in here. I thought it was going to be 3 wide under braking. It almost was, but where does it bring him back out? It brings him back out in, I want to say, 2nd place there overall. Because behind, that is your number 36 from Project 29.7, but they are still a lap down effectively. And we do have the number 67, who is now leading based on the times we have available, but we will see all this shake out. The pit window is now closed as well, and we can confirm, therefore, unless somebody's missed a pit stop, this is your running order all the way to the end now. And we'll have to see who can close up to whom and what battles are going to occur. It will be interesting to see whether we will see a closing down of the leaders towards the end. And in fact, we're getting a bit of an update there with regards to our number 23 falling down. So it is the 78 continue to push on, but there is our 67. That is our overall leader in the GT class at the moment. And Julian McBride right now still pushing on there with Keane, the pro driver, but I suspect it might be McBride in the car at this time. His lap times continuing to run very consistency for them in the 1-minute 12s and the 1-minute 11s. High 1-minute 11s there, as they blast the way through, and we'll come down to just turn 1 once again. So who's in 2nd? We can see in the rear of the picture there, as we do have a Ginetta come into the pits, and I think that is going to be, unless I'm very much mistaken, that's a pit stop outside the window, unless it is a penalty of some description. I don't think we've got any penalties for any of the drivers at the moment. In fact, we do have the car number 17 being awarded a 60-second stop and go penalty for a pit lane infringement. Number 17 has had to make its way back into the pit lane then, and that would be the Army Sports Car Racing Machine, unfortunately. So the Ashmore, Candler and Gilding car, unfortunately, will see their race time really drop a long way down when they do serve that penalty if they haven't already. Our 991 of Haworth continue to make his way on through. Currently 22 seconds or so behind fellow challenge class runner and leader of the class Hall. And there we do see then on 23 of Clark trying to keep out of Smith. So these two are battling on circuit in GT. They're fighting for fourth place in the GT class right now. Smith doing a very good job here of pushing on. And doing the great work alongside Richard Amos, but I believe it is Sam Smith in the car now. In fact, getting quite close there. So Simon Clark may not be turning on the McLaren as quickly as he has done previously. And that gap is really going down. That last lap time from Smith and Amos's machine, that was a 1 minute 11.682, so a personal best there to Clark's 1 minute 11.613. So in fact, it was Clark who was a little bit quicker, but not by much. But right now it definitely is Smith and Amos's machine, the Ginetta, that is gaining that ground. And in fact, we get those comparative lap times there. Beautiful graphic that really helps paint the picture of what's going on there. And if you exclude lap number 47 to a degree, then suddenly you do see the delta laps starting to come in. Battle here getting closer and closer. They make the way up through Coppice, and understandably that Ginetta will be picking up the draft now going onto the straight. Very valuable coming down towards the S's as the headlights go on there for the number 23 McLaren. Coming ready into that braking zone. Then you can see the McLaren just able to open a bit more of a gap. The Ginetta does seem to be just a bit quicker for the run of Schwann's in towards McLean's and Coppice, but then that straight line speed of the McLaren just balances out in favour of the leader of the battle. And across that line this time, 1 minute 11.61 for Clark. Meanwhile, it was 1 minute 11.599 there for Smith and Amos. So, bit of gap being ground down there, but only little by little. Tenths and hundredths at most. Just got it all down towards the end. This is our closest battle on circuit at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we are spending a bit of time really focusing in on this. Understandably, we'll be looking further around the field as time goes on. There's always a bit of on-track action to be found in the Brit Car Endurance Championship. Head up the rise again. One of the things that drivers now have to worry about, of course, will be what is worn tyres and also hot brakes, and tyres not perhaps being in their prime anymore. That can always make things that little bit harder towards the end of the race when you've got less rubber to run with, and well, it always just starts to hurt. You can't brake as late as you want to, you can't carry as much speed through the corners, but whilst we do have the battle of a McLaren and a Ginetta, we've also got our race leader catching up to a BMW they're very familiar with, because that is your 67. Your GT lead and overall leader, Julian McBride and Phil Keane, Jeff Still Racing, kind of right behind the Woodrow Motorsport GT machine of Chris Murphy. Albeit sadly for Chris, he is a lap down effectively on the BMW. He's about to go potentially 2 laps down. I can tell you that he would prefer to be battling with it on the lead lap, but that's the way this race has played out. We can also give you an update on number 17 with regards to why they picked up a 60-second stop and go penalty, and it was for refueling under the safety car. A little bit of debris there coming off the car, but that won't be picked up by anyone just straight away. We do see our 2 Porsche swapping places. That's the 32 unlapping itself there from the 901 of Haworth, or have they been able to? Haworth would like the place back if he can, but I don't think he's going to be able to take that right now, as our race leader gambling it all come down to the old hairpin, albeit not going for the move this time. But there you can see, only 5 seconds behind and closing. We do have your number 20 inching forward, and that is Nick Bourne, Richard Avery's Porsche Challenge machine, getting ready to try and catch up to our GT overall leaders. Plenty of battling back and forth between drivers all the way up and down the field at the moment. A lot of drivers, of course, trying to unlap themselves, get themselves into a different position. So this race right now could come down to a bit of a quiet ending, perhaps. Never say never, and I suspect while the intriguing parts will be whether we do get to see the 78 of Colin White for CWS close up to McBride and Keane right towards the end. The gap right now is 6 seconds. That would be for the GT class win and potentially the overall win. At least it could be the second. It's all going to come down to whether the number 20 can close up to the 67 in time. And well, you can see how quickly that gap has come down. So 1 minute it was almost 5 seconds. Now number 20 is only 2.1 seconds away from our 67. As they head into the final 10 minutes of racing. And looking around the outside here, that's going to be number 32 firstly, making probably the overtake at the most challenging part of the circuit, coming down for the Craner curves. Can't quite make it happen there, and well, taking it nice and easy. Both drivers knowing what is to come here as they go under Starkeys and then getting ready for the Schwann's curve in towards that right-hander McLean's. right now, move being made there for what will be our Porsche Challenger to try and unlap themselves. But then we do see in the rear of the picture that is going to be a move for the overall lead of the race. There's our 32 past the 721, and more importantly, there is going to be perhaps the change for the overall lead, because that is the 20 there of Hall taking over the lead from the 67 there of Brian Keane. And now we do have our challenge leader becoming the overall leader, and also dispatching the second of the BMWs in that sequence. It's been an absolutely brilliant run at front of 20 of Horn Avery, the full throttle Motorsport SGM drivers right now on course potentially for their first win of the season at the moment, and what a win it will be here. Of course, we do have the absence of the challenge winners from last time out, and that was the Hayes brothers, not here due to the team having obligations to be at Knock Hill this weekend. We hope to see the Hayes back soon, and given the fact, of course, they converted from the trophy to the challenge class at Snetterton and will landed that win on their debut. What a way to do it, but we can still focus on our challenge leader here today. Right now, I think the only thing that can stop them from taking that victory would be a self-inflicted mistake, given the gap they've got over 991 of Haworth to the best part of almost 21 seconds. Two BMWs together there, but right now it is just a bit of a comfort run here for McBride, so long as he makes sure that Charlie White doesn't get close enough. But on that last lap, well, White was able to take the best part of half a second out, so it's not over yet, and we've still got quite a few laps to go. Well, it's been a short circuit and a lap time of just over 1 minute. As for the trophy class off camera, just to give you an update there, your trophy lead at the moment in 9th place is your BMW M3, and that's going to be the machine of Will Lynch for Jeff Still Racing. Doing a fantastic job, and he does have 15 seconds of a gap to Saunders and the 34 Capture Motorsport Santa Cupra. So just filling you in there on what's happening off camera, as our two BMWs still having a good little battle there, and if only they were perhaps on the lead lap. But there is our trophy leader, broadcast director here to be talking about them and obliges. Thank you, Mr. Director, as they come through the S's. Ooh, a little bit of a lock up there on the front right. Although, to be fair, I think that's just going to be hot brakes at this point. And we'll put it aside there, and that is just to simply give a bit of space there to leave the 297. In fact, they have been able to get the 297 back out for Project 297 Racing, so that's good to see. That is the car being currently piloted by Cole Garnett. I think back out there, so they are going to see that checker flag. Even if they are going to see it a couple of laps down, still will try and bag the points, which is nice to see. They'll be running, I think, as they pit their way through, they're going to be running in a grand total of in 7th place in the trophy class. They unlap themselves in the trophy leaders. Garnett has definitely got a bus to catch when it comes to trying to pick up places, but it's a long way for him to go and not long left in terms of time. But as we come back to our leisure, the orange car there making its way in towards turn number 1, giving all the space in the world to the number 36, and that's to release Smith in the GT class, as we do see that Ashton Woodman just tucking back in, and will continue to develop as a driver and learning how to steer the car on the rear end, given his discipline. The best part of 15 years of racing in front-engine front-wheel drive machines, but now racing mid-engine rear-wheel drive. Lovely looking car, and well, continue to find that pace. And in terms of the laps he's set, well, his best lap today has been a 13.651. Not quite the 1 minute 12 that he was targeting, perhaps, but breaking into the 13s. Given in practice and qualifying to hitting 14s, he'll be very happy of that, to have shaved a good half a second off. And he said he was losing 5 to 6 tenths in the Roberts S's alone over the lap. Back to our leader at the moment, overall and challenge leader. That's going to be the full throttle Motorsport SGM machine of Nick Horn and Richard Avery. Continue to clock up the laps. Right now coming towards the end of their 57th tour of the circuit, but just in front of them it's definitely GT fever here. It's actually 23 being chased closely by the 36 of Smith. They're still fighting over position, and well, as they come through, in fact, we have had a bit of change there. Nick Casey's in this as well, and how could we forget? That's now 3rd in GT, and suddenly 4th place in GT gets changed, because that's a big look up the inside there. And it's a move, and that's a bit of contact there. Poor run coming through the corner of Redgate for Nick Casey, and in the end, unfortunately, that was number 20 going straight to the back of them, and we can see the damage down the rear with the exhaust pipes being completely misaligned. And could that be it for Nick Casey, literally at the final hurdle, as meanwhile, our number 20 right now, taking no prisoners out on circuit, continue to roar the way on through, and well, the Porsche, the challenge Porsche, definitely carrying on as much as possible. Definitely a bit of a scary moment there. And well, I have to wait and see. In fact, I think it was the 32 Porsche that had the contact with Nick Casey, to correct myself. And well, we do see Nick Casey's car there being attended by the marshals. And with 5 minutes to go, well, it's precariously placed on the outside of Hollywood. And well, we do like a good blockbuster, but not like that. Come back to our overall leader in the meantime. Definitely a bit of a moment there through Redgate corner, and well, I think Hikari 2752 in the YouTube chat there pretty much summarised it well, which was that was a contact. It was definitely good, sir. All drivers right now definitely winding this race down, and well, this is where, of course, as we head towards the final 5 minutes of 90, concentration levels start to potentially dip a little bit, exhaustion kicks in, it's very hot inside those cars, and we're not only having that much air conditioning compared to your conventional road car. Well, we do see the double waved yellows there, and that of course means no overtaking permitted, and also to be prepared to slow through that section of the circuit if required, with marshals maybe out circuit attending a car. But our 32 picking the way on through, going on past the Formula Evo Racing 23, well, making an overall place, now going up into 5th place overall. And that's the Cunningham machine from SG Racing, making up another overall place. That's not going to help them get any more points here tonight. They need to chase down your overall leader to do that. There's a bit of a way to go. There we do see our battle then, the fight for third in the GT class right now. This is probably the most intense battle towards the front of the field, and we're still McLaren of some holding on for now, but could we see the second of the Project 29-7 racing machines find a way in? Well, not like that, they won't be able to, as they're interrupted by our overall leader who puts a lap on them. And Clark could be grateful for the fact he's been given a bit of a breather as they head into the closing laps. Most likely another 4 laps to go here, perhaps 3 depending on time. We've not got long left as we head towards the checkered flag. Our leader right now definitely separating the battle for the final spot on the GT podium for a brief moment. And then suddenly, of course, we do have the double yellow there still at Hollywood. And that means that suddenly, well, the number 36 has to think strategically here. How can you get close enough without making a move and then get ready for the run, essentially through the old hairpin and upwards? Again, that McLaren has been very quick when it's needed to on the straight, but the Ginetta, by comparison, has been the car that typically has been a little bit more masterful through the corners. But they've been so close, these cars. And coming up through McLean's this time. Will we see a change? No, not quite, as they come up behind the Civic Cup. And that is going to be our 66 from Capture Motorsport. I think we still do have an Endau in the car. Although, in fact, double checking that, it might be the other way. I think that's Alok Iyengar now in the car, the Indian driver, of course, having raced in F1000 and Club Enduro. And he's not going to get in the way of the battle of the third place GT runners here. He's simply going to be a spectator, like we all are, to enjoy this battle right towards the very end. And let's come across line, we also do see the 31 there of Lynch stepping aside. Second place runner in Trophy, having yielded that leading class to the 34 of Greg Saunders. And Saunders there for Captain Motorsport has bolted since then. And well, we can see there right now the Civic Cup coming on through. And well, that's not going to be a change of position. Somebody's got a barbecue going now up on the bank of Redgate, I think. And well, trying to roll on through here. And right now, the number 66 driver continue to push through. And well, having a good run there, albeit they are 5th place in Trophy at the moment and 14th overall. They have definitely picked up the pace towards the very end here and are storming forward. Fastest laps of the race right now are being set by the Cunninghams, running in 5th in the 32 car, and they are still lapping in the 108s compared to everyone else in the 109s or... Not long left in this race now. 1.5 minutes left on the clock here, and definitely coming to the very end. We've also got a few teams getting black and white flags, track limits, including the number 297, also there the number 3, the 66 and the 78. So a lot of drivers will we keep in mind. They make one more track limit infringement, and suddenly they will be seeing a post-race time penalty applied. But there's our leader coming across the line with just over 1 minute 15 to go. So probably the penultimate lap right now, but it could be the last lap. We will see what's to be when they come around. Very tight there on timing. Oh, goodness me, and what's happened here as they make the way on? And well, that's the number 78 there, Colin White. Big lock-up there coming in towards the S's. I'm not sure there was contact, and well, just purely a lock-up from what I'm hearing, trackside. And well, for White, who was pushing onwards, and the number 78 driver there in his pursuit of the GT win, trying to steal it away from Bryden Keane. That's not going to work. Now, have we had White come into the pit lane? I've just heard a car go past me. I think they've gone into the pits there. I think they've gone through the pit lane essentially and made their way back out. Although don't quote me on that, as here is our leader. Now here they come, 20 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to be seeing the checker flag this time? In fact, I think we are going to get another lap with 10 seconds left of the clock here. They're just going to squeeze in a 63rd lap. And there's the last lap board being poked out from behind the pit wall. So one more to go here. And, well, we could have some last-minute excitement in the fight for third in GT. We can tell that as all tries to roll the way through. But there's our leader. Then there's our second place runner. That is the 901 of Sam Howarth, who are right now doing a very good job. And, well, 19 seconds behind the leader, but at the same time, putting a very consistent run, what this being his debut round of the season, and trying to build up to a potential entry for 2027. And we have got a further 8 seconds back there before you do see your 67 coming through, and that is going to be the wonderful BMW M3 of McBride and none other than Keane. Junior McBride and Phil Keane together with Jeff Still Racing, and right now running very happily as GT leaders third overall. But as quickly as we take a look there at your third place runner overall, we do come back to the front, and well, what a drive it has been here for your number 20 of Nick Hall and Richard Avery for Full Throttle Motorsport, SGM Motorsport, having started fourth on the grid, and in the end using strategy to their advantages as well as outright pace. And as they make the way out to the final 2 quarters, it is going to be victory for the number 20 today as they crossline your overall and challenge class winners by the best part of 19 seconds. A brief wait as we do see there one of our cars coming through, a lap or 2 down, but then very shortly, who's going to finish third in GT just behind the Volkswagen Golf? It is going to be Simon Clark, who holds off the 36 of Project 29.7. So Form Evo taking third in GT. There's your second place finisher overall, and in challenge of Howarth in the 991. And then we do have one of our SAC Coopers coming on through to finish a couple of laps down. That's the 66 in 14th. And, oh, goodness me, as they come on down, have we definitely got the finish here of this race? I think we have. Yep, we have indeed. There was a bit of confusion there with regards to whether we were getting the finish line, but we've got a checker flag, and we have seen the number 67 come through. I believe we will very shortly do. So bring on home what will be the GT win. As then we do see the 31. Oh, what's going on at the rear there? Surely not. That is, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that's your leader in GT. I don't believe it, and well, I'm speechless, ladies and gentlemen, because as it all comes to a halt, that means that in fact it is going to be the 78 Ginetta of Colin White that's going to take the GT win there, and I think they've just run out of fuel. McBride and Keane as coming on through as well. That's your 34, 8th overall. That is your trophy winner there. They're going to be absolutely ecstatic about that, but they will take the win in their class, 8th overall, and will be a lap down. But in the end, McBride and Keane, they will be classified as 5th because they were the last lead lappers, but they will be at the end of the lap essentially, so they have not seen the checker flag. So a bit of drama right at the end. I'm being a bit blindsided by that, but anything can happen in motorsport, and it normally does. But as all of our drivers calm down, what a race it has been, what a set of stories we've had, and right at the end there as well, seeing our GT leaders literally, it looks like run out of fuel, have a technical issue right with only 100 metres to go. But here are our provisional results for round number 6 of the 2026 Brit Car Endurance Championship. And as we can see, your number 20 of Nick Hall and Richard Avery for Full Throttle Motorsport of SGM taking the overall and challenge win. And then the 901 there of Howarth taking 2nd place. Then it was GT victory for the 78 being run there by White, Colin White for CWS, head of the Cunninghams, and the number 32 taking 4th overall. McBride and Keane in the end taking the runner-up spot in GT, just ahead of Simon Clark, who sees his run of victory slightly halted, but another spot on the podium in the GT class. And then we did have Smith and Amos there just behind them at the finish, with your trophy winner there, Saunders for Capture Motorsport, taking the 8th place. And that was Murphy in 9th, they're 5th in the GT class, head of the Armour Sports Car Racing Machine, Ashmore, Candler and Gilding, completing your top 10. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, with all the excitement out on circuit, of course, you've heard from him throughout the entirety of the race, interviewing drivers. And well, I do believe we're going to be cutting very shortly over to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé to speak to your top 3 finishers and talk about what has been a brilliant race here, albeit one just as great on strategy as it has been on track action. Over to Ian.
Well, there we go, everybody. After 90 minutes of racing action, it is Nick Hull and Richard Avery who emerge victorious in round 5 of the 2026 Brit Car Endurance Championship. Well, let's driver get out. It is Richard Avery behind the wheel. We'll let him get out. Congratulations to Sam Howarth as well in 2nd place, Julian McBride and Phil Keane in 3rd, and Greg Saunders winning the trophy category. Look at this, there is Nick Hull as well. we'll grab a quick word with the chaps if we can. Nick's trapped out there. Hopefully we can get him to come round. Richard, look, get your helmet off, have a drink of water before you talk to me, because that was some brilliant driving as well. We've got more drivers coming in as well. I can see Sam Howarth over there too. It's do you want his helmet? We might be able to. There we go. Look, we'll chuck the helmet over. Richard, well, that's how you do it, right? Look, you weathered every single storm out there.
Yeah, we certainly did. It was a tough whole game. I don't know. Half the time I didn't even know where I was, to be honest. And I was just like, go, go, go. And on the radio, I was just like, keep going, keep going, keep going, push, push, push. But yeah.
Well, I was talking to Ross as well, because you actually, one of your pit stops, I think, was 4 seconds. So you had to do an extra stop as well.
Yeah, we did do an extra come and stop go. Not so much penalty, but a stop go, because we were literally 4 seconds under. We pitted 4 seconds too early.
In the end, it doesn't matter, does it? I'll tell you what, you and Nick, you formed some team here, don't you, you two?
It's unbelievable. Yeah, great. Nick drove fucking awesome.
Here he is. Nick, congratulations. Look, I just
allowed in that side.
It's a bit rude, isn't it? But well done. How do you feel?
Oh, elated. We've been waiting a long time to win overall.
Yeah.
So, brilliant. And Rich drove fantastically. I really enjoyed my stint. And, fair play to SGM, giving us a car that we could do it in.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for my children, they've all turned up today with my new grandson. So that means they brought me good luck, so they're going to have to follow us around the country now racing.
Exactly, yeah. Got to keep coming.
That's not bad, mate. That's not bad. Guys, congratulations. I know you're going to have to. Matt wants to have a word with you as well. You jump in there, Matt. He's there for you. Let's go have a chat with Sam Howarth here as well. Sam, congratulations. P2. These races are always difficult. Doing it solo must be a real challenge.
Yeah, it's a bit tiring. Sweating a little bit. But yeah, what fun. I loved it so much. Yeah, really good.
It's difficult, is it? Because you've got to weather all the safety cars as well. You know, when they do keep coming out, do they help or are they a hindrance? Especially if you're a solo driver, is it sometimes a bit of a relief when they come out?
It is a bit of a relief, to be honest. Yeah, it gives your hands a bit of a break. But no, sometimes they play into your favour, sometimes they don't. And I think it worked out okay this time. I mean, I can't complain about PC.
No, not at all.
Pretty happy.
Well done, so I'm really happy for you, really am.
Say a few words?
Yeah, please do.
Thank
you.
Do. I've got to say thank you so much to my dad over there and the whole team.
Is that Dad?
Yeah.
I'm going over.
He'll hate me saying that. And thank you to the sponsors as well. Porsche Centre Hull can do so much for me.
Yeah.
And the guys at AutoWorks as well. I don't know if the camera can see.
Yeah, we can bring it around.
They're a bit dirty now, but I got these red wheels especially for my first time in Brit car. They're not so shiny anymore, but so many thank yous to give.
Never off the podium. Well done. I've got to go grab Dad very quickly. Dad.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You must be a proud dad right now.
I'm really proud. Yeah, really good race. That's hard work for him. I know he's only 21, but that's hard work to put 90 minutes in on a day like today at 27 degrees.
It's hot, isn't it? I spoke to a few drivers whilst they were sort of coming into the pits. They didn't get out of the car. I could feel the heat coming off them, but boys done good, eh?
I've just given him a bit of a fatherly hug and he's sodden all the way through.
Yeah, I'm not going near him then.
No,
again.
Probably best not to.
Congratulations, guys. A great job indeed. I want to go find Greg if I can as well. Greg Saunders, your trophy winner. I did see him. Where did he go? Where did Greg Saunders go? There he is. He's over there. Let's go grab him for a quick chat show. Just be careful, Tom. Greg, congratulations, trophy winner. I tell you what, I spoke to you sort of mid-race. Apologies about that, but thanks for being such a good sport, because I know it's probably quite difficult when you're sat there in the pits. Look, safety cars galore out there, the temperatures, the heat, solo driver, but you did it.
Yeah, it was good. It got away at the start. I think I was in the lead, and then you kind of get lost in it all. So somehow lost the lead, managed to get it back. Don't know really what happened in between. A few safety cars. Yeah, really hot race, but happy to bring it home first.
What does it mean to you and the team then to get the trophy victory today?
Really good. You know, the guys worked really hard to make it happen, and we worked really hard on Friday to get the car optimised to be in a winning position, because it wasn't in the first session. So it's for them as well. You know, they worked so hard, and it's really nice to give back to them.
You did say that you would like a co-driver, certainly when it's this hot. Do you still feel the same way now?
We've got one more round in August, so that might be still something to consider with this heat wave we're having. Yeah.
Great, congratulations. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Great stuff indeed. Matt Suckling is doing circuit comms. He is, I think he might have gone round actually, Matt, already for you. Yes, yeah, I think he has. There we go. Oh no, Matt's over there. He's over there. Look, he's just chatting over there as well. So there we go. That is round 5, the 5th meeting of the season over for Britcar Endurance Championship. Congratulations to Richard Avery and Nick Hull. Great stuff indeed. Big shout out to Sam Howarth, we just heard from him. Julian McBride and Phil Keane in 3rd. And Greg Saunders, we just heard from him as well, winning the trophy category. 3. Now we have a massive grid of cars. One of my favourites is a toy box of cars coming up for you. The CNC heads. 42 cars. There was a further 10 on the reserve list as well. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with just 2 of them. Just 2. Let's hear from them now. Well, welcome to the assembly area, everybody. And it is a huge assembly area. Look at this. And this way. I can't quite believe the number of cars. 42 cars for the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Not only that, there was a reserve list as well, and that had at least 10 on as well. Quite remarkable indeed. So many people to see, so many people to go and talk to. So we haven't got too long though, so let's go have a quick chat over here, shall we, with Stuart, who's in the car right now. Stuart, how are we? All right.
All right.
What a grid of cars this is, isn't it?
It's a fantastic grid of cars, yeah. You couldn't ask for anything better. We're new to this year for the season.
Yeah.
We've been very welcomed by everybody.
Well, we're great to have you. Look, tell us about this car. Tell us, it's a Spire, isn't it?
It's a Spire GTR, yeah. It's got a Honda Fireblade 1000 engine in it.
Oh, what's it like to drive?
Fantastic. We're getting there slowly. We had a few problems to start with, but other than that, we're getting there now.
The only thing, the steering wheel looks tiny, doesn't it?
It is tiny, mate. Everything's tiny. I mean, look at his spoiler compared to me.
Be careful out there, but enjoy it, won't you? Lovely to see you, really, really is. Look at this as well, the 149. Oh, what a mix. This is always a popular car, isn't it? It always gets a lot of attention. I almost don't want to touch it. It looks like it's had a new paint job. It looks really pristine, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not that pristine yet. It will be.
Sorry, I'm really sorry I'm getting in your way. Look, I'll let you guys crack on. Lovely to see you, by the way. Good luck out there. Amazing grid of cars. Oh, look, it's Marshall Groves, everybody. He was out last week in track. Hello, Marshall. You all right? Good luck, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? We might be catching up a little bit later as well. Yes, a remarkable grid of cars. 42 in total for round 7 of the CNC Head Sports Saloon Car Championship. Only one thing left to do, isn't there? Hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for round number 7 of the 2026 CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship here today from Donington Park as one of their away day rounds. This championship centred around the Alton Park circuit, but travelling to Donington Park and also Anglesey next time for their triple header. But here's your grid. Starting on pole position, it's Chris Roberts, your Class D pole sitter in overall, and joining the front row, it's going to be Richard Wyatt in Class A. Then we have Simon Alloway and Zach Booth on row 2. Zach Booth being part of Class D. On row number 3, it's Class B pole sitter Connor Modrow, ahead of his fellow compatriot and Anton Landon. Then we do have on row number 4 Andy Thomas and Ryan Nelson. That's your first 8 drivers. Then we'll very shortly be making our way further down the order, and well, it's going to be an absolute bumper grid, ladies and gents. Well, look out my Conto booth window, and there's so many cars out there, a real matchbox set of cars, as Ian was saying earlier on. Starting in 9th place, it's going to be the machinery there of Thomas Dilley, ahead of Jamie Cryer. Then in 11th, we will see what will be Ross Hampson ahead of Paul Dobson. Paul Dobson there in the number 13. He'll be a Class E pole sitter in his Mazda RX-7 FB, one of the older machines on the grid, but a beautiful machine at that. John Price starts off the 7th row in his Vauxhall Tigra ahead of James Owen. And then we do have Jason Hennifer and Thomas Frankland who complete your top 8 rows. Thomas Frankland, of course, bringing back the Renault 5 GT Turbo, the car that was last seen rolling onto its roof at Croft back in 2025, as far as my memory serves. But that car has definitely been brought back to life. I'm very happy to see Thomas out there and looking forward to go for it in a very fast car. Then we do see, starting 17th, Andrew Armiger ahead of Ricky Walker. And Ricky Walker then be followed up by Howard Hunt and Jonathan Lee, who complete your top 20. From the Civic Type R, it will then be the Honda Civic of Chris Stone, with Stephen Parker also on row number 11. And then we'll have John Maddock-Jones ahead of Richie Briscoe, completing your first 12 rows. But there's even more out there. Gary Warburton in the Mini Silhouette car, ahead of Stuart Burnett, and the 972 there. all getting absolutely ready to go, and well, that's going to be a very fast car in his helmet, and he'll be hoping he can make that work out. We'll burn it in Class G. We then do have Marshall Groves, the man who was at Touring Car Rewind and the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge, and he's here today, ahead of Simon Hutt, who starts in 28th place in his BMW Z4. Robert Wakelin, he'll be 29th in the number 30, he'll be a Class F pole sitter in his Honda Civic, ahead of Mark Primmitt, starting 30th there on the MG Midget, I should say. Louis Dobson, 31st, ahead of Paul Wright, that'll be row number 16, with the Subaru Impreza driver giving way to our penultimate rows of the grid, and we'll show you those very shortly. But indeed, 32 drivers already there, and such a mixture of classes in amongst them all. We'll talk a little bit about how the classes are decided and what the differences are between each of the classes. But indeed, you're seeing a whole variety of Japanese machines out there, as well as European entries and British entries as well, because starting 33rd, it's the Volkswagen Golf Mark III GTI of Robert Claxton, ahead of Darren Owen, 34th there in his Mercedes SLK. I do believe bringing that out for the first time today for this season, unless I'm mistaken. Errol Taylor will be starting 35th in his Toyota Yaris T Sport. Now, when have you seen a Toyota Yaris T Sport go racing? Answer me that, because those are a rarity, normally overshadowed by the older Honda Civic Type R EP3s. But indeed, yes, the original Honda Yaris in the early noughties had a T Sport edition and a very feisty car, if anybody remembers the Rich and Hammer review all those years ago. Then we do have Nick Haynes with his TVR Camara, starting in 36th, ahead of Andrew Gash and Simon Gravely. And then we'll see on the final round of the grid, complete your 40 permitted entrants, Robert Buckland and Ralph Underwood. So that's how they'll all start. We're all ready to go, and well, as we do get set there, well, not too long before we do see all the cars come into view on this green flag formation lap. Now, in terms of how they start, of course, it is going to be a standing start following the green flag formation lap. And what you need to think about the classes is, well, you do have your Silhouette Special cars. These are the highly modified cars, not really road cars, but they are silhouettes of special, so long as 25 or more of the original car it was based on were produced. Class A, they have 2.5 litre engines or greater. Class B, it's 1.8 to 2.5 litre engines. Class C, it's less than 1.8 litres, and Class G, of which we only have the one entrant out there, I do believe, and that is a motorcycle engine-based car. Meanwhile, you have your modified sports and saloon cars, cars which will look perhaps more normal to what you see on the road when you drive around the streets and the countryside. And you have Class D out there, which is your engines of 2.5 litres or greater. Then we have your Class E's, which are 1.7 to 2.5 litres. And then we do have your Class F's, which are less than 1.7 litres. So this is definitely one of those series whereby if you want to go racing for a relatively cheap entry fee, and indeed you can go racing in the car that you can drive on the road, these are the cars. And one driver who will tell you all about that is championship leader Chris Roberts in Class D. Remember, of course, they score points based on their finishing position in class, and then those points will go into the overall championships. The idea is you want to be leading your class, and with it score maximum possible points there, and you'll be leading your championship. And Roberts was saying to me earlier on that in qualifying, he went out there on a set of road tyres. Because of how hot the track surface is and his slicks are so heavily worn, he's saving up his slicks for the purposes of the races. So he went out there on road tyres and he managed to put it in the very front row in the end, putting it on pole position. So it shows you how quick Chris is. And well, now can he use those slick tyres to his advantage to run away? He's worried, of course, that with regards to the heaviness of his BMW M4, that after the opening couple of laps, the front tyres will be absolutely heated up, and therefore he'll lose pace. But there we do see that wonder Mazda RX-7, and I can definitely tell you our broadcast director's just gone, is that a Mazda RX-7? Yes, it is, and I do believe that is a Mazda RX-7 from the late 80s period, one of the original FB machines before the highly popularised FC generation that you would have seen if you're a big fan of the 90s Japanese anime Initial D, where it gained a lot of popularity, and then the FD machine that followed it, the one that really garnered all the JDM popularity. But as everyone makes their way into position, watch out for that Lotus Esprit silhouette there, starting on the second row, and that is none other than Simon Alloway. He's had a very rough start to the season, defending champion, Class A runner, and can he pick things back up, because it has been such a tough start, and we'll have to see whether he can make his way forward. But he's starting well here, starting that second row, and over the course of what will be a grand total of 20 minutes of racing, well, could he potentially run away with the win? We'll see as the last of the cars fit their way into position. But settle in for this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely a spectacle of racing cars. And as the last car gets into position, they start to get the countdown with regards to the lights going on, so everyone will turn their head up towards the red lights. In fact, here come the lights now, ladies and gentlemen, and without further ado, round number 7 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship gets underway for 2026. Good start for all of our runners there. Everyone's safely on through. A couple of drivers opt to switch sides. We do have one non-starter at the back and a slow starter as well, but otherwise 38 out of our 40 starters have got away. Simon Alloway there, already up into second place. Great launch in the Lotus Esprit Silhouette, and we do see the Vauxhall Tigra there going on the attack as well. As all drivers now bring themselves down into the very tricky run of Hollywood in towards the Crane of Curves for the first time. Chris Roberts really dictating the pace at the front, and remember, he wants to get the hammer down early. He wants those opening 3 laps to be his best, so that way he can put distance between himself and the lighter cars behind, but the silhouettes that he's worried about will catch up to him and close him down. And well, Chris Roberts, understandably as well, riding a high after taking the Dave Simpson Trophy last time out in round 5 at Alton Park. The trophy there for taking victory by the biggest gap in a given. Unfortunately, I think those difficulties have rematerialised. But after 1 lap of racing, your top 10 is as follows. It's Roberts, Class D lead. Oh, goes me, and it's getting very close under braking, ahead of Class A leader Alloway. Then we have Wright, followed by Class D second place runner of Booth. Yellow flags waving there going into Hollywood. Then we have Class B leader Landon ahead of Dobson, followed by Cryer, Dilly, Hampson, and Thomas completing your top 10. Our leader's pushing on, but you can definitely see Roberts right now being gradually reeled in there by Alloway, and Simon right now has definitely got the bit between his teeth. This is what we love to see from Simon Alloway. We want a car that's happy, and it is pushing on there as much as possible. As the Fisher Fury of Landon there, Class B running in 5th place, a bit lonely. Renault McGann there of Booth trying to look around the outside. Oh! We've got a bit of difficulty there. One going wide. Oh, and goodness me! And that is the 77, and that is your 2024 champion in his BMW, which is a lot more comfortable with compared to his Ford Fiesta that he used to race in, which he took his crown in 2024. And that is Stephen Parker there, also bringing with him one of the corner boards as well. He's decided to take a souvenir from Donington Park. I don't know if the marshals will let him keep that in the car, however. And well, I don't know if he's dragging it all the way around the circuit with him, but hopefully not. But so a bit of a surprise there for Parker. Gets it back together, and meanwhile, plenty of fighting going on as you look towards the back end of the top 10. Hold the phone, that's 2 by 2, 3 by 1, and whichever way they run in formation here, the Vauxhall Tigra goes on the attack, and that's Armiger looking for a position. And will he be able to take it there? I think he will. So going forward and just squeezing ahead there of the 966 as they come charging through. Dilly and his Ford Escort slipping back down the order, but plenty of fighting going back and forth between these drivers, no doubt about it. And then we do have a bit further back here, BMW Z4 looking for a potential move. Battling side by side there with Renault Clio. Well, what's it going to be there? Our 75 driver of Buckland in his Clio 182, making his way around there. Lovely move for him versus Hart, gaining the position. Also being chased there, we have the Spire GTR, your Class G runner, your sole runner, or Burnett. Now, to be fair, enjoying himself out there in the silhouette with the motorcycle capacity engine. And we're coming towards the end of the opening 4 minutes of this race, and already plenty of excitement and action as we see our Subaru there taking it quite smoothly. We can now go back to the RX-7 battling with the BMW, and that's going to be a change of position there. We do see Hampson moving ahead of Dobson, who is your Class E leader there. I had to double check, I almost said Class D, and then we come to your Class A leader, who makes it very clear he wants to lead Class A. Because, of course, in number 1 car with the little letter A printed along the side of it. Although he has found his way off camera past Roberts. So now Alloway is your overall leader. But he is now coming up behind some drivers, so he's going to try and put a lap down here. This is going to get very tight in towards the old hairpin. A little bit of a butt clenching moment here, but look who this brings into the fight. That's going to be the Renault McGann of Booth, and this is the one thing that Roberts was worried about, that suddenly they're going to come together, and here comes Booth on the inside. Booth makes a move there in towards Schwann's curve. Lovely move, bit of a lock up on the brakes down the front and right, but I think he'll get away with that. And Booth takes the lead of Class D, second overall. McCann and Roberts try and come back at him. We'll have to see as they make the way from Coppice. A little bit dusty there coming out of Coppice Bend. Somebody's perhaps had a bit of a moment, and well, the dust has just been allowed to settle. But Simon Alloway right now, he's definitely decided he's checking out here and trying to head to East Midlands Airport at this rate with the way he's taking flight. Albeit the car really wobbling there under braking. And I wonder if he's just worried about overheating the brakes a little bit there and just having to try and smooth his braking out. But coming on through, we've also had a change there. That is none other than the 972. of Richard Wright moving up in the third place as Chris Roberts perhaps decided to back off a little bit. I've got a bit of an issue. Well, either way, he's not looking as happy anymore in the car, as we do see the Fisher Fury being passed there by Hampson. So suddenly our Class B leader slipping back a little bit further. Albeit he's going to have to worry about the fact he has got the grand presence of both Armiger and Premier catching up to him. And well, there could be a bit more fight in there as they're rolling down the hill this time. Our Vauxhall Tiger driver going for the move. On the inside he goes. And the Silhouette driver there, smooth as you like it on the inside. Lovely attacking line there. And well, now moves up into 6th place. But more fighting going on. And well, Premier is MG Midget are picking up a place there as well. So that's now 2nd place in Class B. He's trying to take there. Still not able to quite get it yet. Well, in fact, yes, he has taken it because London's Fisher Fury has fallen backwards there. So your top 3 of Class B definitely going for a shuffle. So many battles out there. Of course, we're focusing on your top 10 at the moment, but I suspect we'll be getting some footage of what's going down further later on. The Vauxhall team rolls its way onwards in the meantime. And well, here comes our 47 again. I don't know what Primit's had for lunch, but I can tell you one thing, whatever he's had, it's really put the fire in him after his qualifying session. Wasn't perhaps as par. Well, here they come towards that time in line, but change BMWs again. And Roberts here slipping backwards. Now, thankfully, not losing a Class D position there because he is giving away to Hampson, who's a Class A runner. It does not look to be a happy BMW there for Chris Roberts. Let him places go. And, well, he has got a long way before he does see Marshall Groves, his next Class D runner, all the way down in 15th place. So he'll be quite safe. But we come back to our 24 here. And this is Underwood in his Triumph TR7 V8. And, well, for those of you of an older disposition, I think you're all going to be smiling at seeing this out there at the moment. Lovely car that Triumph is. And we're coming down, and I think we're looking at the early 70s there. Broadcast director saying either 71 or 72. Do let us know in the YouTube chat. We think it's 1971. The lovely car there, but in the company of the 682 of Gash, who's trying to follow. As I think Thomas Franklin, meanwhile, a bit further behind them. Ooh, that's getting a bit close there. The drivers coming on through the Roberts S's. Is that trying to make a move there as they come across the timeline this time? See, but before we do, we see our Triumph there being passed by the Honda Civic, and well, that's going to be a move made there, but I think that's more changes of laps at this point. Triumph carries on there, and definitely we absolutely love to see the Triumph going on as the Triumphs continue to push towards the midway points of the race. We are hearing, of course, many of you remarking on the fact that it does seem as though the 99 of Roberts has an issue, and indeed we do have Chris Roberts into the pit lanes. The man who leads the championship, sadly, it does seem as though it has all slipped away from him today, albeit it might be difficulties for race number 1, but hopefully we get to see him back out there later on in this race, if not in race number 2 that will be tomorrow. As on camera, you've just seen a change of position, and that is your RX-7 being passed there. Well, the battle going on, but this is very tight as they'll come through. They should number 39 there, finding a bit of company in front of it into the back of the 53. And well, that's the 53 of Nick Haynes' TBR Chimera, and under a bit of pressure there as they head up the hill. But goodness me, this is getting very tight between them all. As our RX-7 FB of Dobson slipping back a little bit, but still your Class E leader. So doesn't have to worry too much about losing place at the moment. So the nearest driver to him is the number 91 of Jonathan Lee, on the Civic Type R driver, who's all the way towards the back end of the top 20 down at 17th place at the moment, and trying to manage a gap to Hunter's MG ZS80. As we see the RX-7 carrying on there, still tailing the 80. I do believe that is the number 88 there. Well, in fact, that's not number 88. In front, you can see the number coming on through. All these cars running away and past right now, but an absolute variety of eclectic machines out there. Even a Ginetta right behind them. You name it, it's here. And that is Jamie Cryer's Ginetta G20. That is right now clearing Paul Dobson, and you have the Ginetta GTA of Thomas right there. But we do sadly have a 5-second time penalty, and that is for Paul Dobson in his Mazda RX-7. That is a 5-second penalty that will be applied after the race. So he won't want to keep picking up penalties and losing time, or he might be at risk of losing the Class E lead. But we come back to Stephen Parker there after his excursion earlier on, and well, he's surely going to find he's going to be put a lap down. Blue flags wave there on the lighting board, because there's Simon Alloway picking his way past those who have gone a lap behind. Alloway leading this race by 2 seconds, if that, but he is being chased aggressively by Richard White in the BMW M4 Solution F Silhouette as they head towards the next half of the race. and some rapid laps going in there, and right to that last time out was 2 tenths quicker by comparison, so bringing the gap down to 1.5 seconds. And then you see your Class D leader of Booth in his Renault Megane. He wants to latch onto the back of them. Car coming out the pit lane, and that's going to be our BMW M4 of Roberts there, number 99. Good to see him getting back out on circuit. And also, well, there is Chris Roberts leaving the pit lane now. I'm getting ahead of myself. Another BMW coming out, but both of them back out onto circuit. Good to see. Oh, that gets a bit close. And it's going to be a Subaru Impreza under a bit of attack there. And I believe that move being made there on none other than Wright, who might be falling down to 27th place at this time. A lot of traffic there coming through what be Hollywood in towards the Crane of Curves, and this is not the place you want to be. And as much as there will be some blue flag boards out there, I think this is a situation where everyone's just got to simply pick a line and be safe and smooth with it. And to be fair, all the drivers have been very respectful to each other, and indeed it really is a community championship, this one. Everyone doesn't know each other very well, and whilst there can be rivalries on the circuit, as soon as the racing embers go out, of course they're all friends. As Argenetta GTA moves on. Ooh, what's happened there? And the answer is that's our BMW Z4 silhouette parked up, and that's at the old hairpin. We thought there was a bit of dust going up. We were wondering what's going on. And well, now we understand there, and that's an unfortunate end for the race there of Simon Hunt, potentially, one of our reserves. And unfortunately, he has parked himself in the gravel. The marshal's attending him. But then we do see 2 wide there coming up in towards Redgate once again. As we look a little bit back, we do focus in there on our Vauxhall Tiggo silhouette. And well, we do see the wonderful Mini there making its way around. And well, absolutely brilliant to see so many cars. But Gary Wharton's Mini Space Frame there with its 2-litre turbo engine. And then we come back to the Mazda RX-7, continue to push on. And well, on number 13 is definitely enjoying himself out there as Paul Dobson, as it's going to be multi-wide there. And well, coming on down through Hollywood in towards Crane of Curves right now. What's the change going to be? We'll have to see, because we focus on our Mini for a bit. And that number 149 there, Gary Warburton. Lovely car, very well presented car as well. And definitely, if you do decide to make your way to the circuit tomorrow, do make sure you go check out Gary Warburton's car, because you can check out the car, and well, I think he'll be very happy to have a conversation with you. He had a lot of people gathering around the car in the paddock earlier on to discuss what he's done with the car. But a beautiful little machine out there, right its way over through, fantastic looking. And well, definitely one of the fastest minis you'll see in the UK this year, without question. Going on down there, also you can't miss him with the bright yellow colour on the car, luminescent yellow there. And currently, in terms of where he's running in this race, he's running in 7th place in Class A at the top end of our silhouette machines on there. And whilst we do have the engine literage at 2.5 litres or greater for Class A, I think the turbos are bolted, and also the power outputs, it can lead to a difference of the classes. But we do see our number 47 in the Class B making its way through. That's Mark Primmitt in his MG Midget. Definitely quite a bit of a body kit on that car, and a big wing as well. It is indeed an MG Midget there. That's what we had on the entry list, but it may not always tally. He's definitely having a good run so far, is Mark. And well, in terms of where he sits in the running order at the moment, well, he is running towards the top 10 and trying to push on as much as possible. Running as Class B leader at this time. Indeed, with Armiger just about 4 seconds behind. Speaking of which, there is Armiger making his way on around, giving pursuit, and they have both dropped Landon more recently, so therefore it does look as though the battle for the podium in Class B may have settled to a degree after Pritt finally found his way through. Definitely did have the best qualifying performance of the race start, but picking up a lot of time over the race. We see our leaders of Class B coming through, once again down towards Redgate Bend. And what's the delta of lap times this time, I hear you ask, between Armiger and Primmitt? And the answer is that Armiger was 8 tenths slower by comparison, so not quite having it work out there. So a bit more time to be made up if you can. And we do now have a 15-second penalty for Paul Dobson. Unfortunately, he's adding up the time penalties, and I believe they are for track limits that has been boosted. So there, Paul Dobson right now very much at risk of seeing himself pushed down towards the Class E runners a lot further down, albeit the next Class E runner being the Honda Civic Type R of Lee, the number 91. But here's a machine for you, battling 2 wide there, number 11 versus the 682, and that is the Toyota Yaris T-Sport there, making its way around. Beautiful little car, and indeed, you'd normally think of a Toyota Yaris that they wouldn't have a lot of engine power go racing, but the T-Sport definitely the progenitor, if you will, to the GR Sport machines that you do see in the Toyota range in the UK in this modern era. Back in the era, of course, whereby you would have seen, say, the Honda Civic EP2 as a comparator. But sadly, that's a stop to the race there for the 24. And that's Ralph Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8. And, well, it does look as though their car parked up. And, well, don't even looked at by the marshals and also some of the invigilators as Leicesterfield makes its way in towards Redgate. There's such a wide mixture of cars out there. Absolutely brilliant, no doubt about it. And all these drivers enjoying themselves. And, well, a few of you saying there, with regards to the fact, Age tuned in, says Skirino. But what a cool lineup indeed. An absolutely eclectic lineup of racing machines here. And good to see so many of you loving the RX-7 that's been sliding around the Renault Megane. And, well, hello to you all who have recently joined us this afternoon. We see R257 coming, 267 coming through, John Price's Vauxhall Tigra, and I had the pleasure of seeing him race that, I do believe, in the Silhouette Championship at Manbury Park a couple of years ago. Very capable driver in that car, no doubt about it, and enjoying himself out there as he comes through the opening corner. And, well, as he rolls one through, being chased there by a Ford Escort, and it's definitely looking close. To see what's to be in terms of battling classes as we head towards the concluding laps of this race and well, what a round it has been. But we come back to our overall leader and Class A leader, and this is Simon Alloway, right now leading, albeit with a 10-second time penalty, and I believe that is for, I want to say, we're just double checking this, for a full start. So that would mean most likely he has potentially jumped the start, alternatively he's done something else wrong in the starting procedure. The car's rolled before he should have, or alternatively he's been in the wrong position. So for Simon Alloway, 10-second penalty, but given the gap he has built for himself, he may be safe here. We'll have to wait and see what comes around, because the next driver is the 972 of Richard Wright. But where is Wright on the road? How far is the gap between them? Oh, goodness me, and that is your 53 going for a bit of a journey, and that's Nick Haynes' TVR Chimera going wide there, I believe coming out of Redgate before Hollywood, and we'll definitely a bit of a showpiece, and comes right back into the thick of the field, and, well, not the way he wants it to go. Making his way on down right now. There we do see a bit of a look to our Ginetta GTA, and also that wonderful 39 coming through, Jamie Crine's Ginetta G20. Indeed, a more modern Ginetta versus a much older Ginetta, some would say. And then we do see the BMW of Steve Parker, the car that definitely had a bit of a moment earlier on the Schwann's Curve, and we're keeping it on the black stuff now. Well, that transition away from front engine front wheel drive to front engine rear wheel drive, back to his comfort zone, but definitely perhaps pushing himself beyond his comfort zone a little bit. But we see R682 there, just stepping aside for some of the lead lappers. Well, just taking it nice and easy as Andrew Gash in the Peugeot 207 GTI. Lovely car as he makes his way around. And he's just enjoying himself out there. Indeed, that's the great thing as well. For a low entry fee, you can have so much fun going racing. But as the drivers roar the way through, it's going to be the run of the rotary as we do see the RX-7 head towards the line. But now with 1.5 minutes left on the clock, not too many more laps to go, we can confirm, even with the 10-second post-race time penalty applied, Simon Alloway is your leader. But let's focus in a little bit on the 131 here. That is the MG ZS of Howard Hunt. Indeed, a lovely car there, the Saloon MG, and well, the MG 180s and 160s definitely being last here. Oh, goodness me, what's happened there? That's the 71, and that is not the way you want it to go, and that is going to be, I think that's the 71 car there, well, unless I'm very much mistaken, but that's definitely going to be out, unless it's the 70, that's not the 77 of Stephen Parker there, so I have to range check that, ladies and gentlemen, but definitely a driver to the barrier, not the way I wanted it to go, and we have, unfortunately, a red flag there, but that is a big hit to the barrier, and understandable the red flag has been deployed. And I wonder if that's the 171 of Hampson there, because we couldn't see the first of the digits, but that might be Hampson's car, unfortunately. And well, we'll have to get an update on whether the driver is out the car in due course, ladies and gentlemen. But that's an abrupt end to the race with only a minute to go. As all the drivers just gradually cool and calm them down, red flag then initiated, meaning that the race has been stopped and that everybody is to make their way immediately to the pit lane and be prepared to stop if required on their journey Very unfortunate there for Hampson, and we'll wait for a further update. But what it does mean is that with the post-race time penalties applied and the field having to back off through that instant zone, we might see a bit of a shake-up of the standings. Now, good news is we can show you that driver is out. Thumbs up there from driver, and letting all his fellow peers know that he's okay, albeit the medical team are there, and that is standard procedure, to be fair, any race, whereby if you have been involved in an incident, you'll always be seen by the medical team, even if it is just what is a very slight cut, or even nothing. The medical team do have to check you over to make sure no such sign as concussion or anything like that. So putting a big shunt to the barrier there at Redgate. Our rescue unit also there as well on the scene, and well, everyone there straight away. I suspect that will be the calling of round number 7 of the 2026 CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, given we only had a minute left on the clock and the race has definitely run over 75% of its distance. But a good race, no doubt about it. And a few of you there giving your remarks on what happened. And in the end, well, everybody safely making it into the pit lane, including, of course, our driver involved in the incident of Ross Hampson. But out the car, thumb up, and well, here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see, with the penalties applied, it is Richard Wright who takes victory as classified in Class A. Then second, Zach Booth in Class D, and Ross Hampson. However, do keep in mind that he was the cause of the red flag, so whilst he is listed as third here, he will be demoted from the results. So therefore, that would actually mean that third place would go to Simon Alloway, who would take the run-up spot in Class A. Mark Primmett, meanwhile, will take your Class B win ahead of Andrew Armiger and Anton Landon. They'll be your top 3 in Class B. Then it will be third place in Class A once the red flag situation is resolved to Andy Thomas, and then we'll see Jamie Cryer and Paul Dobson complete those to 9th place. Paul Dobson in his RX-7, despite the time penalties he accrued, he was definitely going shopping for some of those. Well, he has taken that Class C win and finishing 10th. It is going to be, and through all the promotion, it will be, I believe, the machinery there of your 966 of Thomas Dilley in his Ford Escort, who will complete the top 10 when all said and done, subject to, of course, the clerks of the course and any stewarding. But what a race that was, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of fighting up and down the field, plenty of excitement here at the Donington Park National Circuit. An unfortunate end, but good news is Ross Hampson out of the car. And, well, the fantastic news, of course, is that we will get to see it all again tomorrow with round number 8 for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. But as all the drivers gradually being shuffled down the pit lane as I look out my content booth window, well, Ian has got some cars down in Parc Fermé, so we're going to go to our presenter Ian Walthouse to hear a word from a few of our drivers all about how much fun they have had out on circuit in the first of their 2 races for this weekend. And well, we will be going to Ian very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's just been moved around a little bit and shuffled. I think more cars are making their way to him, to be fair. So we just need a little bit more time, but definitely a great 20-minute race there, and you get to see even more of their action. And well, with Chris Roberts having those difficulties as well, and not being able to bring home some big points in Class D, could this really be an opening right now for some of his other rivals to make their way forward, including Rob Wakelin and Ben Davies there, who might be able to close up a bit of the gap. Well, Chris Roberts definitely being the leader. And well, I think we are just resolving a slight technical hitch with regards to the equipment down where Ian is at the moment as well. So that's why we're just taking a little bit longer before we do any of those Parc Fermé interviews. Again, another race for our CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship tomorrow. And coming up after this race, we do have the second of our 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. For those of you who are waiting for your 5-ton behemoths, you haven't got too much longer to wait. But whilst we are waiting, feel free to let us know in the YouTube chat. It's entirely up to you. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. Are you here in the United Kingdom? Are you at circuit side right now but enjoying the broadcast alongside what you can see with your own 2 eyes out on circuit? Are you from further abroad? Have you woke up exceptionally early, or is it well past bedtime where you are in the world? Do let us know where you're tuning in from, and also let us know which series you're here to tune into. I suspect that's a bit of a loaded question for those of you in the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube chat on Truck Sports YouTube channel, alternatively in the TCR UK channel. But without further ado, we are going to be getting set for the potential interviews, and in fact I think they are still being just resolved technical wise. And well, we do say hello there to Pescara Productions, who you typically will see at circuit side as well in the YouTube chat. Also keep an eye on all the racing action, and we also do say hello to none other than Samuel UK, and also to Caden Crispy. But we do also see there Andy Spate saying that he's tuning in from Coval, Leicestershire, in the British Truck Racing YouTube channel on Truck Sport. And we are going to make our way now down to Park Fermates in Waterhouse's technical issues and gremlins have got away, and so he's now going to catch some of our drivers for a quick word from this race.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to a very empty Park Fermate. As you can see, we didn't actually have any of the drivers come through, they've gone straight back through. We've got a couple of people up here, let's go have a quick chat. Congratulations to Richard Wright, your race winner there for the CNC heads. Let's go say hello to Stephen very quickly if we can. It looks like he's just waiting to get back in the car, just going through some of the scrutineering here. Oh, more cars coming in now as well. I think they're going to make their way straight back out. Oh, look at that. Hello mate, you alright? Let's go round. Don't disappear on me. We don't know where everybody's gone, but how was that out there? What a grid of cars, wasn't it?
Yeah. I had a lot to do. Started 32nd on the grid, and I won my class, so that's all good.
Did you enjoy that though? The sheer volume?
Yeah, good fun, mate. Yeah. Brilliant.
You can't rest, can you? Tell us a little bit about the car.
It's Mike Johnson chassis, Vauxhall XE 2 litre, 6-speed sequential SANF gearbox. That's 525 kilos, 300 horsepower.
Not bad, eh? Not bad for a Saturday afternoon, is it?
Right, yeah.
That's all right. I'll let you crack on anyway. Good to see you indeed. That was the number 47. Forgive me, there's so many cars. That was Mark Primmett. Oh, Mark. I should have known, Mark. Right, let's go on, shall we? And we've got Zach Booth has just gone through. He's going to have a quick chat with Matt Suckling. Who should we go to talk to now? We've got the number 26 up here. I think hopefully we've got a little bit of time to be able to keep it going. We've got truck race coming up next. We've got Louis Dobson here. Let's go say hello to Louis, shall we? Louis, how are we, my friend?
I've had a fantastic race. Finally beat me. Yeah, the main competition's the guy in the other Civic, and I've literally spent the end of last year and the entirety of this season trying to get past him. First time I've done it, and I'm so happy.
Mate, I can see it in your eyes what that means to you. You look elated.
I'm happy as well because I discovered I brake so much later. It's actually scary. I thought I was going to go through the back of him about 4 times.
So why do you think that is? Is that circuit or just you getting more confident?
No, it's just my dad taught me, and he's the one that's had 10-second penalty, number 13.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
But I saw his number up and thought it was my fault. My only thought was get 10 seconds ahead of him, and it's not a worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, gorgeous race. Tyres went off in about 15 minutes, not 5 minutes.
I tell you what though, as well, the heat in here coming off you right now. Goodness me.
Car's not happy about it. I haven't been in the Red Bull race.
Be careful. Be careful.
No, I had the whole computer plugged into it earlier, checking what it was. New sensor plug reads way lower than it used to.
Yeah.
So I was worrying when it went past half. Now it's near enough on Red's where it should be.
Look, Louis, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Right? Those moments.
Yeah.
Stay with you. Yeah.
Learning, going faster, and learning and going faster again.
Thanks for coming out to play as well. Great grid. We'll see you tomorrow, actually, won't we?
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
More of the same, yeah?
Yeah, more of the same.
Come on, more of the same. Right, let's move down. We've got Connor down here. Let's say hello to Connor, shall we? Connor, how are we, my friend? Are you well? I'll let you get down, actually, because everybody's always taller than me. Anyway, look, this must be a lot of fun to take round here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good fun when it works.
Yeah.
So I had a few issues, but we're getting there. Hopefully we get it out for the second race.
Tell us a little bit more about it. What exactly is it?
It's a Westfield. It's just a lot of modifications going on with it. It's a 2.4 engine. It's basically a new build this year, so it's just been issue after issue at the moment. So we're getting there. So slowly, surely.
So was this race a little bit of a learning curve? You've got more action tomorrow.
Hopefully more action than 5 corners today. So quality was good. It was just basically we thought we could fix the issue, and it's we're getting there. That's for sure.
But you've still spoken to us, Carl. You're still smiling, aren't you, Luke? That's I'd say that's what matters. You want to finish, don't you? But thanks for talking to us. Good luck. I hope you can get it sorted overnight and it goes well for you tomorrow, guys. Really, really do. Right, a little bit of recovery work going on at the minute, but not too long to go. You can see a lot of the high vis. Let's go a bit further up the pit lane, shall we? Because we're going to have to go up there anyway. Just a reminder of what else we've got coming up today. Another British truck racing Championship race. That's about to come out very, very shortly as soon as we get this work done. So let's go up there, shall we have a little look at that. Then we've got our 45-minute Coupe Cup. I don't even need these on anymore. It's not even that bright. Then we round out the day with the Civic Cup as well. So plenty coming up tomorrow. Oh, goodness me. We get started round about just after 9 o'clock in the morning, and it is wall-to-wall races. We will have a total of 23 races to bring you over the course of the weekend. So if you haven't already, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well here on the BARC YouTube channel. A little bit later, we'll be live on the TCR YouTube channel as well. Don't forget, next week, not to get too far ahead, we've still got plenty of time, we will head to Knock Hill with Caterham. Now, you may remember a little bit earlier in the Brit car race, Dylan Hodgkin's car literally lit up. This is where he was parked. As you can see, we had the fire extinguishers out, and it's left a little bit of a mark, hasn't it? So let's walk around that. I've got newish trainers, and I've got to run in these later, so I don't want to get them covered in anything. Look at what we've got over at the other side as well. We've got the fairground over there too. We've got the Hollywood Funhouse over there. We've got Dodgems here. We've got so much. Let us know in that live chat as well, the comment section on YouTube. We can see them. I know Paul is monitoring them. I keep dipping in and out as well to have a quick look. Are you coming tomorrow? If you are, my advice, get here early, because it was busy. I was here about 8 o'clock this morning, and I'll tell you what, it was queuing to get in, so it is going to be busy indeed. We are making our way further up. We do want to see if we can have a little look at the recovery truck. I think it's going to come through the pit lane, is it, or is it going to go a different way? Let's go up and see if we can find out exactly. In fact, I think it's going to take it to the back. When we spoke to the CNC heads, because it's the national circuit, not the full circuit, the Melbourne Loop is used as the assembly area here, which is rather handy. And just like that, just as we make our way up, they've managed to clear it all. So there we go. So yes, British Truck Racing Championship coming up very shortly. Pointy will be joining Paul Walsh on commentary. After that race, we'll get down to Parc Fermé, hear from some of the drivers, and then we go into that 45-minute Coupe Cup race. That is going to be brilliant. Tom and I will be in the pit lane bringing you live driver reaction, just like we did for the Brit car race as well, and we round out the day with the Civics. So right, as you can see, track almost clear, almost time to go racing. So let's hand over to your commentators, Paul Walsh, and hopefully Pointy is up there now as well. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Ian. And well, I can confirm I have alongside me the legend, the man, the myth, and also the technical expert as well.
Well, yeah.
Pointy.
I wouldn't go that far as legend, but here we are anyway. Yeah, all turns out that apparently plumbers are actually good at wiring, audio stuff up as well. So here we are anyway. It's blooming warm in this commentary box though, Paul, isn't it?
It is. It is a little bit warm, but you've turned on the air conditioning. It's gradually coming through into the room.
What can I say? I just know how to do air conditioning as well now. Did you know this? Air conditioning for the world. Let's do it.
Are we covering racing, or are we advertising your services?
We're advertising services, definitely. It's shameless. I don't care. But no, of course, here we are then for the second race of the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend, and still, of course, 2 more races left this afternoon, with of course the Coupe Cup Series and the Civic Cup to follow the BTRC. But until then, the big dogs of the racing world, the main event, some might call it, and of course the reason why we've got thousands of show trucks over on the infield. Very interesting results earlier on. I don't know if we're going to see Jake Evans, because it does appear that it was his, shall we say, technical issue that was creating that slippy surface out on the circuit.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, of course, a quick rebuild and some work on the, I believe it was the rockers on the head earlier on, before that first race, that just didn't hold, unfortunately. So yeah, fingers crossed we get to see Jake Evans again this afternoon, but if not, at least hopefully this weekend, because they really are against it at the minute, trying to make that engine work. But yeah, lots and lots going on in that last race, wasn't there?
Oh, indeed. It was a very interesting race. Stuart Oliver having to fend off David Jenkins all the way through, but of course neither knew at the time that Jenkins had a 5-second post-race time penalty for track limits. So in the end, Jenkins was constantly trying to hustle and bustle, and Stuart Oliver Oliver just, well, defending every corner as if his life depended on it. And right now, getting how close he is in the championship, I mean, he's got to.
It's every point to play for. It really is crazy. And of course, we can't forget those all-important fastest lap points as well. The extra 1 point, of course, going to the fastest driver in both of the divisions, not just the race overall. So there is still, of course, points to be won. And actually, at the end of that race, even though we saw the first checkered flag on TSL come across as Dave Jenkins moving down to third, Craig Reed then had a time penalty after the race that then put Dave Jenkins back into second. So who knows at this moment? They are certainly spending a lot of rubber on the rumble strips this weekend. I mean, I actually saw an internal message Thursday, when they were on here on practice on Thursday, and track limits was certainly across the board for pretty much every driver here. So definitely better than it was, but they are really on it this weekend, I believe, with watching those tyres and where they're going on the track.
Oh, 100%. At the end of the day, if you can't keep it on the track, you are going to get penalised. But as we do say hello to Ian, who's come up to our commentary booth as well. And, well, what's he got to say?
I was just coming to say hello, actually.
Hello.
Hello. Right, I think the track is almost clear, so we're almost about to get going. I just wanted to say, Pointy.
Yes.
I will meet you at Parc Fermé.
The actual Parc Fermé. Not where we went last time.
Yeah, wherever. Where are we going?
Well, it's behind Reedy's tent apparently now.
Okay.
So yeah, even though it's the very kind of back alley car park out the way, that's exactly where it is.
Okay, I'll do that. Sorry, everybody, just admin to sort out.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, okay. Yeah, well, there we go. That was that. I mean, we did have that issue, to be fair. If you were following the stream earlier on, you'll see we did end up in the wrong place. But, Paul, why don't you run us through the grid for the next race of the day?
More than happy to, Pointy. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is how all of your drivers will line up for the second of the 5 rounds of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park. Round number 22, and it sees Stephen Powell start in pole position overall and in Division 1. Joined on the front row by Stuart Oliver. And then we will see on row number 2, David Jenkins and Nathan Smith, with row number 3 going to John Bowler and also Craig Reed. Then row number 4, you've got Michael Oliver and Neil Yates, and that is going to complete your top 8, all Division 1 starters. And very shortly you'll be seeing some of our rows further on down. As we do come to row number 5, and it is going to be Simon Reed just ahead of Terry Gibbon, and then we see TCRUK completing those of Division 1 in 11th place. Starting 12th, it's going to be your Division 2 pole sitter, that is Jake Evans ahead of Bradley Harvey and John Powell, but of course there is the question mark of whether we will see Jake Evans out there given his difficulties in race number 1. And then on row number 8 behind Harvey and Powell, it'll be Warren Harvey and Callum Eason, and Eason, understanding the man who's now got 6 wins in a row, we're hoping for even more, and completing your 18 truck starting order, it's Archie Handy and Simon Cole. So that's how they all start. As I look out my content booth window, they are all on the start finish straight at the moment, albeit all the drivers absolutely set to go what will be onto their green flag lap in due course behind the safety truck. And well, everyone absolutely itching. We're all excited for it as we all stand and take a look. And well, Pointy right now, right over the top of my shoulders, what can you see?
Well, I can see a pretty cool Coulson recycling pace truck over here. Yeah, beautiful bullnose Scania. We've got some very nice pace trucks this week, and you might notice some guests on the grid there, so make sure you take a shot of those if you are here, or of course just to head over to their social media pages and have a look at what they're into. So thank you to all of the pace truck sponsors this weekend, and very looking forward to seeing the 3 that we've got tomorrow. But as we can see now, back down onto the circuit, the trucks are indeed under green light orders, which means they're on their way out now on the outlap, with Archie Handy and Simon Cole just coming past the window of the commentary box, ready to go for their second race, or last truck race of the Saturday.
Well, indeed, and the way the grid lines up here, set based on what was their second fastest qualifying times, and tomorrow we do it all based on with the results of previous races. We invert it, so that's where it starts to get really complicated.
Indeed,
but we
does.
keep it simple, at least for the first 2 races today.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, believe it or not, once upon a time we'd do first race Saturday, then reverse the top 8 for second race Saturday.
Wow.
But of course, then there started to be a lot of questions, decisions, and things taking a little bit longer to find out any investigations and so on. So this is where we came about with the second fastest lap process with the qualifying times. So race 1 Sunday is a reverse of the top 8 overall, I might add, of race 1 Saturday, and then of course race 2 Sunday is reverse of race 2 Saturday. But then Sunday race 3 is a reverse of Sunday race 1, because we've had chance for things to sort themselves out then, you know. But it's going to be an interesting one tomorrow, because we've got back-to-back trucks, then pickup trucks Sunday morning, and that will be super tight. I don't know whether to stay here for the whole thing and send Ian to do the pit lane interviews, or whether I should run and then come back.
It's up to you. I still remember when we were here a couple of years ago, and literally you had to run from one end of the paddock back to the commentary booth, and every time you come to me, I was sort of, are you okay? Breathing heavily, of course, because you've just done an Olympic sprint.
Panting away, there's still content and footage somewhere of me, probably on 24/7's files, of me sprinting across the Parc Fermé to the very far end of the old loop there, and it was hard work. It was hard work, but that is a sight we don't see very often around the Donington circuit. Is one of those super high topped bullnose Scanias making its way around the track, and it's lovely to see a very reasonably full pack out on the grid. What have we got comments wise there, Paul? Anybody saying hello on the stream? Of course, we do try and read some of your messages over on the BTRC and Bark streams. We've got some of the Daft Group, John Powell, Greenhouse, Adams Morey team, shout out Pointy. Thank you very much to Chris Pritchard. There we go. Hello, Chris.
And we've got quite a few viewers as well staying up very late in Australia for this. I think it's about 2 o'clock in the morning for them in Brisbane, and they're enjoying themselves. We see you out there, and what we see right now is that our truck's about to go green, because Pointy, in goes our pace truck. It's time for round number 22.
Absolutely, onto the home straight then. We're waiting for the lights to go out. We can see them, they're just in the corner of your screen. The Coulson pace truck pulls out. It's Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver Steve Powell and Stuart Oliver. The lights go out and they're off. A huge plume of greyish white smoke pushes out between. We've got Neil Yates coming looking for the outside line as they go into Redgate though. It's Dave Jenkins right up the tail of Steve Powell, but Steve Powell not asleep at the wheel this time, manages to make it stick as they all come round. Will they all make it cleanly? We've got Division 2 with Callum Eason coming across the front of 97 to close that door, but it looks like a nice pull away there for the number 3, Steve Powell. Dave Jenkins into second, and Stuart Oliver, no, it's John Bowler looking for the inside, just manages to nip past him there to make that third, but there's contact. It's contact back further back as well with the number 11 Nathan. Oh my goodness, it's all going on, and all this time we've got Dave Jenkins and Steve Powell getting very comfortable ahead of the pack.
Oh indeed, they're being given plenty of space to just be able to gradually get the rest of the field, as nobody wants to settle down at the front in Division 1. Division 2 right now, it's also getting a bit testy out there. We'll keep an eye on that, as we do see too wide. They're going up towards Coppice. It's not the place you will go too wide at the start, but they're going to go for it. And right now, the Team Oliver racing machine there, Michael Oliver, trying to hold some ground as they roar the way now onto the back stretch. But now the fighting settles. Well, to be fair, Michael Oliver's done a really good start out of this. He's already up in the 5th. Well, is he up in the 5th? Because that's going to be your number 11 and Nathan Smith wanting one.
Nathan and Michael look like they're doing a roadblock on Reedy there. It's like, you're not getting past us, but into the chicane, and Michael just pips Nathan to the post, but Reedy's not going to let them have that at all. Back in Division 2 though, we've got the number 6 John Powell doing very well ahead of the group, under pressure of course from one of the Bradley drivers, one of the Harvey drivers. What's going on now background? It looks like they've all settled down now a little bit, but it's still the number 96 looking for a space past John Powell, and as we get the first lot of times in, Jenkins 0.74 behind Steve Powell, and then John Bowler dropping back 1.27, but just behind him though is Stuart Oliver in the number 7, very very close, nipping at the heels some might say. Division 2, there is a good half a second between those drivers as we drop further back. Eason 1.04 off the pace.
Oh indeed, a bit of a slow start for Eastnev versus Harvey and John Powell, but we'll have to see whether they can get back in there. We know he's one of those truckers who definitely builds up speed over time. Easton being a very talented individual. I know we've got quite a few fans cheering him on today, looking to see where he can continue to close that gap to the very top of the standings. And well, we've only had 3 different winners in Division 2 so far this season, 10 of which Callum Eason, 8 for Jay Evans and 2 for John Powell, but Evans leading coming into this weekend because he's just been the more consistent, whereas Callum Eason's Racing's had a bit more, perhaps the bad luck by comparison, but that's why you have 35 rounds over the season.
But this is it with Division 2. I mean, we've seen drivers over the years manage to come away with championship trophies and they've never actually won a race. It's incredible to see, but it is all about consistency and reliability. But unfortunately, in Division 2, they are slightly older trucks, slightly harder worked, and that does, of course, open opportunity to these technical letdowns on weekends when you least need them. I mean, nobody wants to break down, but when you're fighting for the championship, it's really so much more detrimental.
Oh, indeed. And last thing, like you say, I want it to all be settled by bad luck, but that's sometimes the way it goes. But suddenly, look at Callum Easton here. He's now building up a bit of momentum, chasing after the top two in Division 2. As meanwhile, that looks to be Dave Jenkins getting very close to the back there of Stephen Powell. I think he's decided, right, to get a move on. As meanwhile, Michael Oliver there has finally cleared Nathan Smith. It only took him 2 laps. And now, well, the Olivers queuing up behind here, Bowler. Now, do you think Stuart's going to simply say to his son, look, you're going to have to sit behind me until I find a way through, or would Michael dare go for a potential move?
We've had this conversation numerous times before, and I can tell you now, they are individual drivers when it comes to racing. Yeah, very rarely have we heard any kind of conversation where it's like, right, you slow down, I'll go past. It's like, no, if there's a gap, we're both going for it. As much as you'd find any, of course, respect on the track where if there's one gap and 2 trucks, it's still going to be a safety decision. But at the same time, as we can see, Stuart Oliver making his way past John Bowler, and now a good friend of John's, Michael Oliver, looking for that gap as we see a slight lock-up from John Bowler there, freshly married. Has he had too much cake, or will we see the speed continue this weekend?
How would you put in that cake in order to be able to make him lose the pace there? do we call that success ballast cake?
Success ballast cake, that's it, yeah, just lead icing. There we go.
And Nathan Smith there going to go a bit defensive versus Craig Reed. So Reed trying to get a little bit pokey here. But right now it does seem as though since Stuart Oliver has been able to move up into 3rd, he's now been able to really unleash the pace. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Jenkins, at 26.593, a 10 faster than Stephen Powell. But God, this battle coming down in towards the old hairpin, breaking downhill as well, and essentially having to nurse over 5 tons of machinery and 1,200 horsepower through what is one of the toughest sequences of corners in the United Kingdom, if not in the world. And right now, these drivers are absolutely doing a fantastic job here and really showing what you can do. But top 3 spread out, and now number 14, Bowler, just find a bit of space. But look how everyone's queuing up there. You've also got Simon Reed now on the back of this. You've also got Gibbon. You've got Yates. They're all back together. So whilst the top 3 are spreading out, Pointy, anybody could finish 4th here, and this is really going to change the way they grid up tomorrow.
It really is. It's a very, very tight pack from 4th position back. My goodness me. But it's great to see, because on the larger circuits like we've got here at Donington, it's so easy for them to get spread out and there to be huge gaps in between them. But it's fantastic to see so much competition so closely matched in this particular situation. You see Terry Gibbon, a little bit of late braking as he gains on the back of one of the Reeds there. But Neil Yates still putting Terry Gibbon under pressure. Don't forget, you know, we've got Terry Gibbon taking a trophy away at Pembury, I do believe, when he first raced in Ricky Collett's truck. So he wants to make that happen again. He's got the taste for blood, and it's in the water. But look at this battle between John and Stuart, Michael Oliver. It's so close. Now they are good mates off the track, but of course this could get very, very juicy.
Oh, indeed, it's going to get tasty here as they come on down. And right now, Michael Oliver under so much pressure from Bowler as Nathan Smith watches on behind. He's probably thinking, where can I make the pass? Can I get both of them in one go? And we're almost towards the halfway point of this race right now. But all of our drivers doing a fantastic job here. Lap times looking very consistent between them all. There's very little difference between them. It's going to take one driver to potentially make a mistake here to cause this all to really erupt at this time. We do unfortunately have was a 10-second time penalty pending over your Division 2 leader, John Powell there. Now, there was a question of investigation of the race start, and we believe that penalty is for number 6. So, yes, it would be John Powell, potentially there being out of order at the start or perhaps jumping it slightly. That's we do have all our stewards and scrutineers, therefore, really keeping a close eye on it as we keep a close eye on this battle between our leaders. But again, it is close. He's going to need to find a way past Stephen Powell. This isn't proving easy, and the longer he takes, the more he has the growing presence of the number 7.
It's very true that we've always known this in racing. The more the battle at the front is going on, that defensive drive in the overtake attempts, it all gives chance for the drivers further back to start to get that clean air, the clean lines, and to catch up bit by bit. And that's what it's just those incremental gains on each lap, but hopefully enough incremental gains to do it before the end of the race. We see now, though, it's the 96 of Bradley Harvey as he just about manages to get past John Powell. John Powell losing a tiny bit of pace, but will he come back up the inside as they go around that first corner? Yes, drops back behind, so you'll see on the screen graphics there that of course we still got Bradley Harvey in first place, but these two are neck and neck. Back down there with number 14, Division 1, Paul.
Oh, indeed. Fantastic fight in Division 2, and now looking to Division 1. And, well, we come back to the Division 2 just like that. And, well, there's your confirmation there. We've got Bradley Harvey taking over at the front. Ooh, goes wide and follow him off there. Is Powell as well. And here comes Callum Eason. Of course, he starts building momentum here as he goes past the old ruins of Starkeys. And, well, by the time they get up towards what will be McLean's, we'll have to see what it's going to be. We'll come to that shortly. But as we do see there, the run now of a number 12, Michael Oliver. He's finally got clear. Wipers on there for a number 68 of Craig Reed. I think trying to get some of the dust off the windscreen there, give himself some better visibility. I don't think we're going to be seeing rain here for at least another couple of months, the way the weather's going at the moment. And meanwhile, making it rain at the front still with the lap times. It's still Powell leading, but Stuart Oliver closing. In fact, I want to say with regards to lap times here, everybody behind the leaders is going quicker at the moment. They're all coming together.
They are certainly getting very, very close. They're just beating their last laps. I mean, we're talking whole seconds for some of them. So yeah, that battle at the front is really slowing those leaders down. Division 2 is looking fantastic though. But I tell you what, Dave Jenkins, he's literally on Steve Powell. He's not letting up at all, and they are almost on the same rails when you're looking at them racing.
Oh, indeed. And by getting that close, and then he's no longer a cab, he becomes a trailer by saying that.
Well, we've seen racing trucks become trailers before, and I do mean that literally. Yeah.
As we do see our yellow rod electric going a little bit poorly out of the old hairpin, does seem to get it back together, and once it just causes a small split in the field, that's going to be given there under a bit of pressure now from O'Rourke and Yates. They fight over 9th. And keep in mind, of course, top 8 inversion for the purposes of the races tomorrow, so they all want to try and take that 8th place if they can. But still, Terry Gibbon and his Man TGX for Richard Collett Truck Racing doing a fantastic job. And there's a battle side by side. And, well, number 86 there trying to make a bit of progress, Tom O'Rourke. But does he make it work? The answer is no. He has to keep Yates behind him instead. 5 minutes to go. Final third of this race. And there we can see Jenkins and Stuart Oliver now. Less than 1.5 seconds between them as all the rest of the field then weaves its way through Roberts. Oh, that's a bit of a cut the inside of O'Rourke, but in the end just about gets it stopped.
My goodness, just over 4 minutes left of the race, so about 5 laps remaining, and we can start to see those gaps forming now. But further back we've got Nathan Smith and John Bowler neck and neck with each other. These two are a pair to watch. But look at this final 3 in Division 1. Neil Yates putting loads of pressure as he goes up the inside. We've got contact there as his back end comes out a little bit too close to Tom O'Rourke there. Good to see Tom O'Rourke on the track, of course, as he drops back ever so slightly. And now Terry Gibbon under pressure as we've lost the front bumper now off Neil Yates as well, as he must have found contact with the back of Terry Gibbon as well. This, of course, is probably going to fly off, and they are travelling very quick, but he's still looking for that space through. It's very high octane as we follow them round. Can we see them at the back there? Yes, as we follow them through now, we're almost about to lose that front bumper off Neil Yates at 33, and Terry Gibbon is doing a fantastic job of just keeping his arms as wide as he can around this track. Neil Yates almost following the exact same line, really. But are we going to lose that? And is Tom O'Rourke going to manage to dodge the bumper when it does inevitably fly off?
Well, we'll have to wait and see there where it does come completely loose. But meanwhile, Battle's just up the road there in number 68 trying to go for it. Craig Reed can't quite do it on the number 11 of Nathan Smith at the moment. And then we do have 9 and 10 together. Meanwhile, off camera, what we have had is a change of Division 2 leader to update you on. That's Callum Easton now ahead of Bradley Harvey. So he has made that happen. But what's happening on screen at the moment there? A bit of a look there into Redgate Bend, and well, then we do see there's your confirmation change of Division 2 leader. We didn't want to make sure we missed that, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, Callum Easton right now looking to make it what will be his 12th win of the season if he can. And then back to the front, Dave Jenkins right now trying to find his 3rd win of the season.
My goodness me, we are all over the shop today with this. We can just about keep in track of all the drivers. We've had track limits penalty for Archie Handy, and another for Terry Gibbon, I do believe, during that race as well. So luckily they're quite far back, so that won't make too much issue with the front three of both divisions. But yeah, Callum Eason, of course, almost like a late bloomer in these races. It's like he seems to start a little bit further back, all of a sudden finds some pace, finds his feet. The other drivers seem to back off ever so slightly. Maybe the stamina isn't there with the other drivers, and then Callum takes his opportunity, pulls ahead, makes it stick, and look at this gap now. I mean, he's absolutely firing ahead of Bradley, but Bradley now, you can see the fire in his belly. He's not having this. He's getting back in there, back into Division 1. Then we see John Bowler with Nathan Smith still just off his right hand side. Lots of fiberglass damage there on John Bowler, and that's probably from earlier on. But Nathan is trying everything, of course, coming to us from Civic Racing, straight to the big rigs of the trucks. This is it exactly, his first full year in the trucks, and doing a very good job, very competitive driver, and a fantastic race. But just look at this cluster, the two Reed brothers, John Bowler, Nathan Smith. We've got 68 of Craig Reed putting the pressure on as he just gets forced ever so slightly wide now, sweeping across to the inside. Will he manage to get past Nathan? Simon, of course, waiting in the wings for an overtake for possibly Craig and Nathan, but John possibly looking in his mirrors at all three of them going, what on earth is going on? If he even sneezes, he's going to have three trucks come straight past him.
Oh, indeed, he can't afford to make a single mistake right now, and that's the hard part. That's when that pressure comes on, and it's not just the physical stamina of being able to drive while these trucks at such speed and all the gear change and that, but also, of course, that mental stamina, because when you're constantly looking in your rearview mirrors, you're naturally not focused on your lines. You start to drive slow, you're at risk of missing gear shifts and other aspects. So right now, really is just as much a mental game as it is a physical one out there, and I would not want to be in Bowler's shoes at the moment, because that is definitely a long conga line that nobody wants to be part of. As meanwhile, back to the front we go, going on to the final lap. It is still Powell leading ahead of Jenkins. And right now, I do believe that would be a fourth win of the season for Stephen Powell if he does bring this home, but one more lap between it, and suddenly emerging into the picture, only about a second behind, is Stuart Oliver. But 1 lap to go, Pointy.
1 lap to go, that is it, 15 seconds on the clock, and it is very, very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Down then, we've only got a 0.89 second gap between Jenkins and Steve, and then another 0.1 there behind Jenkins is Stuart Oliver. The top three seem to be unfazed, but Jenkins currently taking the fastest lap with a 1:26.59, so he will get the extra point, effectively only losing 1 point away from Steve Powell in this particular race. So yeah, still a very good drive, and again a very good season for Dave Jenkins.
Indeed, and still a bit more to go here as they head up the rise in towards what will be Schwann's Curve and McLean's, but right now everyone here pushing to the limit. Further back, still that battle for 9th place. Terry Gibbon there. It's a bit of a mistake for the 33 Yates, but in the end O'Rourke just carries too much speed, clips the rear, and has to back off there, otherwise both of them would have been going more sideways than straight. And I know we do have some drift trucks here today, but they're doing that here off the circuit, not on the circuit. And meanwhile, here come our leaders down the back stretch at the moment, and well, equally spaced now at the moment, as we can see Stuart Oliver there looking to the inside, but I think that's more trying to find a way to intimidate them, make a move on Dave Jenkins, unless he goes to the mother of all sins, but that's not going to work there, even if it was DHL first class. And coming up towards the timing line, it is going to be a fourth win of the season for Stephen Powell. He comes on through and he'll seize the checker flag. Run up is going to be Dave Jenkins, and then Stuart Oliver completes it, the race in third. Michael Oliver first off the podium in fourth, and then we're going to see the 14 of Bowler just hold on there, head of Nathan Smith and Craig Reed, and then it will be your 89 of Simon Reed just holding on. Yates fends off Gibbon and O'Rourke for 9th, and they'll be them completing the top 11. But what about Division 2? Well, here we go, and it's going to be Callum Eason headed towards the line, as Pointy does leave me and makes his way down towards Parc Ferme, and as he does a bit of a run up, here comes your winner for Division 2. Well done to Callum Eason, had to fight his way forward ahead of John Powell and also Bradley Harvey, but he takes it. Bradley Harvey will be your run up in Division 2. And then it will be Simon Cole, who will very shortly be coming through there, I do believe, for what will be third, albeit it won't be on the road because John Powell will take it third, but he does have that post-race time penalty of 5 seconds, and it will promote Cole back up there and that being due to track limits, I do believe. And then we do see your number 40 coming on through shortly. That's going to be Archie Handy, and we're having a happier end to this race compared to race number 1 earlier on. We did have that brief excursion, and I think we are just waiting for the last of your finishers, Warren Harvey in the number 97, who will be about 13 seconds behind. Has he actually made it to line? We will see, but I can't see then. That's more than 13 seconds now if I count my fingers, so perhaps we've had something go wrong for Warren Harvey right at the end of the race. And well, there's going to be Stuart Oliver coming on through. Made his way to pit lane, but in fact there is going to be number 97 Warren Harvey, so a bit later than perhaps planned, but he does come to the finish in the end. So all of our starters do become finishers. Warren Harvey there, last but not least, in 17th place, and sadly we did not see the start for Jake Evans in the number 10 due to a technical issue. But what a race that was, and well, some fantastic battling in Divisions 1 and Division 2, but here are your provisional results for round number 22 of the 2026 British Truck Racing Championship. Division 1 and overall winner Stephen Powell fending off Dave Jenkins, and Stuart Oliver fights his way through to 3rd, with some Michael Oliver 4th and holding off John Bowler. Then outside the top 5, Nathan Smith finished ahead of Craig Reed and Simon Reed in a very back and forth battle between them, and Neil Yates holding on to 9th place ahead of Terry Gibbon. And that was your top 10. And meanwhile, in Division 2, not shown on the standings here, it was the victory for Callum Eason ahead of Bradley Harvey, and completing the Division 2 podium, it was, after post-race penalties were applied, Simon Cole. So that was your top 3 there. Fastest lap being set by Dave Jenkins, picking up the bonus point, that 26.59, really showing the pace there, albeit only what was in the end a couple of hundredths quicker than the rest of them. But what a race, and well, that's going to be the last of your British Truck Racing Championship races for today. But fret not, we've got plenty more of racing for them coming over the course of this weekend, but it does mean that they've got 3 more races tomorrow, and those will be the races where the grids are set based on the results from the races today, so it's only going to shuffle and mix up the field even more. But as we do wait for Pointy to get into position down in Parc Ferme to interview some of our drivers, indeed he's home to run, and in fact I think we can cut to Pointy. I think he's ready to go, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be handing off to Pointy. He's on his quad, and therefore I wonder if we're going to be panning straight to him or not. Our broadcast director will have to let me know on that one. I'm sure there's a health and safety reason where we can do it or not, but it will be shortly over to Pointy for our post-race interviews. And it's over to Pointy, ladies and gentlemen, for our post-race interviews.
So, not quite your traditional kind of post-race interview. You find us here on the quad bike again, waiting to speak to Steve Powell, who of course took the number 1 position in that second race of the weekend. Waiting for him to pull up so we can actually talk to him, because Parc Ferme isn't where it usually is this weekend. So if we can get hold of Steve Powell in the number 3, prolific as it says on the back there, it's just a very interesting experience, this no Parc Ferme thing. Nowhere to park the top 3. It's very weird. I think we should just just do it here. Let's just get off. Let's just do it. It can wait. Everyone else can wait. I'm more important. The show is more important. Let's have a quick chat then. Hello. Right, sorry about that, everybody. Steve, massive battle. What a race. You made it, Steve. You said you were asleep at the wheel at the beginning of the last race, and as I said on the commentary, this time you definitely weren't.
Yeah, no, I was definitely not, no. It was really unexpected in the first race with the lights. I've never ever seen them go out so early. A few of the other drivers agree, and something went wrong anyway, done, isn't it? So I was never going to let that one happen again for sure. No, great race. Dave was really fair. Gapped him, caught me, gapped him. I missed the gear in Redgate the last lap, and then I'm a bit surprised because I nearly got taken off on the last lap by Stuart, because he must think it was a lap.
I didn't see that on the last lap.
I finished the race.
How did he get past Dave Jenkins to be near you?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So me and Dave have gone the line.
Yeah.
I've gone into red gate, done a little drift for the fans. Stuart's come up the inside of me and Dave, nearly hit me, just carried on. Overtook Weavers. I'm going to Vicky. Is it checker flag? Is it definitely checker flag? I'm thinking this is going to be my luck. I don't know what happened, so I hope it was checkered flag.
I mean, yeah, I think it was checkered flag. Yeah, I'm not sure what they'll say about you doing like, you know, drifting out on the track. You're allowed to
drift in front of the fan. Anyway,
okay.
I would just like to say, brilliant day today. We had amazing pace at Snetterton on a Sunday, and we was really hoping that we brought it here, and we haven't. So looking forward to the rest of the year.
You and Dave looked like you were on the same rails out there at one point. It was incredible. I mean, you couldn't put your hand between the two trucks.
No, to be fair, Ryan gave me a really good bit of advice. That's quite, what's the word? Obvious.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then the boys, we changed some massive setups at Snetterton, and on the Sunday it was phenomenal. And we was hoping and really praying that we brought the pace with us, and we haven't. I've never ever qualified pole in Division 1. My highest was 4th before. Yeah, I messed up the first one, but there you go. But it's getting used to it. I was a virgin, so no, just great. It's brilliant for the team. It's so good for the team and the sponsors, and looking forward to the next 3 rounds. Hopefully, I've got a bit of an appeal going on for the decision at Snetterton with MSUK. So
you're never happy, you truck drivers, are you? My God.
Nah, we've got to have a speed in one race. But look, if it is what it is, we have the evidence to say no. If we lose, we lose. But if I wasn't anywhere in the championship, I wouldn't bother.
Of course, so fair enough. It's worth the fight.
We'll have a go.
Exactly. Well done, Steve. A great way to end Saturday. Good job, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably move my quad bike because it's blocking you in at the minute. Yeah, a little bit. Only a little bit, though. Only a little bit. Right, we're pretty much back-to-back race at the minute, and I do believe we've got some more racing going on. I believe Ian had a chance to go and speak to some of the coupe drivers earlier on. No, Civic drivers. Civics? Ian, who are you talking to?
Well, here we go, everybody. We're at the assembly area on the Melbourne Loop at Donington Park. It is time for round 9 of the Audi Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. It's a 45-minute race. It's going to be an absolute cracker as well. I want to come talk to this man, Riley Pogue. I want to say hello to him. Riley, how are we doing, my friend? Yeah. It's good to see you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all good. Just a bit nervous, but excited to get out there.
Okay, so this is your first race, right?
Second
race.
Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, raced at Lydden Hill last month.
How was Lydden Hill?
Yeah, it was good. We had a good pace.
Yeah.
Just didn't quite get the results. Got a bit unlucky in both of them. But
do you prefer this format then? It is a longer race for your pit stop as well.
I do like the idea of an endurance race. It's in this heat. It's really hot.
Do you know what? It's a bit breezier now, isn't it? It's a bit cooler. In fact, this is a good time to do the race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cooled down now. I think the best time to do the race is about now.
Excellent. Right, don't be nervous, mate. I know you're going to be, but don't be. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. It's good to see you, by the way. Enjoy it, won't you, as well? Let's just jump over, shall we, and see the guys over here. Let's just show. Hello, mate. How are we doing? You all right? It's good to see you. You all right?
Good to see you again. Yeah, good, man.
Are you excited for this? You
Mate,
ready?
I can't wait to go.
Do you like this style, the endurance race?
Yeah, I like it, and I'm driving with my friend here.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna do a driver swap.
Have you been practicing the driver swaps?
Yeah, we'll jump out, jump in. It's easy stuff. Unbuckle, buckle again.
You make it sound so it's easy stuff. Good luck, yeah. Enjoy it. Great to see you. Yeah, here we go then for round 9 of the Coupe Cup here at Donington Park. Time to go racing. Paul Walsh, over to you. Let's go.
And well, there was Ian, ladies and gentlemen, catching up with our OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres drivers in preparation for the endurance race of this weekend. Indeed, they only have one race on the schedule. They're normally used to having 2 20-minute races, but instead this is their annual endurance, and they were here last year at Donington Park for a 45-minute showdown, and how was it? A great race, no doubt about it. And well, we're expecting an even more intense one this year. Now, keep in mind, this is a series, not a championship, so therefore the winner at the end of the season is the one with the most drivers, but you will see some driver partnerships here today rather than individual drivers. Speaking of which, starting on pole position together, it's going to be Paul Lowry and Sam Maher-Lohan, and then we do see line up alongside them It's going to be the number 33 of Michael Evans, and joining him in the car will be Mark Ridout at some point. Then we do have the Kersley Motorsport machine, the number 88 there of Ash Miller and Harvey Kersley together. And indeed, the veteran Australian racer and educator of racing and multi-time champion of MX5 racing in Australia, partnering up with none other than Harvey Kersley. And I'll be very excited to see the two of them put together some strong laps. And then starting in fourth place is the driver with the most wins so far this season. He's the driver everyone wants to beat in the 77, that is Nathan James Boyle. Then we do have in fifth the number 12 of Matthew Watson there, and he'll be joined on that third row by Ben Wilkinson. Both very capable drivers, no doubt about it. And then we do have Gary Hobbs starting in seventh and the number 8 ahead of Mark Jones. That's going to be your top 8, and we'll continue our way down that qualifying order shortly. And one thing to keep in mind is the fact that our pole sitter of Lowry and Mayhalohan were 5 attempts quicker than anybody else out there. Is that going to be a sign of the pace to come? Starting 9th, it will be Roger Owens in the 26, just ahead of Bradley Trevitt. And then we do have outside the top 10 Riley Pogue, who Ian spoke to only moments ago, and whilst he may be less experienced than many in the Hyundai Coupe, well, to be fair, starting 11th there, that's not a bad place to start. He's just outside the top 10, as is number 19 of Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle. And then we do see starting 13th Stephen Slawson ahead of Dave Hemingway. Now a bit of shock there for Stephen Slawson, given the fact he's had 2 wins so far this season, and he'll want to ideally make it a 3rd win here today in order to be able to close the gap to Nathan James Boyle, because otherwise Boyle could take the honours for the season right at the end of the next meet, which will be at Castle Combe. But we'll see Slawson there joined by Dave Hemingway on row number 7, and on row number 8 will be Jake Carpenter and Sammy Jackson, and completing that starting order in 17th, it is going to be the combined car, the 73, Terry Gallagher and Kevin Sanford, the 2 rivals from Lyddon Hill, who in the end battled ferociously for the back end of the top 10, equal on pace, but they've decided to put away their rivalry and partner up together today, and we look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do behind the helm of the 73 machine for Kersley Motorsport. Now the drivers making their way out of the assembly areas, so they're making their way onto the grid. And what do you need to know about the Hyundai Coupe Cup, or the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres as it is formerly known? Well, this is a series dedicated to the Hyundai Coupe car. The car which went through 4 different generations over its extensive history, and a car that wouldn't go amiss in the modern era of releases, although Hyundai more known today, of course, the i20 and the i30 models in the United Kingdom, and also in the United States for the Hyundai Elantra. But these cars, of course, you've got Gen 1s out there from 1997 through to 1999. That does exclude the F2 Evo model. We'd have Gen 2 cars out there, or the RD2 generation, as I stumble over my words, from 1999 and 2001, the facelift of the Gen 1. You've also got your GK edition models out there, the Gen 3, that was from 2002 to 2006, and also your Gen 3.5, or your GK FL2 models, also known as S3 models, from 2006 to 2009, and all the cars out there itching to go. All featuring a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, with the older Gen 1 and Gen 2 models having the best part of 137 brake horsepower available at the front wheels, all of them front engine, front wheel drive, and meanwhile your later Gen 3 and Gen 3.5 models having just a tiny bit more engine power, 140 brake horsepower. But the flip point of the coin being the fact that in these cars you do have a bit more weight in the Gen 3 and Gen 3.5 cars, as we do see the green flag being waved there, and it does mean very shortly we are going to see them go onto what will be their green flag lap, I do believe, because they haven't made it all the way around yet, and that will be to warm up the tyres. But as all drivers just steadily begin to pull their way away, led of course by our pole sitter at the number 51, the only bit of information I haven't been fed here in the commentary booth is who's starting each car, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, so your guess is going to be as good as mine, or if you do know, feel free to post it in the YouTube chat. But indeed, while the most affordable and easily accessible forms of club racing in the United Kingdom is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, and it absolutely loved, and well, I'm a big fan of the Hyundai Coupe, I'm not going to lie about that, absolutely love this car, and definitely a car when I was growing up I used to look at and think to myself, it was the car that I always wanted to have. I'm sure there'll be a few of you out there who may feel the same. But heading on around, of course, with being a bit of a cooler partial of the day now compared to earlier, this is definitely going to be a challenging race, because front engine front wheel drive, the front tyres do the majority of the work, both the driver power plus also the steering, so tyre management and keeping consistent pace will be key. I did catch up with a few of our competitors earlier on, including part of the 88 Kersley Motorsport car, Ash Miller, and the man from Brisbane, Australia, who definitely loves to help coach. Well, it's going to be the battle of coaches between him and Sam Mahalahan, who is in the 51, given they are both driver coaches here in the United Kingdom. And was Ash Miller, who did the qualifying session, his first time out in the Gen 3 car, and a man who's normally used to racing in front engine rear wheel drive, took third place on the grid, and will be looking to go forward from there. Also had the chance to catch up with number 73. The rival duo of Terry Gallagher and Kevin Sanford, and I asked them both the question, who's the quicker driver, and in the end they both said me, but actually probably the other driver. And well, it's the first time racing at Donington Park for Terry, so therefore he'll be building up pace as he goes and finding his groove at a circuit that's definitely all about momentum. But here they all come, getting ready now, and well, just 2 or 3 of our drivers there we've talked about, of so many out there. And indeed, this series can be seen as a stepping stone into bigger things in the world of club and national level racing, but everyone absolutely set and ready to go. And I do see there Matthew Swatton, who we say hello to in the BARC YouTube chat, and we'll cheer in on none other than Harvey and all the Kersey Motorsport drivers. Matthew Swatton, of course, you will see in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, part of the British Automobile Racing Club package throughout the entirety of this year. We also do say hello to Lonely Kid 9846, who's not lonely, hopefully, when we do give you a big mention, and here with the Kersey Motorsport. And we'll race Coupe Cup there, saying Tiburon's in the US, in Australia and New Zealand as well. Indeed, this was known as the Hyundai Tiburon, but also the Coupe here in the United Kingdom. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's all set and ready to go. They form their spots in the grid, and we get ready to await the lights. And so the last of our cars takes their position, and as they all get set for round number 9 of the 2026 OT Publishing Cup Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, the lights to what will be the driver's left are right. We're about to go on, and the revs will rise. And lights go on, ladies and gentlemen, and when will they go out? There they go, and off we go for 45 minutes of racing in the Hyundai Coupes. It's a good start there for the man who started second. Your 33 of Michael Evans and Mark Ridout making an early move there to take the lead. But look at the Kersey Motorsport car going right into the middle. It's going to be 3, almost 4, 5 wide. And right now, will the machine of Miller and also what will be there, Harvey Kersley, making some great progress. But are they going to take the lead here as they come down through Hollywood for the first time? Now, understandably, you push the tyres early on, but doing that now may come back to haunt you a little bit later as all the field comes down. 3 wide further there in the mid-pack. And plenty of batting between them all. And goodness me, incredible fighting as they roll their way into the corners. But who's going to be leading out that in the mid-pack? That's the question we want the answer to. And I do believe Riley Pogue, they're being shuffled down a little bit. But as things begin to settle down, look at that battle. Meanwhile, 2 wide there between 3rd and 4th as they head up the hill. And I think that is going to be there. And Boyle trying to get into the mix, trying to go around the outside there to potentially take what will be 3rd place. Does he manage to do so? The answer is going to be yes, he does. So make his way on past there, and up another position goes Boyle. And right now Nathan James Boyle looking to chase down the top 2 if he can. A bit further back there. It has been number 31 of Jake Carpenter being shuffled down for Revolution Racing. So our Gen 2 driver there's got some work to do. As meanwhile, towards the very back, we do see the 73 there still following the pack. And it's always good to follow a couple of other drivers. You can always pick up some lines there as it's battling further down. Wonderful panning shot there gives you the idea of the scale of the field. A bit of a lock up there for one of our runners. I think that is going to be the number 32 of Mark Jones in the Revolution Racing car. And well, coming all the way down towards turn number 1 once again. After 1 lap of racing, it's as follows. It's the 33 of Ridout and Evans ahead of the Kersey Miller 88, but will it be for long? Here they go 2 wide from Redgate, and right now I can tell you one thing, so it tells me that might be Ash Miller in that car, and very eager to get ahead given his pace he's got before he hands the car over to Harvey Kersley a little bit later on. That's not to be unfair to Harvey Kersley, but Ash Miller caught up to him. One of the things he did said was he was going to go hunting as quickly as he could, and well, hits the curb there, accidentally pushes an indicator on as a result, and I think that's his indicator also going on to say I want to make an overtake on the right side. That's not going to work out. Big lock up there, and that's why the drives. I think that was number 8 of Gary Hobbs there, taking a bit of a slide, and well, he's going to get himself back together. That's going to cost him so much momentum up the rise. But your top 4, look at this group right now, so close together here. A small lock up there for Boyle, and well, he's got to be careful of that. And those little micro lockups and skid on the tyres, of course, is only going to put more heat into the brakes and the tyres, and that heat will come back to haunt you later on. 45 minutes of racing. We're not expecting any tyre changes or refuelling. It will just be a driver swap if you do need to swap drivers, or if not, if you're a single driver entry, you have to get out the car, close the car door, and then get back in the car, and your end-to-end pit time must be 90 seconds from pit entry line to pit exit line. But here comes Nathan James Boyle covering off what is the number 12 there of Matthew Watson. And Watson poking and prodding there and really trying to be a bit of a nuisance as he tries to take third place back. That's not going to work, and I think our top 4 now settling down. But there we look back to the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. And as they come on, Wilkins here looking for a move on the outside of Laurie. Isn't going to work. Our pole sitter, of course, not having the best of starts there. Losing the lead into turn 1 in the open lap. And that's going to be a move made by Wilkins there. Lovely move from Bennett Wilkinson. And, well, just like that, getting on through. But what's going to be next? They all cover through. We do see there a bit of too wide. Oh, that's going very wide there for your 32 of Mark Jones. I think that's going to be a track limit infringement there, given he dipped all 4 tyres beyond the white line. So he's going to be careful of that. The first time you do it, it's noted. The second time you get a black and white flag. The third time you get a 5-second post-race time penalty. Do it 4 and 5 times, and that's only going to be added to. All these drivers are really pushing on right now, but these are not easy conditions for them, even though we are currently at 5:30 in the afternoon. You would think that this circuit will cool down, but given the exposure to the sun and the lack of cloud over the circuit, this tarmac right now is definitely going to be boiling hot still as they all come up through Schwans and in towards McLean's. A bit further back there, more fighting to come, and we do see our number 26 of Roger Owens there. He's had a decent run so far in 9th, and given the fact he started there, well, he's not lost any ground, he's not made any ground, but that's all part of the game plan. He might be weighted for later on. But we come back to your top 4. Is that going to be a change there? Is that going to be Watson trying to look around the outside? Well, it's going to be the inside, in fact, but he doesn't quite make it work. And your number 88 there, the Kersey machine holding its ground as they head across that timing line. And we're coming on through, and well, Nathan James Boyle has made the move there up into 2nd place, so making some good progress there. As a bit of a run wide there, I think that is going to be from one of the DCS Motorsport machines. That's the 743 of Riley Pogue, and just at the bottom there you can see the 26 under some pressure from the 32. Indeed, so many fights going on. Now, how do you tell a Gen 2 car apart from the rest of the field? Well, the best way to do so, look at the front and you'll see that all of the front lights are separate from each other. They're not as part of a single moulded light section. That's how you tell the Gen 2s apart, the easiest one to discern. And then those of you with more eagle eyes will be able to tell the Gen 3s as having the sleeker front ends to the Gen 2s and the Gen 1s. But we're not going to forget about the history lesson right now with the Hyundai Coupe or Tiburon. As we do see there, your 52 of Slawson trying to find his way past Owens, but he's not quite able to make it. Slawson right now definitely not in a happy place. But there's such a very different race compared to what they used to, of course. Going from 20-minute races to 45-minute race. But again, this will be a race of stamina and car management. As all the field comes on through, and well, some fantastic driving for anybody involved. I do see there Joseph Wright TV in the Bart YouTube chat cheering on Riley Pogue by the looks of things. And well, so many of you enjoyed seeing all the racing here from these cars. All the field setting down at this point. Now, one of the things, of course, that you can do at this moment when you are just running in the pack is you can start to think a little bit more strategically about the race, start thinking a little bit long term, albeit not so if you are currently other than what will be Paul Lorry there in that 51. But meanwhile at the front, well, the man who's taken the most wins this season, he's trying to make a point, which is he's going for first, as John Clennon once said. Looking around the outside there versus Ridout, but that's not going to work. And Nathan James Boyle made to wait a little bit longer, but he's definitely in a hurry right now to get this move on. Coming winding on down through the corners. Well, coming in towards the old hairpin here. Would he go for it on the inside? Given the fact, of course, he set the pace at Lytton Hill, even though there was a bit of a red flag in qualifying, and it was Slawson who took the win in race number 1 at Lytton Hill, only for Boyle to take it in race number 2, so they split what was the honours there. Right now, Nathan James Boyle definitely in a hurry, but if he's pushing hard right now, what does it mean for his tyres later? Going around the outside, there's a lovely move. Does he get it stopped? He does, and that's going to be the lead. Change of hands. Nathan James Boyle moves into lead right now. Mark Ridout tucks in behind, but look behind them, and you can see the Kersey Motorsport 88 under a bit of pressure there from Watson. And we've also got the growing presence there of Hazem Zaki. And, well, the privateer with Harvey Schittle trying to make a bit of progress as well. So we could have a bit more of a fight towards the back end of the top 5. But look at this right now. And you can see 2 leaders coming on down. Nathan James Boyle going very defensive coming in towards the S's. is. And, well, I think it's smart defensive driving, no doubt about it, but they're already losing time, as I think that was Watson making a move on Kersley. Or, in fact, I think it was Ash Miller there who's in number 88. Have they changed hands? Not quite yet. So, the battle for third at the moment. In fact, there is a change. And hold the phone. That's Saki moving up there. Hazem Saki is going 2 places towards the end of that lap. I think he's made that all happen through the chicane. Well, how about that? Great move from him, no doubt about it, as we do see one of the drivers going a bit wide, and we get this wonderful shot of everyone making their way down towards turn number 1. And 3 wide there. That is going to be a 95 on the inside versus the 32 on the 743. Riley Pogue risking it all on the gambling table at Donington Park. Does he get it around the outside? He does. So Pogue in the end moving forward right now, trying to hold on to 11th place here. But what a battle between them. To come down the hill. Ooh, that's very wide there, and that's going to be the Kersey Motorsport 88 taking a bit of a run out the old hairpin, taking a rally cross, and as it does so, rear bumper hanging loose on that car, and something tells me that is going to be a car that potentially will be having to make a visit to the pit lane at some point, not just for the driver swap, but also depends on there where it's felt as though the bodywork hanging is unsafe. If so, then we will see, of course, what will be the orange and black flag, known as the meatball flag, because it's the orange meatball on a black background. We'll have to wait and see. But as meanwhile, our 2 leaders carry on. And right now, Boyle and Riddell absolutely nose to tail. Fantastic between them. And Saki and Watson carry on there. And then we do have the Miller Kersley machine just following on there with some damage. A bit further back, we do see our 52 there. That's Slawson. Well, he definitely didn't have the qualifying session he wanted, but he's on the back of the number 8 of Hobbs. So can he find a way to get close to Gary Hobbs and look for a move? Slawson has really taken his time to get involved in this. Also, we should point out we do already have some time penalties that have been assigned to drivers for track limit, including a potential 10-second post-race time penalty for Hobbs. So where he finishes, should that penalty stand, and in fact, it's not for track limits, let me correct myself there, it is for a full start and also for your 32 there of Jones. So both drivers there incurring the wrath of what is the stewards, alternatively the clerk of the course, and therefore it's now going to be a situation for them whereby they've just got to carry on whether they know about it or not. Wonderful Tiger livery on number 8 for Gary Hobbs right now. Well, definitely there, that 10-second time penalty. He won't be thinking about that. He'll just want to enjoy the racing. But not a good run there coming out of the old hairpin. A much better run here from Slawson. Slawson on the inside, going from Starkey's up towards Schwann's. Can he hold it all the way to the outside of McLean's? The answer's going to be yes, he does. Smooth move as he scoops it around the outside. But now can he keep it there as he uses all the road plus the added curb? We call that value-added tarmac or VAT. And, well, rolling his way out towards Coppins right now. I do think Slawson here has got a bit of a hurry up. He definitely wants to move forward. And given he started all the way down in 13th place based on qualified, so therefore he's having to make some headway. We feel gradually spanning out here now as we get closer towards the end of the 15 minutes, but here comes Hobbs back at Slawson. So it's not all done yet, and the battle of the Gen 2 machines, and it is going to be Hobbs squeeze his way back and past number 8. Lovely move from him, and Slawson's now going to have to try and get a really good run. Can Stephen Slawson do so here? He's going to look one way then the other. This is definitely getting a little bit personal between these two. And it's only bringing that 51 there of Paul Laurie and Sam Mahelonen into the battle. And the two of them from OT Publishing Limited, of course, the title sponsor for this series. Coming a bit further back there, you see on number 95 as well, Bradley Trevitt still enjoying a good run in 12th with Jones behind him. But all these drivers right now have been trying to get the gauge of the next one in terms of pace. Now, in terms of the pit stop, if you're wondering what exactly are the rules and regulations around it, there is one mandatory pit stop, and it must be served within a defined pit window, which is 15 to 30 minutes into the race. So in other words, when that clock in the top left of your screen says 30 minutes and drops below it, pit window opens, and when it says 15 minutes or less, the pit window has closed. And in that pit stop, as we mentioned earlier on, if a team consists of 2 drivers, they must do a driver change. If it's a single driver, they must get out of the car, close the car door, and then open the car door and get back in the car. And the end-to-end pit stop time from the pit limiter line on entry to the pit limiter off line on exit must be a grand total of 90 seconds, at least 90 seconds or over. And, well, of course, they'll all be trying to cut it as close as possible because that could really make or break the race there on the pit stop. But we won't think of that strategy right now. 3 minutes to the pit window. And Slawson and Hobbs right now, well, they're definitely enjoying what is an absolute hoo-ha back and forth. This time it's going to be Slawson on the inside. Looking at that 7th place. Hobbs goes a little bit deep. And, well, brilliant back and forth between these two. And I think right now, if he could, I don't think he'd be allowed to there. I think the driver of the 51, whether it's Paul Laurie or Sam May Halonen, would have the proverbial bucket of popcorn between his legs and would just be enjoying the entertainment in front. The only problem he's got is that he's going to have Roger Owens getting close at this point. And I think Sunday it could be what will be about a 4-way fight for that 7th place rather than just a 2-way fight with a spectator. What goes from being a menage a trois to I'm not quite sure what the equivalent of a 4-way fight would be. Coming down there, you can see Owens definitely building up some pace in terms of those lap times. 30.314, and well, the best part there, 1.5 seconds gained on the previous lap, and well, lovely delivery on the car, and well, that's going to be a 51 going deep there, and a bit of pressure on, goes to rejoin, and suddenly Owens now finds himself up into 9th place. Smooth scoop around the outside, and now we're going to see Riley Pogue there looking for a move as well, albeit Riley here definitely being a bit eager to look to the inside of Schwanskirch, and he's going to try and go for the switchback here in towards McLean's. Does he get it? The answer is not quite, but he builds a bit of momentum. And we'll some more track limit warnings coming for our drivers out there, so it could be a bit of an interesting one with regards to what will be those post-race penalties. Of course, nobody wants to see what will be post-race time penalties affect the race, but they can do, and we'll focus more on that towards the end right now, or when they do become a little bit perhaps more significant. But all these drivers really enjoying themselves, no doubt about it. And I think we might be eventually getting some interviews as well down the pit lane when the pit window opens up as well. So stay tuned for that, as Riley Pogue right now keeps us entertained here. He now wants to try and make his way on through. Up to the inside he goes, and well, as he goes for it here, does he get it done? It's going to be side by side here, but I think as they battle, we're getting a word from Ian down in the pit lane ahead of our pit window opening.
Hey, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody.
How's it going?
I'm here with Ash. G'day, Ash. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. Yeah, Bonza, mate. Awesome.
Bonza, you're from Brisbane, aren't you? Lovely city. I've been rained the whole time I was there, though.
Oh, it's pretty on character, isn't it? Yeah. No, this heat doesn't do Aussie any good, does it? No, I'm actually looking forward to getting in the car. I'm a bit cold out here.
Look, let's talk about the race so far. Harvey Kersley, of course, is out in it at the minute. It looks like the back bumper's hanging off a bit. Right?
Yeah, you know, we're just trying to shed as much weight as we can. You know, lighten up the car.
Fair enough.
Yeah, making sure we got the biggest advantage we can. Yeah.
In all seriousness, this is a nicer time to go out, isn't it? A little bit cooler now. Is that going to suit the tyres and everything?
I think so. The weather suits the tyres. I don't know if Harvey suits the tyres. He's very good at pushing very hard very early on. So we'll have to see what the tyres are doing when we get back in.
One exciting thing for your driver changes. Harvey, we know Harvey very well. He's about a foot taller than both you and I, isn't he? So he's out first. He's going to get out, and you've got to have a load of foam padding put in the seat.
I've got so much room for activities in there. Honestly, the first time I sat in the car, I couldn't reach anything. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the foam will, you know, folds around us again. But I mean, even in qualifying today, it's the first time I'd ever driven in this car in quali. So I was having to kind of figure out where I'm sitting, you know, in the seat as well. So, but I shall be fine. We'll be all right.
Ash, thank you for talking to us. Best of luck and enjoy it, won't you, mate?
No
really,
worries,
really
mate.
good to see you. Really
You
is.
too, man.
Really is.
Pleasure.
There we go. Paul, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And well, that actually confirms who's in the 88. That is Harvey Kersley and not Ash Miller, who I said earlier on. So sorry for the misinformation there. And Harvey, to be fair to him, whilst he may not have the pace of Ash, he's doing very well right now to be running in 5th place and getting those scraps early on. So when Ash Miller jumps in the car, we definitely have plenty of fun. Harvey will be leaving it in a good place, albeit with that rear bumper hanging off the rear at the moment. That's going to be causing a bit of drag and, well, hopefully not pulling the car back. And I can see many of you there really enjoying yourself in the respective YouTube chats with regards to this race. And all giving your thoughts on the Hyundai Coupe. Some of you remarking about the fact perhaps not as popular car compared to some of the other cars in your local domain. But either way, enjoyed seeing the racing out there. And your number 52 there carrying on, that's Slawson. As we do see a bit of bodywork there hanging off of our 2nd place runner as well. So whether that is Michael Evans or Mark Ridout in the number 33 for exit 13, or definitely some bodywork there trying to make an exit off the car. Albeit, will it be making an emergency exit or will it gradually fall off? We will see. As we do see number 19 there of Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle doing a really good job. They're going to be a dark horse in this race, we get the feeling, given the pace they're demonstrating so far. So never count them out. Now, we do have our first pitter coming in there. And that, in fact, we've got 2 cars in and cars coming out of the pit lane as well. And I think we might be coming down to our pit camera there to see what's going on. There's your 51 making its way on through. And, well, there is going to be the 743. weaving its way to a stop here. And to give you an idea of pit stop, so Riley Pogue brings the car in. Of course, he will have to come to his pit stall, and as he does so, now car stays stationary. And at this point, he has to unfast himself. He's got to do this himself. He can't be helped. He can be helped with the door being held open there. Gets out the car, and well, as he does so there, they can make some adjustments to the interior seat, but Riley gets out the car. Door is shut, and well, it can then be reopened. At this point, the team can work on the car, and he can get back into the car there. But he has to essentially unstrap himself from the machine, and then he gets back in. It's all part of the mandatory 90-second long pit stop. And well, now getting back in, they are making some more tweaks, I think, to his seating position, which is all a big part, of course, of being in the car, and also just checking some things over there, making sure he's all nice and secure. We've got even more drivers coming in. That is going to be your bright yellow machine coming on down road as well. That's your 73 there of Terry Gallagher and Kevin Sanford coming on down, albeit who's in the car, we will see. Well, I think we are perhaps going to get a bit of a word from Ian with one of our drivers. So it's over to Ian, ladies and gentlemen, for a bit of insight from the pit lane.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. This is Riley Pogue right now. Just finished his stop. Spoke to him at the start of the race. He was a little bit nervous, wasn't he? But he's now completed his pit stop. We've got Terry Gallagher here. He's getting out of the car. It's going to be Kevin Sanford who's going to jump in. We'll grab a word with Terry very shortly. We'll just let him get out of the car, get this pit stop done. Alongside, we've got Bradley Trevitt in the pits as well. In fact, Bradley Trevitt is just heading back out on to the track. I wonder if I can just very quickly go say hello to Terry and find out how to... Terry, how was that? You're always smiling, aren't you?
Smiling, yeah.
You enjoyed yourself?
It's the first time at the track.
Yeah.
Not the quickest,
no,
but I'm having fun and I'm getting used to it.
I was going to say, it must be nice, like in the UK, so many iconic tracks. Donington Park is certainly one of them, isn't it?
Exactly. I've got people back at home that would be very envious of me right now. So, yeah, no, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I'm not surprised. Kevin, the car now, what do you reckon he can do?
Oh, I mean, we're great competitors. We enjoy driving against each other. So I think he'll be on for a good result.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Go relax. Have some water. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Come on.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you, Terry. It really is. We've got a few more cars as well. I think I don't think there's too many tussles going on out on the track right now, so we can stay here a little bit longer. We can shove. I'm not sure who we've got here, but I'm sure we can just chuck the microphone on. Hello, mate. How are we doing? All right?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Are we excited for this? Are you eager to get your stint going?
Very excited. That's why I'm standing here and everyone else is up there. I'm ready to go.
Look, they're all laughing at you. Look, give him a wave. How's he going to do, guys? Is he going to do well? Yeah. He's going to do amazing. Look, do you prefer doing the second stint, or would you rather have started the race?
I'm happy to do the second stint. I'm driving with Hazem. Zaki. A lot more experience than me. So on the race starting mid-pack to the back, let him cut through the field, hold position, and then maybe we fight to the end. See how it goes.
I spoke to him in assembly area, and he said, "I'm really happy because I'm driving with my mate." That's nice. So that's what it's about. Yeah.
We've been dreaming about doing this for a long time, and we both sacrificed a lot to get to Motorsport. There's a lot of people we all have to thank, but yeah, hopefully we'll have a good result.
Well, we thank you as well for coming out and playing. We really do appreciate it. Good luck out there. Have a great time. Enjoy it, won't you? Right, we've got a couple of cars up there as well. I don't think we're quite going to make it. We're going to have more cars coming in and out of the pits, but for now I'll hand back to Paul.
Well, thank you, Ian. Well, as we do leave the pit lane for a brief moment, more pit stops are due to come, of course. Well, one dives into the pits just like that. And that's going to be your number 33 there, the Mark Ridout and Michael Evans machine. And we'll come into its pit stall very early on. So suddenly, your leader of Nathan James Boyle seems a long way away up the road, the best part of 5.3 seconds. And still Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle carrying on there with their number 19 in second. But as we do see that also Harvey Kersley carrying on, the bodywork in the rear of the car may have displaced itself. Wilkinson there in number 10. Understeer on entry into the braking zone, but still Ben Wilkinson keeping it together. And I think now as we cross over the halfway threshold of this race shortly, you'll start to see those who've pushed just a little bit too hard, and therefore now are starting to feel the consequences of perhaps tyres being a little bit overheated. Now we do have a few penalties that we do need to keep an eye on, including what is a 10-second time penalty for the full start for Gary Hobbs in the number 8. We also do have a 5-second time penalty for the number 5 of Dave Hemingway, and also we have a 10-second time penalty for the 32 of Mark Jones, and that I believe is for a full start as well. So those are the only penalties we need to be aware of at the moment, but otherwise there is number 19 of Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle, I should say, their Gen 2 car, and looking very happy as they continue the way around, but yet to come into the pits. Still got another 8 minutes of the pit window. I think trying to do a long run there, as there's your leader, and we'll put in a lap there on the car now. The number 73 that's being piloted by Kevin Sanford. He's taken over the car there from Terry Gallagher. Had plenty of fun as he was turning in only moments ago, and that's what it's all about there. You don't need to be the fastest to have fun in a Hyundai Coupe on the circuits of the UK. Change of foot there in the DCS Motorsport car, the 142 of Sammy Jackson. And keep in mind, of course, Sammy Jackson, in terms of headlines, joined the grid for his maiden race as part of the DCS Motorsport outfit. He has previously raced in the Classic Sports Car Club for Puma Cup, although some of you may be aware what happened when he did race the Ford Puma earlier on this year, with the car definitely having a bit of a barrel roll. But with that, we roll down to Ian in the pit lane. Let's catch up with what he's got to find out and say.
Yeah, welcome back down to the pits. Harvey Kersley has just come in. Of course, he had that damage from early on. He's got out of the car. We heard from his teammate, the Australian Ash Miller, who is now getting in the car, and this is some of the work that they're doing just to clear things up. We'll have a chat with Harvey very shortly, so don't go anywhere right now. They've still got a couple of cars in the pits. There's one a little bit further up, the number 52, Stephen Slawson, currently in the pits. There's nothing, is there, that duct tape can't fix. It really is motorsport, and it's very, very fun. It's good enough for Formula One. It is good enough for the Coupe Cup. So at the minute, they're just getting Ash into the car. Remember, he's a fair bit shorter than Harvey Kersley, so he's had to have quite a bit of padding put into the seat. We've just got one of the scrutineers coming over just to cast her eye over it, make sure everything is okay. They've managed to get the light off the bottom there, and it looks like they're going to get straight out again. Let's grab Harvey, come have a chat with me. What have you done? What did you do out there to that car?
Destroyed it. Gave it, just a bit of everything, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're giving us a show out there, aren't you? Trying to shed a bit of weight on the car, yeah?
Oh yeah, what else am I supposed to do? It gets boring otherwise, doesn't it?
What can you do from here, Harvey?
Flash my boobs at Ash as he's going past. Encourage him.
Yeah, this is very professional racing. This is a kid show, of course, as well. So, but no, look, good luck, Harvey. Enjoy it, won't you?
Yeah.
It's good to see you as well.
Oh, nice and sweaty.
I think we better hand back to Paul, don't you?
Oh, thank you, Ian, and apologies there, of course, for a little bit of adult phrase there from Harvey Kersley, but he's having a fun time, to be fair. You can't fault him for it, as all of our pit stops playing out there with only 5 minutes to go at the moment, and before that pit window is closed. We've got the car of Wilkinson in, so we've got the 32 there, Mark Jones, and also the Hemingway machine in for Dave Hemingway. But then we come back to your number 8 down circuit right now. Gary Hobbs there, continuing on, and just trying to run away there from those who are chasing him. That is going to be the DCS Motorsport machine. That's going to be Riley Pogue still in the... No, that's Sammy Jackson there going on attack in the 142. And this whole field has been completely shuffled up and down now. So therefore we'll have to wait and see how they all come out. And we get the wonderful pit camera here. And that is going to be your number 19, the second place runner for Zaki Motorsport. So Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle. They're going to do the swap there. Who's getting out of the car? Who's getting into it? I want to say that is going to be our Egyptian driver getting out of the car and Chittle getting in. And we'll try and confirm who that is. And we're actually going to go down to Ian Walthouse in the pit lane. I think he's going to try and catch up with the Zaki Motorsport team.
Yeah, here we are down in the pits. Look at the smoke coming off as well off of the brakes here. Hakim Zaki's just got out of the car. We'll grab a quick chat with him very, very shortly. He's just got to finish off this pit stop. We don't want to get in the way whilst they're doing all of that hard work. In fact, he's now doing the timing as well to make sure they don't get a penalty. A little bit like the Brit Car endurance race we saw a little bit earlier. You have to be stationary in the pits for a certain period of time. If you leave too soon, you will get a time penalty. So We've had the driver change. Zaki is out of the car. We'll quickly grab a word of him very, very shortly if we can. He's just about to release the driver, so we spoke to him actually, did we, Mr. Chittel, a little bit earlier. In fact, there is a car steaming down the pits now. Let's grab Hakim very quickly. How was that, Hakim? I know you probably want some water, but how was it out there?
Mate, it was good. It was good. Found a lot of pace.
Yeah. Got to grips with the car. Yeah, I was chatting to him before actually, and he said, "Look, you're a very, very fast driver."
I tried my best, man. I gave it all. I know it's his first race. I hope he stays out safe out there, and I hope he has a lot of fun.
I'm sure you're smiling.
It's first of many.
I'll tell you something, right? Turn around a sec. Look at that. That is how hot it is out there. That is pure sweat.
We need it. We need air conditioning, these guys.
Open a window. Hakim, lovely to see you, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Another car in the pits, actually. Let's stay with it a sec, shall we? And this is Nathan James Boyle, a serial race winner is Nathan James, and he'll be, I think he was in first place actually when he came into the pits, wasn't he? So he will be challenging at the sharp end right at the end of this race. And just checking over the car, I think it's all okay. And then once Nathan has done his time, he'll be able to get back out on to the track. And then we've still got another car in the pits. In fact, I think it is at the 90. I think it's the 95 up there. Bradley Travitt's still in the pits. So unfortunately, that could be a terminal issue because it's been for quite some time. But here is Nathan James, the number 77, waiting to get back out onto the track. They're just counting him down. Alex Kersley right now just counting him down. I can tell you what, I can see the whites of Nathan's eyes. He is ready to get going. They're going to have to push start it here. Go on, Nathan. And off he goes. So that could well be, yeah, I bet we've got the number 52 car coming past us right now. That is Stephen Slawson. And I think, where's he going? Is he going to get back out or is he going straight into Parc Fermé? Stephen Slawson, unfortunately, into Parc Fermé and out of the race. I don't think there's going to be much more action here in the pits, so we'll be heading up to Parc Fermé for the end of this race very, very soon. Paul, back to you.
Well, thank you, Ian, and well, Ian catching up with a few of our drivers there, including, of course, Hazem Zaki, part of the two-driver team for Zaki Motorsport with Harvey Chittle. And, well, with the pit window now coming to a close, the only driver in the pit lane now, beyond, of course, our leader. And we'll hold up a second, and well, this is a big moment here, and that was Hobbs getting very wrong there under braking in towards the Roberts S's, and well, the car completely going around, and for Gary Hobbs, well, moving the tyre barrier to a degree, but I think we are still racing, and well, as we do see him make his way along now, and we're coming on down. He has got a bit of body damage on the car, but beyond that, well, it starts to seem as though he's happily moving, and he is now running in 14th place. And the car definitely looking not in 100% health compared to how it once was, but we did see several cars in the pit lane having smoking front brakes as well. So therefore, understandably, I think a lot of drivers right now will be feeling some very hot brakes, and knowing those braking zones are going to need to massage the brakes, or they're going to be going very deep into some of the corners. Oh, that's a very smoky back end, but I think that's going to be where the bodywork on that side of the car, so on the left-hand side car for the driver, has essentially been pushed over onto the wheel, and that's going to be a rub there of bodywork against the tyres. So that's why you're seeing that smoke come off, and well, Hobbs will have to see whether that's going to hurt his progress in the race. I suspect that's not going to help him on the straights, or indeed any right-hand corner. But where is all the order then? After all the pit stops have essentially concluded, we are beyond the pit window now. So we do have the number 12 of Watson, I believe, leading. But then again, that could all change given the pit stop recently. So we will update you when they all come through. There is your number 5 of Hemingway headed on. Being chased there by number 8. Oh, we've got some yellow flags in the rear of the picture being waved there. Not quite sure what for. We'll try and get an update on that when we can. Something's gone wrong at Coppice Bend for somebody, it would seem. There's our number 19, now being run by Harvey Chittle. Well, he's got the pressure there of Nathan James Boyle behind. So Nathan James Boyle has lost out in the pit lane. And, well, something tells me that right now it's going to be the number 19 of Chittle that leads this race. Nathan James Boyle is chasing. And then it is going to be the number 33 there of either Michael Evans or Mark Ridout, who is the third place runner all on the back of Boyle. Yellow flag there all the way down towards what will be the braking zone there for the S's. There is your leader according to the time attack. In fact, I think this is actually our leader now. I've corrected myself twice, so I'm going to correct myself a third time here, now that everyone has come into sequence, and we can fill you in. So here is your top 4. So in the end, Matthew Watson has undercut the field, and oh, coming into the pits there. So our 4-time winner, Nathan James Boyle, is in. There's got to be an issue with the car of some description because he's running momentum. We've also got another car coming in there a bit further back. Trying to see who that was. Was that the 31 of Carpenter coming down pit road? No, it was not. It was the number 10 there, Ben Wilkinson. We've already got the 31 of Carpenter in the pits. Slauson in the pits as well. And, well, things not working out for several drivers here. Do we have any information to explain? No, we do not. So, therefore, cars coming on in. And, well, the only other thing could be, would it be for a pit stop? But if so, well, with the situation at the moment, I'd say that because the pit run is complete, that is an extra pit stop that's going to be for a look at the car. I don't think there's going to be any more driver change or anything like that all the way to the very end here, unless there's an issue with driver in said car. But still, let's focus on what's happening on the road. So after what has been almost a grand total of 35 minutes of racing, we now have your number 12 of Watson leading for a very powerful undercutting strategy. Then we've seen the Zaki Motorsport machine being run by Harvey Chittle at the moment in second, and then it's your 33 of Ridout and also Evans running in third place, but all quite close together. But meanwhile, as we continue to look at our runners coming down the hill here, that's your number 5. That's going to be Hemingway here. He does have a post-race time penalty pending on him, but still chasing after the man in front of him. And that's going to be your 32 of Jones, trying to keep as close as possible. They're bringing Owens and Pogue into the mix as well. So there's all change of foot here, and they're all going to be moving up the order with the trips to the pits of Boyle and Wilkinson. Definitely a few changes between all the drivers, and well, I do see many of you there in the YouTube chat enjoying yourselves, as we do say hello to a few more of you in the Park YouTube chat, including none other than Karen Heddle, who is cheering on none other, I do believe cheering on Michael Evans, although I might be wrong on that, to be fair. Feel free to correct me. But drivers coming down here towards the Roberts S's, and right now still the fight going on there, and this is the effective fight for what now translates into 6th place as we understand it. Getting closer and closer now towards the finish of this race, and as they do, well, all these drivers understandably are now going to be feeling that the car is a bit tired. If it's a solo driver entry, how they get the stamina for it. We saw several drivers getting out of the car and absolutely matted with sweat, so plenty of exhaustion out there. But as we do see there on number 51 of the Laurie and Sam Maher-Launen machine make its way through. Well, they're still running in a very happy 5th place. On screen, there is Ash Miller behind the 80 in the 88. He's chasing after the 33 there. So this is the battle for 3rd place, although it does seem to be swaying the way here of is Ash Miller closing up. He charges his way through, and that rear bumper is decided. It still does not want to be attached to the car, despite the amount of duct tape that's been applied to it. And, well, unfortunately there, with the duct tape coming off, but they're going to carry on, but it will be dragging the car through the corners. And we do have, as one of you just spotted it there in the YouTube chat as well, we do have a few more penalties coming in for drivers. And, well, we have a 15-second penalty for the number 88 and the number 12 for track limits. So that means right now your leader, and that's going to be none other than Matthew Watson, well, he has that time penalty. Next time he comes around, is he going to still be leading? I think this is going to go the way to Harvey Chittle at the moment, based on penalties and time. Let's keep an eye on that. As meanwhile, a bit of fighting going on there. That's your 26. That's going to be Roger Owens making a move. And at least on the road, he'll feel as though he's just taken 7th place off of Dave Hemingway. But look who's catching up to him as well. Riley Pogue there. Getting closer and closer. I think he's going to be excited at the fault that he might have an opportunity here to make a move. We'll see whether we can do so. Onto the brakes they go. Hemingway not quite able to make the magic happen. And as they exit out the corner here, all these drivers still together here. And, well, still looking for an opportunity is Pogue to perhaps get involved a little bit more. It's going to be far from easy now. They do seem to be all very even on pace, and the lap times between them literally matched between Owens and Hemingway there to the best part of the 100th of a second. Riley Pogue having a much better line there through the old hairpin, so perhaps he's been saving it all for the last 10 minutes of the race, and I wouldn't put it past him. And indeed, as he's been building in confidence, I think now he's got more of a car that he can exploit, and he's got it around the outside here going through Schwans to get the inside of McLean's. Can he get it done? Not quite there on the brakes. He does have to wait just a little bit longer, but is definitely showing signs of wanting that move. And well, I think the magic is going to happen sooner rather than later. It's a question of when, not if he can make the move happen. But meanwhile, we come back towards the front of the field, at least on the road, and well, that is a change of position there. That is Ash Miller making his way up into 3rd place, stealing it away from the 33 of exit 13, and Michael Evans and Mark Ridout. And so, can Ash Miller go hunting after 2nd next? The gap to 2nd, as being run by Hazem Zaki and Harvey Chittle, well, that's going to be a gap at the moment of 3 seconds. So he's definitely have to go some with the time remaining. There they come on through, and as they do, want to head up towards Coppice Bend. There you can see the Zaki Motorsport car going through the foreground of the camera shot. Ash Miller is definitely flying out there at the moment. His previous lap, a personal best for the car, a 28.413. Right now, Ash Miller definitely getting a hurry on. The fastest lap, however, owned by your retired 4-time winner, and that was Nathan James Boyle, retiring from this race on 27.689. I don't think anyone's going to be getting in the vicinity of that now, although earlier on we did see Hazem Zaki achieve a 27.921, which is a very impressive lap in its own right. It's definitely been a race full of twists and turns here, and with the retirement for the race of Nathan James Boyle, it's definitely going to open up the pursuit of the winner's accolade come the end of the season, given that after this race they've still got another 4 races to go. Although Stephen Slawson, with him retiring from the race, he won't be getting involved in an opportunity to win either. Remembering the fact we do have a 15-second time penalty for your leader of Watson, and so means that he's got to try and manage a gap right now. The gap at the moment is 6.3 seconds. That's not going to be enough for him to be able to hold on when that penalty is applied after the race is done. The penalties coming left, right and centre for several drivers out there, particularly a lot of big names inside the top 10. And well, do see there a few questions being asked about Michael Evans. He's definitely in the 33 there. Just keep in mind that our timing tower, it can only show a certain number of characters there, and well, it does typically try to show both drivers' surnames, so that's why you will be seeing perhaps incorrect names for the driver pairings in some cars there. But don't worry, we're doing our best to figure out who's in the cars there. Of course, Michael Evans now in that number 33, taking over from Mark Ridout earlier on. But what's going on our screens right now? Well, that's your number 12, your lead on the road at least, and that is Matthew Watson, continuing to storm his way towards the finish line. At the end of this lap, he's going to have approximately another 4 to go, perhaps 5, and he will just be trying to squeeze in as many laps as he can and trying to open up that gap as much as possible to offset that potential post-race penalty. But all of our battles right now have calmed down to a degree. And well, of course, we have had some difficult retirements for drivers out there as well, which have spread the field out. Albeit the only big drama we really had was Hobbs deciding to make his way sideways into the barrier on the apex of the Roberts S's. Albeit thankfully the car's still out there, the number 8, but definitely with a lot of body work being shifted around on the left-hand side of the car and rubbing against the tyres every so often. And there you can see the number 8 for context, and you can see the smoke coming off the left-hand side of the car, particularly whenever the car leans onto the left-hand side. That's when it's very noticeable. So coming down into the old hairpin, when the car does really jut its way over, that's when you do notice it. But gradually over time, that bodywork will rub away off of the tyre, and well, it'll just be less and less rubbing towards the end of the race, albeit it will be gradually wearing away some of the paint and the bodywork of the car. Continue to follow in the footsteps there behind our leader. So Hobbs has dropped a lap down now, albeit he would have been out this race if he'd not been able to recover that car. And so all things considered, I think he'd be happy to see the checkered flag in this one with 5 minutes left. But we do come back to a close battle on circuit. Your 26 and your number 5. That's still going to be there. Roger Owens keeping Dave Hemingway behind. Riley Poker's fallen off of them a little bit as they continue to fight over 7th place here. But Hemingway looking for a second chance here at taking this position in the wonderful blue and white stripe machine. Down the hill they come through Craner curves. A little bit too much apex there perhaps from Owens. I think tide is just kicking in for both drivers here. Very equal machinery. Remembering, of course, they have only a maximum of 140 brake horsepower over the front wheels, and therefore it really is about carrying as much momentum as humanly possible as you make your way between all the corners. The Hyundai Tiburon, or the Hyundai Coupe, as known in the United Kingdom, did have a much bigger engine at one point as well, which was a 6-cylinder engine. I do believe 2.7 litres, but all these cars running the 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, and all for the purposes of parity. There we do see our number 73 as well carrying on through. And that's going to be Kevin Sanford behind the helm of the car, but does let the 32 on through there, where the 32 putting a lap past them. 4 minutes still to go, a few more laps remaining. Still keeping an eagle eye on potential time penalties that be coming the way. And we do have an upgraded time penalty now. And, well, I believe we've got a 45-second time penalty for Dave Hemingway at this point. And I think that is a mixture of a potential full start plus also what is track limit penalties as well. So we've got quite a few. And, well, I do believe for our leader, we've got a 30-second time penalty for Watson as well. So for Matthew Watson, well, if he's aware of it or not, he'll have 30 seconds add on to his race. So right now, the only driver in your top 3 who hasn't got a penalty is the man who we're focusing on here, Zaki Motorsport's Harvey Chittle, and Hazem Zaki, who took the car earlier on. And right now, he will potentially become your de facto winner when this is all said and done. Meanwhile, the Harvey Kersley and Ash Miller machine, the number 88, still trying to go on the attack, and they've got a 15-second penalty as well. But there is your overall leader on the road, at least, of Matthew Watson. And look at this battle here. So the fight for second now makes its way in towards Hollywood. Will Ash Miller a penalty or not? He's going to have some fun here out on circuit. They do touch for a brief moment. Down the hill they come in towards Craner. And right now, all Chittle needs to do is maintain momentum on the outside line. He might have a smooth run, but Miller goes all on the brakes. A little bit of run between the two of them. Brilliant racing between them. And Ash Miller there, showing his experience in racing in Australia. And, well, makes that place. Takes second on the road at least. But look who this brings right back into it. Suddenly, the 33 of Michael Evans glued to the back now, and we have a freeway fight for second on the road. And you know, let's put the penalties aside, we can worry about those later. Let's enjoy the spectacle they're putting on right at the end here. Worn tyres, hot brakes, they're having fun. And here comes Michael Evans looking for a move, can't make it happen at the moment, switches it back to the racing line, trying to build some momentum as they come through, and we're going to have a really good run here down the back straight. Getting ready to attack down Starkey straight and in towards the Roberts S's, but is he going to be able to build up enough momentum to do so? These Hyundai's not the most aerodynamic in the world, but understanding being the draft another car just helps you gain a tenth or two on the shorter straights, and well, not going to work out there, and he just stays behind. Of course, the one thing that's different between these cars and the road car, you will notice, is the double-layered rear wing, which is a completely optional item. You can run the little micro spoiler that these cars were fitted with out of the factory, or you can go for the race spec spoiler, which is allowed as part of the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toy Tyres modification list here. Indeed, a lot of the modifications that are made to these cars to go from road spec to race car, they are entirely optional. The main thing that you have to do is put the roll cage in the car. Beyond that, so long as you keep the engine within the original spec, and also make sure it doesn't go over the power expectations, you are allowed to run the car there pretty much in stock spec. R33 runner there of Michael Evans, definitely trying to make his way onwards, and also keep in mind that he does not have a penalty there. So at the moment, at least, we would expect that Evans is really chasing second place at the moment on the road, and well, a bit further back is the Laurie Mahan-Lohan machine, although you can see that the bright red car running fifth on the road, they may yet be on course for a podium here as everyone's really coming together. We've got a runaway leader. The second, third, fourth and fifth all on screen together right now with 30 seconds left to go. And so they will get one more lap as we will have our leader going on to their final lap very shortly. But this is going to be the battle for second, which will be sans penalties, if you will, as they come on down. And well, I can definitely see that for you if you're talking about with the track limit penalties and us talking about it, they're definitely adding up there. And sorry for repeating to talk about those, but it's definitely one of the big themes of this race. As onto the final lap our drivers go, the board is out, and this battle for second right now. Is anybody going to make a move here on the final lap of the 2026 endurance race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres? Let's see. A run wide there as well from Laurie. And we've got to be careful of that as well. He doesn't want to suddenly pick up what would be a bit of a warning about running too wide right towards the very end. These drivers coming down the hill here and looking for a move. The 51 goes all in. And, well, it's going to be a sweeping move out the inside, taking on Michael Evans. And, well, lovely move being made there by the OT Publishing Limited car. Last lap moves, to be fair, always special. And takes that fourth place there. Now, can he go hunting after third right at the end? I think he's going to run out of tarmac before he's able to do so. And, well, very shortly, I think we will be looking forward to our leader, who's almost at the finish line now. But there we can see second, third, fourth and fifth all coming through. But as they come on through, Coppice Bend and onto that back straight, well, meanwhile, for the traffic in front of them. I think they're not going to catch it in time. I think things are going to finish pretty statically at this point, unless we see any last moves or any last minute mistakes. There is your lead on the road. So taking the checker flag on the road, it is going to be Matthew Watson. However, that's the win on the road. Second is going to come through, and it will be the Kersey Motorsport machine. But in third, to take the effective win for Zaki Motorsport, it'll be Harvey Chittle there, third on the road, but winner with the penalties. And then we will see a bit of a shuffle there. We will find out that Paul Laurie and Sam Mahalonehan will finish second, even though they finished fourth on the road. And Michael Evans brings home his car in fifth, but he will be promoted to third, as will Mark Ridout there with all of the time penalties added onto the racing. We've still got a few more drives to get to the finish. I think the next driver we'll see will be Riley Pogue, albeit right now he's enjoying a bit of a scrap here. I believe that is with Bradley Trevitt, unless I'm mistaken, although I do think they are a bit further back. We'll have to wait and see what's happening between them shortly. I think we do have the last runners. We have had Gary Hobbs come across the finish line, albeit a lap down in 11th place in the number 8. Good to see him reach the finish, but here's our next battle, and in fact, as they come through the corners then, it's going to be a 26 holding off the number 5 to the line. And well, it's going to be a brilliant defensive drive there from Owens holding on, but as they all come through, it's all shuffled the timing tower, and so in reality, 6th place is going to Riley Pogue, and then it will be Bradley Trevitt in 7th place, and then we will see Owens, Jones and Hemingway, the man who took victory on the tarmac, being demoted back to 11th place. As Jones comes across the line, Sammy Jones on his debut race, he will pick up 10th instead, and then we do see Hobbs going through a bit further behind, and also what will be there, the car of Kevin Sanford and Terry Gallagher. Well, goodness me, what a load of action on the road, but also, of course, a lot of redistributed of the places with post-race penalties. But a fantastic race there in the 45-minute endurance race special for this year in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres, their 9th round of the season, and here are the provisional results from their trip to Donington Park. And as we can see, their victory in the end, although they didn't take the wheel on the road, but they will take it according to times, it is going to be Zaki Motorsports, Hazim Zaki and also Harvey Chittle. Then second, it is going to go the way of Ash Miller and Harvey Kersley, with Harvey Kersley doing a brilliant job in that first stint, and Ash Miller picking up the pieces and taking home 3rd place. Then it will be Paul Laurie and Sam Lonan with that brilliant move right at the very end to steal away that 3rd place from Mark Ridout and Michael Evans. Matthew Watson completed the top 5, and then it was a further 39 seconds back to Riley Pogue, taking 6th place, doing very well then, one of only a limited number of races so far for him this season. Bradley Trevitt taking 7th place there, ahead of Sammy Jackson, and then Roger Owens 9th, just ahead of Mark Jones, and then brilliant back and forth scrap earlier on, and that will be your top 10. The fastest lap set by your retiring driver, who in the end will not see his 5th win of the season today, and that was none other than Nathan James Boyle. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go down to Ian Walthouse down in Parc Ferme and catch up our drivers and what they've got to say about a thrilling race here in our Hyundai Coupe Cups.
Well, welcome down everybody to the pit lane, and we are just trying to make sense of exactly what's happened. I believe you might have actually finished 3rd there. So
I have no idea.
No, I'm not totally sure. The amount of penalties and things that we've seen, I think it's because it changed just as you came over the line. So I snapshotted it, and I've got it down to 2nd.
Second? Is that for real?
Yeah. Well, this is, I screenshotted that.
Right.
Not so long, literally about 2 minutes after the checkered flag. So I have no idea.
Not a clue. We'll see what happens. But fun race anyway. Well done, man.
Well done, guys. I'll let you crack on. Well done.
You were amazing.
You weren't second. You won.
Yes!
Due to penalties for other drivers, you've come home in 1st place. Congratulations.
Oh my, no, sorry.
Yeah, go. This is exactly what motorsport is all about. 2 best mates, and look at what this means. This is such an emotional moment to see. Great stuff indeed. There is Harvey as well. There is family. It means so much to them. Go on, Harvey. Go on. How's your feeling?
I can't describe it. I can't thank everyone, my whole team, friends, family. That is what we do. We aren't a team. We're friends. We're family. My nan and granddad. they sponsored me to get this kit after seeing how much Hazem's enjoying it, and we wanted to race together. My girlfriend's sorting all this stuff out, my parents coming. Honestly, come here, Hazem.
Hazem, I'm not needed. You guys take it away, go.
No, this is not about me. Harvey's been here since day one, training my car to every single race. And then when he told me he wanted to start racing, I was like, there's an endurance race coming up. Please join me, mate. And yeah, you won your first ever race. Not just did you win a race, you won your first ever race.
You know what I'm going to say?
Thank you. Hey mama, how you doing? There you go, your microphone.
Thank you, guys. Go celebrate. Harvey, you know you've never ever lost a race. How cool was that, by the way?
My first race on the top step, what can I say?
Hey,
you see me back.
Where are we going?
Le Mans, baby.
We're going to Le Mans, baby!
There you go, your 2027 Le Mans 24-hour winners. There they are. This is exactly what it means. We've got family here. Your family?
Mum.
You're his mum?
I'm Harvey's mum.
Okay, how are you feeling right now? Because he couldn't believe it, could he?
Proudest mum in the world.
Oh, bless you.
Goodbye, my darling.
Well, we spoke to him. I saw you lot on the pit wall and I was talking to him. He said he's going to do all right. He didn't do bad, did he? Hey, go on.
He was amazing. He was born to do this. Yeah.
Excellent.
Watch out, world.
Where's the party tonight? Because I want to come along. It sounds like it's going to be a good one. Guys, congratulations. You so deserve it. Brilliant stuff indeed. Yeah, this is exactly what it means. So obviously, we will have to wait till everything gets fully cleared out. It looks like there was a number of penalties for drivers. Second on the circuit, but first overall due to the penalties. A little bit of this is Harvey Kersley's car, of course. We do believe I've got them down as second place. I cannot confirm anything yet. As I said, the timing, they came over. We actually had Mark Ridout down in second place, and then it changed, and it all changed. So I have absolutely no idea exactly. I've just been told in my ear it was the number 51, which is Paul Laurie and Sam Mayer-Lowen, who came home in third place. Anyway, we have still got more racing action to come up. In fact, we've got a bumper grid for the Miltech Civic Cup, and not so long ago I caught up with Josh Bromley, so let's go hear from him now. Right, for the final time today, we are up at the assembly area. It's time for our final race of the day. Don't worry, we're back tomorrow, so much more coming up. But for today, it's the Civic Cup who has the honour of going out last. And what a championship we have got. Jake Hewlett is your championship leader. 3 drivers locked on level points in second place. Josh Bromley isn't one of those, but Josh Bromley is somebody who... Hello, Josh.
Call me off guard then, you're right.
I'm very well. Listen, Donington Park, it seems to suit you here.
Yeah, local track. I'm literally 10 minutes away from here.
Are you?
Yeah, I've done a few laps around here, and the box construction Civic was feeling quite good this morning.
So expectation high for you then?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I left Cadwell Park at 5:30 this morning. I've got the rest of the team up there, so a big thank you to all them looking after everything.
What were you doing at Cadwell?
We've got 6 cars out, so thanks to the team for running that while I can come down and race this lovely Civic at Donington Park. So yeah, no testing yesterday, straight into quali, and maybe that's the
way to do it.
Maybe it is the way to do it. It seems
less testing makes you go faster.
Who'd have thought it, eh?
Look, 29 cars, it's some grid again, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. At the minute, I think it's the best championship in the UK. You know, there's some great drivers. Even it's hard to break. I mean, look how close it was in qualifying. You know, a couple of attempts puts you in the, from first to I think it's about 14th or something silly. It's about 4 attempts, 5 attempts or something like that. So yeah, it should be a good race, this one.
Josh, I really hope we are talking over in Parc Fermé a little bit. Do you remember, was it last year where I beat you on that race up the hill? Do you remember that?
Of course I can remember that.
Yeah.
I've not seen you in a car yet though, so come and have a go.
I'm quicker on my feet, I think. I'll see you. Good luck. Good to see you. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? Wesley Swain, his car is here. Alistair Camp as well. He is one of those drivers right in the mix for the championship. So here we go. This is going to be a blockbuster race. 29 cars in total will take to the track for the Miltech Civic Cup here at Donington Park. Paul, Andy, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we have got cars out on the grid then, ready to go racing, and Sean McGovern set the fastest time in qualifying earlier on today. Josh Bromley, who we just heard from, starts alongside him, with double winners so far this season, Dave Marshall and Matt Wilkins together on row 2. Wilf Butler and Wes Swain share the third row ahead of Spencer Stevenson and Joseph Dalgarno. I think that's his best qualifying effort so far this season, starting from 8th on the grid. Fifth row then is where we find our championship leader, Jake Hewlett, who comes into this race 13 points clear of Dave Marshall, but only 9th on the grid. That could change hands in this race. Aidan Mitchell shares that fifth row with him. Then it's Freddie Ingram and Jake Renshaw. Alistair Camp, 13th, but 4th in the championship. A really mixed up grid. He's got Charlie Constable for company on row 7, whilst the 8th row is shared by Charlie Bird and Jamie Petters. Row 9 then is where we'll find Daniel Petters, Jamie's brother, who got his maiden victory last time out at Snetterton, a very popular victory that was. Francisco Howitt next, ahead of Luke Sargent, who returns to the championship that he last raced in a few years ago. Jack Riddell completes the top 20. Louis Austin, Harry England, Graham Ross and Mark Hughes are next, and then towards the back of the grid, the last couple of rows shared by Adam Jackson and Ben Bateman, ahead of Will Butt, the Welshman. Adam Parker again out of position after a disappointing qualifying session, and Anthony Gannon, great to have Anthony back in the championship, and he will be bolstering the Goodyear Diamond Award grid. He will be starting 29th on this mammoth grid of Civics. If you've stuck around to the end of the day to watch this final race, it's been well worth the wait. The Civic Cup never ever disappoints, although it was a disappointing qualifying session for this man. The championship leader, Jake Hewlett, as I said, arrives here with that now 13-point cushion, but Dave Marshall, who's qualified third on the grid, scored 4 championship points as a result of that. You score points from finishing or from qualifying in the top 6, and so Dave Marshall's closed that gap now from 17 to 13 points, and he is becoming, I think, one of the big championship contenders. So, as we prepare then to go racing, Sean McGovern on pole, Jake Hewlett there, look, taking the opportunity to just waft the driver's door, get a bit of cooler air in. It's a 15-minute race. It will feel like about 5 hours, I suspect, in these very warm and muggy conditions. Who is going to get the win? 2 drivers on the front row searching for a first ever victory in the Civic Cup. What is going to happen? The red light's on, the red lights go out. Now we're away and racing at Donington Park, and it's a good start made by both of the front row men. McGovern slightly quicker away, I think, will hold on to the advantage heading into Redgate Corner, and the grey FN2, the newer shaped car of Dave Marshall, is challenging for second look up the inside of Josh Bromley into Redgate. There's the championship leader Hewlett on the outside line at turn 1. Do they all make it through the first corner in one piece? It looks as though they have, at least at the front of the pack, with McGovern hanging on to that early advantage. Down through the craners for the first time then. The battle really is for second, isn't it, there, as Bromley in the blue car tries to keep Dave Marshall at bay. A big moment further back. That's Francisco Howitt, I think, coming back onto the road. Just about gets the car slowed down. There's further contact further back. Will Butt tangling with Ben Bateman, and Ben Bateman's number 93 car is deposited in the gravel trap at the old hairpin, and he is going no further. Ben Bateman's car then stuck at the side of the road, and I wonder whether that might require a safety car. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, there's been a moment, I think, for the leader, Sean McGovern, because Josh Bromley and Dave Marshall were right with him. Look, they're side by side for second position, but somewhere Sean McGovern has lost that little cushion that he had part way round the opening lap, and it's now 3 abreast. Look for second place. Matt Wilkins is up the inside. Bromley backs out of it, and Wilkins goes from 4th to 2nd. Fantastic stuff from Matt Wilkins, who lost a whole heap of ground in the championship after a penalty last time out at Snetterton, and he is on a mission. He's up into second position, having started 4th on the grid. So McGovern leads then, Wilkins second, Marshall is third. He is there, you just can't see him, he's so close behind the 84 car. As further back, look, Jake Hewlett tries to make some progress. He's up 1 position from 9th on the grid to 8th. Alistair Camp's gone from 13th to 11th. So 2 of our championship contenders who were out of position on the grid have made a little bit of forward progress. So down the hill we come, and Matt Wilkins, for my money, looks quite likely to have a go at Sean McGovern for the lead here. He's closing in on the Irishman out in front. Harry England there in his grey and green FN2 on the outside line. They go past the Ben Bateman car, which is still stuck in the gravel. Possible that they can use a live snatch vehicle to get that out of the way. That was Marshall and Bromley tangling nearly for 3rd position, and they're still tangling on the exit of the corner. Dave Marshall gets roughed up a little bit there, out onto the dirt. Josh Bromley gives as good as he gets, and he is not going to let Dave Marshall through. That opens the door for Wilf Butler, and that is significant. Wilf Butler is 3rd in the championship, only 2 points behind Marshall at this stage, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty now in the season. Only 3 events to go. Every point is crucial, and Dave Marshall knows that, but he's out of control. Oh, Dave Marshall locks the rear brakes into the chicane, skates through the gravel trap, trap. Disaster for Dave Marshall, who's really been putting together a good, strong summer in 2026, and he's going to plummet down the order. He's behind Alistair Camp, so he's outside of the top 10. Dirt all over the tyres, and Dave Marshall will be kicking himself for that. It looked as though maybe the brake bias was wound a bit too far to the rear, and he had to stamp on the brakes to avoid the slow car ahead of, or the early braking car anyway, of Josh Bromley, and off into the gravel trap he went. Well, we promised you drama, and as we get now closer to the end of the season, that drama takes on an extra little bit of importance with the championship situation so finely poised. And this race I don't think is quite finished dishing up the drama yet either. They are, as I suggested might be the case, they are moving Ben Bateman's car out of the way with the live snatch vehicle, so that's good news, no need for a safety car. Interesting battle brewing here, look, Jake Hewlett up into 7th place now, although he's under some threat from the 57 car of Freddie Ingram. In fact, Freddie Ingram's going through, and that might open the door for Alistair Camp. Alistair Camp, who started 13th position. He was 4 places behind Jake Hewlett on the grid. He came into this race, did Alistair Camp, 4th in the championship, 17 points behind Hewlett, the championship leader, but they're together on track now. The blue and green car number 17 is Hewlett, the black and pink with the green highlights is Camp, and behind them it's an absolute melee into the chicane. They're surely not going to make this one work. Well, somehow they have. One of the Petters gets squeezed a bit wide. Charlie Budd's over the curb. As usual in Civic Cup racing, you just don't know where to look. Wherever you look, there is action, including Alistair Camp, who lunges to the inside of Jake Hewlett and goes through. Alistair Camp on a mission from 13th to 8th. There's going to be inevitable contact further back. 3 abreast through Redgate Corner just wasn't going to work. They all still keep going. That was Joe Dalgarno who got nerfed sideways, but this is important. This is a really important battle, and Jake Hewlett is slipping backwards. Look, through now has gone Mitchell and Dave Marshall coming up to challenge as well. Aidan Mitchell then gets past the slowing Hewlett, who hopefully doesn't have a drama. I think he just got sort of forced out of line there. You lose so much momentum when that happens around here, and it's really, really hard to get that momentum back. He's lost a couple of places in the last few laps though, and a lot of that early progress made by Jake Hewlett has been undone. In fact, all of it has been undone. He's down to 9th now, in fact down to 10th, which is a place lower than where he started, I believe, with Dave Marshall, a fired up Dave Marshall, chewing on his rear bumper coming out of Coppice Corner. In fact, Marshall with a much tighter exit look gets to the inside line, so top 2 drivers in the championship, and they're battling for 10th position here, a third of the way through this first race of the weekend. Marshall does go through at the place where it all went wrong a few laps ago, and he brings with him Charlie Budd, who is making some really nice progress through the order from 15th on the grid. At the front of the field, deep breath Andy, is Sean McGovern. One of the Petters is into the pit lane. Didn't quite spot who that was. Is it Jamie or Daniel? I daren't take my eyes off the screen, really. It was Daniel Petters. That's a shame for the Snetterton race winner. As that was going on, I think Alistair Camp was doing something. I think he was overtaking Freddie Ingram for 7th position. Yes, he was. There is Camp, and he's up ahead of the 57 car now. So Alistair Camp then, what a meteoric rise through the order this has been. I spoke to him briefly after qualifying. He actually didn't let on how badly the qualifying session had gone, but seeing him line up 13th was a real shock to the system. But he didn't stay down there for long. He's up to 7th, and I don't think that will be the last of the progress made by Alistair Camp in this race. So McGovern leads, Wilkins second, they're nose to tail. Bromley, Butler, Swain and Stevens are battling over 3rd, and then this is the battle for 7th position. Camp into his newly acquired P7 in the Area Motorsport car. And as you can see, he's got some clean air now to, he hopes, drive off into in order to catch the next group in front of him. Behind him then is the 57 of Freddie Ingram, Aidan Mitchell as well. Those two are teammates. Oh, Joe Dalgarno's off. That's at McLean's, I think, the number 39 car. And that's a shame after Joe Dalgarno had that really strong qualifying effort. This meanwhile for the race lead. Matt Wilkins looked to the outside of McGovern into Redgate Corner, but he's going to try and get the switch back on corner exit. Can he get the move made? I think he will. And he's got the inside line for Hollywood as well. Yes, Matt Wilkins to the lead of the race then from 4th on the grid. The times in qualifying were so incredibly tight. I wasn't really sure which way this race was going to go. Sometimes when you've got a one-make series and qualifying is so tight, it's actually quite hard for the drivers to overtake each other, but no one told the Civic Cup drivers, did they? We've had so much overtaking, and now a change for the lead as we come towards the halfway point. That was Joseph Dalgarno walking away, trudging away through the gravel trap, watching on as the new race leader heads towards Coppice Corner. Wilkins then from McGovern. McGovern who I spoke to after qualifying, said he really hoped that after that strong qualifying effort, his pace wouldn't then evaporate in the race. I'm not saying it's evaporated, but he will be disappointed to have lost the lead, and he clearly wants to try and get it back. Forces a small defensive move there from Wilkins into the chicane, carries visibly more speed into the chicane than the second place driver. Does that compromise his exit though? Maybe a little bit, and so Matt Wilkins will hang on for now. Wilkins then, the new race leader. Matt Wilkins, after that penalty at Snetterton, down in 7th position in the championship, and he is 48 points off the championship lead. It's highly unlikely that he's going to be able to dig his way back into championship contention, but if he keeps winning races, you never know, it could happen, and he certainly will want to try and prove a point after that disappointment last time out at Snetterton. He's won 1 race in the Civic Cup as Matt Wilkins, that coming at Thruxton earlier in the season, but he's been a consistent front runner all season. Debuted in the championship last year here at Donington Park, I seem to recall, and he has very much established himself now as a regular front runner. Right, let's take a look back, if we dare, at what's going on in the midfield. Jack Riddell is in this little group. This is for 16th place-ish. I say ish because it's changing by the corner, but I think Harry England's just at the front of this group. Yes, there he goes in the grey and green FN2. Jake Hewlett is only a few places, in fact 1 place ahead of him. So, no, sorry, 3 places ahead of him. I'm getting my yellow and blue cars mixed up. But still, Jake Hewlett slips all the way back to 13th now, having started 9th. There must be an issue with that car. It's a new car for Jake. No one's really sure why he chose to change car between this round and the previous one at Snetterton, but he has chosen to change car and immediately had a drama in testing the other day when the bonnet flew up and smashed the windscreen to pieces. I'm sure that's not the issue here, but he's got some sort of other problem, which clearly is causing him major issues. Look at how he's dropping down the order. Another place lost now for Jake Hewlett as they head into Redgate Corner. That's the number 6 car of Charlie Constable. And I fear, no, sorry, that's Petters. I'm doing it again. These yellow and blue cars do look very similar. In fact, they're all ahead of Hewlett. That's what was throwing me. So Hewlett's fallen behind that whole group to 16th place in the, 2 or 3 corners since we last saw him. So absolute disaster this for the championship leader. And now, speaking of disaster, we're starting to get some time penalties creeping in. One for Spencer Stevenson, and I'm hearing another one for Josh Bromley. It's not yet confirmed on the timing screen. Has car 37 been given a penalty? Yes, a 5-second track limits penalty. So the man third on the road has got a track limits penalty, and so has Spencer Stevenson, who runs in 6th. So 2 of the front runners with 5 seconds to be added onto their time at the end of the race. That is always a talking point here at Donington. 3 drivers, in fact. Wes Swain has picked one up now in 5th position. So 3 of the top 6 drivers now with penalties to be applied, and that completely changes the complexion of the race. The top 2 for now are unaffected, but that blue car in 3rd, Josh Bromley, he's got a penalty. So has the 5th place FN2 there of Wes Swain, and the car directly behind him, Spencer Stevenson, likewise. So Wilf Butler at the moment would inherit 3rd, and that's massively important for the championship. Of our established title contenders, let's say, he is the highest placed of them in this race, and he's about to inherit a podium finish. At least he could yet challenge for a win in the remaining 4 minutes. So a really good race this is turning into for the former Junior Saloon Car Championship frontrunner. Title contender last year in that series, came over into Civic Cup this year. A championship that traditionally it takes drivers a year or a year and a half maybe to sort of learn the car and become competitive, but nobody told Wilf Butler how difficult this championship is, because he took to it immediately. Wilf Butler got himself a race win in only his 2nd ever race in the championship back at Brands Hatch. Yes, it was a reversed grid race, but he's backed that up with some other good results since then, and more importantly some consistency to put him 3rd and likely now 2nd in the championship. In fact, if he finishes 3rd, he'll pick up 30 points. He could be challenging Jake Hewlett for the championship lead after this one. I'm going to leave someone much smarter than me to do the calculations, but I reckon it's going to be very tight. Wilf Butler will be happy if he can finish this race inside the top 3. Oh dear, this all looks a bit unnecessary. That's Will Butts banging doors with the 115 of Luke Sargent. Now, that is not wise, William. Oh, Luke Sargent hugely sideways. Luke, who's been doing some TCR racing actually, over international TCR racing now in the European and World TCR series, and is not known for enjoying that sort of treatment, shall we say. And I think Luke Sargent's going to be out for revenge if he can ever get back to the tail of the Welshman. Although I suppose at least Will did that properly and made sure that Luke lost a few positions, and therefore won't be able to get back to him anytime soon. I'm sure it wasn't on purpose, but Will be quite grateful, I reckon, that Luke Sargent is not chewing on his rear bumper right now. And all Ben Sharp racing scrap here. Charlie Constable in the number 6. He is the 12th place now. He's just got ahead of Jake Renshaw, his teammate, and they're both stacked up behind Charlie Budd, who runs 11th. But remember, the race 2 grid for the second race tomorrow morning is going to have a top 10 reverse. So the 10th place finisher in this race will start on pole in the second race tomorrow. And with all of these track limits penalties coming in, there's another one now for Will Butler, would you believe? So all these penalties could mean that the battle for 11th ends up being for pole position in race 2. And this is the battle for 11th at the moment. Constable to the outside, absolutely sends it on Charlie Budd, nearly loses a position to Jake Renshaw, who had to back out of that one. Ben Sharp will be having kittens watching this on the pit wall. 2 of his drivers going toe-to-toe, and both desperately trying to find a way past the area motorsport car ahead, which doesn't seem as quick as these two. But Charlie Budd, with years of one-mate racing experience in various things, Ginettas I seem to recall at one point, Minis definitely. Charlie is not an easy man to overtake. And as he defends, this is bringing another driver into the battle. That's the number 26 car of Louis Austin, the black and green machine. So, to recap, before this inevitably kicks off, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers on that timing tower all have 5-second penalties to be applied as Renshaw finds a gap up the inside through Starkey's corner and takes 11th place away from Charlie Budd in a really committed move heading up the hill. Finally breaks through the defences of the number 44 driver. But can he now stay in front to the flag? They'll have one more lap after this one, I reckon. So one more lap of this to survive. It's been a bruising race, another typically exciting Civic Cup race, and Charlie Budd is not backing out of this. Look, has a much better exit from Coppice Corner, gets to the inside line, heading down the exhibition straight, flashes the lights, nearly gets into the back of Jake Renshaw's car, and he still might come up the inside into the chicane. He's late on the brakes. This has got disaster written all over it. How did they not make contact? Well, that's how, because Jake Renshaw didn't bother with the corner, goes absolutely skittering over the gravel trap, and comes out 2 or 3 car lengths ahead. Budd is now trying to defend from both drivers behind him. That is Renshaw to the inside. It's Austin to the outside. I think Austin might get 2 places out of this. Can he sweep through? No, didn't quite have the momentum. He might clear Renshaw, but Charlie Budd is proving to be a very tough man to overtake. As I said a lap ago, he would be. Well, that was pretty spirited stuff through that final chicane. We are going to have to take our eyes off this in a moment because the checkered flag is coming out at the end of this lap, but what a great advert for Civic Cup racing this has been. Whether you're at the front, the back or the middle, you will always have someone to battle with, and none of them pull any punches. This is proper, hard-fought, door-to-door one-mate racing. It's what makes the Civic Cup the most popular one-make series in the country, I would say, certainly one of them. And Matt Wilkins is about to claim a second victory in the championship. Sean McGovern has thrown everything at this. To their credit, neither of them have yet picked up a track limits penalty. Everyone behind them has, but it is going to be a slightly better performance from Matt Wilkins, who comes from 4th on the grid to claim the victory in the first Civic Cup race of the weekend at Donington Park. Sean McGovern can't quite convert pole into a win, but it's a solid second place finish. And Alistair Camp is 3rd. Alistair Camp, after all of the time penalties are applied, having started 13th on the grid, is going to get a podium out of all of that. That is absolutely astonishing. Alistair Camp, my word, he will be very relieved at that result. Josh Bromley still ends up 4th because, of course, all of the drivers behind him had penalties as well. But that is the big headline for me. Alistair Camp, if he wins the championship this year, he will look back on this race and think, yeah, that's the day that I saved my championship campaign. That could so easily have been an 8th or a 9th place finish, and he's ended up in a podium place. He made a lot of overtakes in the early stages. Yes, he inherited 4 positions with the penalties, but my word, that was an absolutely fantastic race. I've forgotten I'm supposed to be interviewing these drivers now, so I'm going to hand you over now to Paul, who's going to go through the results after a breathless race.
Oh, indeed. Thank you, Andy. And well, as Andy tries to gather his breath back whilst running all the way down to Parc Fermé to present the interviews with our top 3, indeed any of the drivers he may be able to find in Parc Fermé for a thrilling race here in the Civic Cup at Donington Park. Remember, of course, they've got multiple races this weekend. This being the first of 3 for them. Well, there are your provisional results. Your winner, Matt Wilkins, taking his 2nd win of the season and his career, Sean McGovern and Alistair Camp. So, and somehow making his way all the way from 13th to 3rd there. A phenomenal run for the 45 driver, with those penalties assist him as well. And then we did see Josh Bromley, despite him picking up a post-race time penalty, the 4 drivers behind him, Wolf Butler, Wesley Swain and Aidan Mitchell, all doing the same, and so they were finished as they were running on the road. It was over 2 seconds back to Dave Marshall, 8th place ahead of Spencer Stevenson, and then we did see Freddie Ingram rounding off the top 10. Fastest lap went to Alistair Camp in the number 45 at 1 minute 18.30. A very impressive lap from Alistair, no doubt about it, and showing that the fight in his championship charge has not quite run out of fire just yet, even if he had to recover from a tough qualifying session and ride his luck with regards to time penalties for so many drivers. But still, ladies and gentlemen, that really has been a huge advert, as Andy was saying only moments ago, for why the Civic Cup is one of the finest single make series in the United Kingdom, because of the fact simply everywhere you look there was battles at the front, the middle, the rear. But, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do as we get ready for Ian and Andy McEwen to greet us down in Parc Fermé, I'm going to say farewell in the commentary booth here for now. And, well, just keep in mind, we've got plenty more racing to come tomorrow, so it's not over yet. I'll be back tomorrow covering all your racing action as it unfolds. We have had, of course, what is the Britcar Endurance Championship and the Hyundai Coupe Cup racing. You won't see them for the remainder of this weekend. They've completed their racing. Britcar you'll be able to follow, of course, on the 29th of August at Snetterton for their 6th round of the season, and the Hyundai Coupe Cup will continue at one of our other venues in the United Kingdom a little bit later on. But what we do have here for the remainder of the schedule, and this will be what we open up with tomorrow, it'll be the TCR UK Championship, due to get underway at 9:15 tomorrow morning, followed by the Men's Challenge Club Sport, and then we have race number 3 of the British Truck Racing Championship. But so much more racing to come. But I'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking to you tomorrow, but it's over, of course, to Ian Woolhouse and Andy McEwen to catch up our drivers after an absolutely fast and furious Civic Cup race.
Wow, what a race. I've sprinted down to the Parc Fermé area because I really wanted to get the thoughts of our winning driver, Matt Wilkins, who gets a second career victory in the Civic Cup. But what a battle. I mean, just your race alone, forget what was going on behind you, your race alone was entertaining enough. 4th on the grid to the win. Did you think that was on?
I was up for a podium, that was my plan. The window opened there into the Robert chicane. I think it was lap 2 or 3. I had to take it. Luckily Dave Marshall let me through there. So yeah, no, I enjoyed it. Car was a bit hot towards the end, a bit tricky to manage. McGovern was right on me, but yeah, no, happy with that, really happy.
At what point did you sort of realise it might be on, because you broke through into second all of a sudden, and then did you instantly know you had the pace to go for the win?
I know this is good over race distance here in the heat, so I was hoping it'd come to me, and yeah, it did, so that was good. So after Snetterton, as you know, not getting that win, it makes up for that a little bit, so happy with that.
Good to see you with a smile on your face, Matt. Congratulations. Matt Wilkins, winner here at Donington. Now, where is Sean McGovern, our second place driver? They always disappear. It's like herding cats. There he is, behind us. Sean, can we grab you? It was a second place, not quite the win you'd have been hoping for, I'm sure, but that was a brilliant result nonetheless, and a good battle between you and Matt.
It was a great battle, yeah. I just, obviously a lack of experience on this track. I've never actually raced on the inside of turn 1, so I was didn't know how late to brake, and obviously I broke too late and he got the switch back, but clearly just a lack of experience. But well done to him, he drove a really good race. And yeah, I'm happy with second.
These are the kind of things, though, that the experienced Civic Cup drivers will say takes a while. You can learn how to drive the car quickly, that's fine, but the racing, that takes a bit more learning.
100%, especially when you're new to all the tracks. And in testing, ideally you want to be on the racing line, not defending, so I think we may switch that up for the next race. Right. Practice a few defensive lines, because that's what cost me the win, really. So, but yeah, I'm really happy with it, considering obviously the lack of experience, so really happy, yeah.
Thoughts for tomorrow? Obviously, you've just touched upon it there. You might try some things slightly different, Willie, but now we've got a reverse grid race. That's going to be a whole different dynamic.
Can't wait, yeah. So I know we have the pace, so we should work our way up and just keep our nose clean, and we should be all right.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations, Sean McGovern, second place. Now, Alistair Camp finished that race, hello Ian, in third position. I can't really believe that either. I wonder whether Alistair has quite come to terms with it. He's just posing for the paparazzi, as he likes to do. Alistair, congratulations. Third place, mate.
Who knew we'd be talking this weekend?
I wasn't expecting it.
No, exactly, yeah. Couldn't believe it. I didn't even know until I come down the pit lane that we got third, and the lads were all like this, and I'm like, we all like a laugh and a joke, so I thought, oh, they're pulling my leg here or what, but on the face expressed, I was like, no chance. So yeah, it's crazy, but no, it's hard work's paid off a bit. So I just thought, just keep going, make every move count, and that's what we did. But yeah, there's a few yellow flags everywhere, so it was like one of them. You've got to be careful. You've got to also not back off too much, but it's one of them areas, isn't it, where like you've just got to make sure you're safe. Obviously, the main thing. So.
And one of those races maybe where your experience sort of pays dividends, because starting deep in the field could have been easy to lose your head, pick up a track limits penalty as so many people did, but you made great early progress and then didn't put a foot wrong. So you did really earn this, didn't you?
Yeah, and the boys have said as well, I've got the fastest lap by the temperature. Very surprised with the traffic, but I know obviously once I got the gap and Spencer chasing, and it's hard to judge sometimes when you're catching, because some lads are quicker in other corners than you, so I was just hammer the S's every time onto the back straight, and yeah, we seem to do a good job of that. So
I'd say so. Congratulations. Alistair Camp makes it onto the podium. Ian, I need a lie down after that. That was pretty entertaining.
I was just trying to count how many races we've got, and I can't quite count that high tomorrow. What a day it's been. Brilliant day. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow, by the way. We've got 3 races for TCR. We've got 3 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. We have got 3 races for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We have got 3 races for the Mini Challenger Clubs.
I can't count this high, Ian.
We've got 1 for the CNC heads. We've got 2 for the Audi Cup, and I think that is about it. So
that's enough, isn't it?
That's quite a lot, isn't it? So we're live tomorrow from about 9 o'clock in the morning all the way through till, well, we'll probably be about 6 o'clock. Andy, thanks. It's lovely to see you, by the way.
Been a pleasure.
Hope you're well. It has been good, hasn't it? Big thank you to Paul. No, whoa, no, come here. Me and Pointy have a bit of a tradition, and we'd like you to join us at the end of every single broadcast. We do this. Give me a hand. We turn around and we say thanks for watching, everybody, and we skip away.